Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Got Kidnapped and Got Avenged by Esdeath movie. Before we start, please go support Scissor717 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. The beginning of everything. Narrator. We can see an island with a few people in swimsuits because there was a beach there, but we see two people at a drink stand. The guy was a green-haired man with a well-built body, while the woman was a blue-haired woman with a strange symbol between her breasts and an enviable figure. They were drinking some martinis. These two were Izuku Midoriya, a student aspiring to be a hero, and General Esdeath. They were on the island for a vacation, and they kept their relationship a secret because Izuku was a minor, while Esdeath was an adult. Izuku was in the final years of his second year of hero training. The heroes had been given a vacation, and Esdeath decided to take him to an island for a couple's time. Esdeath. Tell me, Izuku, how are you enjoying these holidays? Izuku. To be honest, I didn't expect you to bring me to an island that no one knew about. Esdeath. Not everyone knows about this island, only powerful and wealthy people know about it, they come here to spend their days of rest here. Izuku. Wow, Esdeath really takes advantage of your general status, doesn't she, Esdeath? Esdeath. What can I say? Besides, I like getting more out of it when it's with you. It's boring not having someone to share your achievements or rewards with. Izuku. Hey Esdeath, tell me something and I want you to be honest with me. Esdeath. Okay, just say it. Izuku. Why did you choose me as your partner? There are better candidates than me. There are rich young people who have better status and lives than me. Besides, some of them are in the top 10 most handsome men. And what can I do? Nothing. Besides, ever since we got here, I feel like everyone here is judging me. Izuku. I honestly don't know why you fell in love with. Izuku couldn't finish speaking because Esdeath started pulling his cheek. Esdeath. Izuku, what were we talking about regarding you despising yourself? If I chose you, it was because in my eyes you are a pure being who always sees the good in everything, no matter the situation. Besides, your way of thinking, your way of being. Esdeath. Never forget that, Izuku, I love you. But out of nowhere an alarm clock rings, causing Izuku to wake up, implying that it was all a memory. Izuku. Those memories again. Come on, Izuku, you have to get over it. She and I made decisions, you have to get over it. Besides, I'm getting closer and closer to becoming a hero. Izuku got out of bed, went to his bathroom to get ready, and then came out of his room in his UA uniform. He looked older, around 17 or 18 years old, and his muscles had also increased, making him look a bit more muscular than before. Izuku. But sometimes I wonder how she is, or what she's doing right now, whatever, it doesn't matter. Izuku arrived at the room where there was no one, but he saw some papers, so he decided to approach them. Izuku. They're probably the paperwork that Professor Aizawa said he was going to leave there while he looked for somewhere else to put them. Izuku was about to walk past when an envelope fell from the table. He decided to pick it up and could feel something small and rectangular in shape. Izuku. It must be a USB drive, but what's it doing here? He saw it said something confidential information from the Hero Association. Don't show it to anyone. That's strange. She must have made a mistake. I'll give it back to her when I go to her class. Izuku. But what could be so confidential that no one else should see it? This intrigues me. Well, I know this is wrong, but a peek wouldn't hurt. Izuku went back to his room, took out a letter opener, carefully opened it, and the USB drive came out. He took his computer, turned it on, and connected the USB drive to his computer. It took him to about 4 folders. The first folder said negotiations. The second folder said cover-ups. The third folder said experiments. The fourth folder said silence. Izuku was puzzled by these folders. Something told him he wasn't going to like what he discovered, but he swallowed that thought and opened the first folder. In this, several videos accompanied by text could be seen. The first video showed one of the high-ranking members of the Heroes Association negotiating with a guy. I command. What do you want in return? Well, I want protection from your heroes and for you to bring me beautiful women, it doesn't matter if they're adults or minors. You know that running a brothel is difficult, seeing the same women over and over gets boring. Do that and I'll give you whatever amount of money you want each month. I command. So it's a deal. Pulls out a piece of paper now, to seal this contract, sign here. Izuku was puzzled by what he had just seen. Heroes weren't supposed to stop these kinds of people, not protect them. He saw a short description and read it. Izuku. We decided to do some business with people from the slums to get more money and some influence, but in return they asked us to turn a blind eye to their easy jobs and to give them some women, so we agreed. There are too many women in this country, I doubt they care if a few disappear. Izuku. What the hell? This can't be true. We're heroes. We're against all of this, not in favor of them. Izuku decided to watch more videos and saw that it was true the Hero Commission was making deals with shady people just for more money and influence. It was the same in the other folders. The same heroes were doing atrocious things and the commission was covering them up, ensuring they received no punishment. In another folder, he saw them conducting experiments on innocent people, lying to them that they would be given a better life, but it was a lie. They were being used as guinea pigs for their experiments. Almost all of them claimed to be quirkless, saying they weren't worth anything, that they had no relevance in this world full of people with quirks. In the last folder, he saw how the heroes and the Hero Association silenced people who were revealing the truth. They all died and then it was said they committed suicide or they blamed a villain or another innocent person. Izuku couldn't believe it. He saw how the heroes he once admired committed atrocities solely for their own benefit. He felt robbed and defiled. Everything he fought for, everything he believed was right, the justice he was told about it was all a big lie. He had been deceived to his face and he believed it. Izuku, in a fit of rage, smashed the table with a single blow. Izuku. You damned disgusting pigs. Izuku. I have to take this to the officers or the news, first I'll call Esdeath. Izuku took out his phone and called Esdeath, but the call went straight to voicemail. Izuku. Esdeath, I know this is very sudden, but this is serious. Yes, it seems you were right about everything. I'll explain the details to you where we first met. Please don't take too long. Izuku sent the message, turned off his phone, changed his clothes and put on his hero costume, grabbed his knife and climbed out the window, but when he realized this USB drive was there with Izawa's paperwork, that meant they were involved too. Izuku. I have to keep a low profile. Seize the USB drive okay, well you stay with me until it's safe to give this to the reporters. Elsewhere. Nezu. Are you telling me you don't have the USB? Izawa. I already told him no, I don't have it, I don't know where he left it. Nezu. Izawa, that USB drive contains images and videos that would compromise everyone in the Hero Association. We need to find it as soon as possible. Do you know where you last left it? Izawa. Director, can we watch the dorm videos? I think I know where it is. With Izuku. This was located on top of a building. I'm sorry, but the number you called is not in service. Please leave a message. Izuku. Esdeath, it's me again. Please answer this, it's really urgent and I need your help. Call me as soon as possible. Izuku sent the message and then turned off his phone. Izuku. Sighs Esdeath, what's so important about helping your ex, who just saw the true face of heroes? Takes the USB drive out of his pocket. Izuku. What am I going to do with you? Destroying you isn't an option, and handing you over to any reporter or police officer I see first isn't an option either. Maybe they'll associate with them, or they'll end up killing him and discrediting everything, and then come after me. Izuku. Well, all that's left is to find someone who can be trusted. In the AU. Nezu. So the USB drive ended up in the dorms and student Midoriya took it. Izawa. You think I saw him? Nezu. It's likely he already knows the truth. Call Almight, Vlad, I'll call Shai Haseki. Izawa. You think it's safe? How will we know this won't get out of hand? Nezu. Let's hope young Midoriya cooperates, as this won't be the first time a young person has died for wanting to do the right thing. Time skips. Izuku was on a rooftop eating a chicken he'd bought somewhere, hesitating about handing the USB drive over to the authorities. He was just waiting for Esdeath to return his calls so she could tell him what to do, but nothing. Izuku. This isn't going anywhere, I'm alone for the time being. Izuku's phone rings and, wondering what it is, he answers quickly. But the one I listened to was his teacher. Aizuan. Midoriya, where are you and why aren't you in my class? Izuku. Nerva-sensei, well, what happened is that something came up and one thing led to another and. Aizuan. Now, no more excuses. I need you to come to the principal's office as soon as possible and. The call ended, leaving Izuku still paralyzed. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, you just committed suicide and this time you put the rope around your own neck. I should looks at his phone. No, she told me not to count on her a long time ago. It's time to act on my own. In the AU. Now everyone named was there. Nezu. I'm glad you came so quickly, Shai. Shai. How could I not do it when I was told that someone already knows the truth because of a slip-up, the others have the other USB drives. Almight. That's right, but what if young Midoriya doesn't want to cooperate? Shai. That's right, it's the only way, and you're going to take one for all from him. We can't lose the only weapon to defeat a foe. Shai. So you'd better find a new container for when he returns. Vlad. And what will we tell the press when they find out about his death? They won't stay quiet. Shai. Easy, we'll say he was a traitor, he wanted to reveal valuable information about the villains, and to avoid being caught he committed suicide. Nezu. I don't know what disgusts me more, that you speak so calmly about killing a child, or how easily you came up with a lie. Shy. Take it however you want, but I'm not going to throw all this away just because of a kid who thinks he's a hero. Izawa. But that's what the hero course is for. Shy. Please, true heroes don't exist anymore, and those who haven't yet been corrupted by money or women end up dying for their ideals. Now we'll see if this student hero is a true hero or not. Then Izuku opened the door. Izuku. Good morning, sensei, why have I met you here? Shy. Let's get straight to the point, Izuku Midoriya, it's suspected that you saw something that wasn't your business. Izuku. What did he mean by this? Pulls out the USB drive. Let me tell you, what I saw here was not to my liking at all. Shy. Let's do this. You give us that, in exchange for your silence, we'll give you whatever. Izuku. I'll give them to you only if you tell us what you're really hiding from the world. Shy. You know that's never going to happen. Izuku. Then forget that I gave this to him and tell him not to say anything. Almight. Midoriya, please don't do that. You saw the videos, you know what they're capable of, just to keep this a secret. Izuku. Almight is listening. They're covering up for a bunch of murderers, mobsters and other crap, and for what purpose? More power, more money. Izuku. Where did morality, justice and truth go? But not only that, they're just a bunch of bastards who do shady business, extort innocent people, kill for their own benefit, and even experiment on people who have nothing to do with their crap. Izuku. In my eyes, you are nothing more than monsters disguised as humans and heroes, but all that will end once I make public all the information on this USB drive. There was some applause. The cause of that was the leader of the heroes. Shy. Wow, I have to admit you gave a good speech. It's good that heroes like you still exist, but not for long. Grabs the microphone and turns it on. Shy. Attention all students and teachers, I am the president of the Hero Association. I am here to inform you that Izuku Midoriya has been infiltrated by the League of Villains. He now possesses a USB drive containing valuable information for the heroes, and he plans to deliver it to the villains. Shy. They're allowed to attack to kill, and whoever brings us that USB drive will get good recommendations from me in the future. Izuku. This isn't going to stay like this, I promise you. Izuku destroyed the door and ran out using his quirk, but his path was blocked by a wall of ice. Shoto. Go somewhere other than your grave. Izuku. Because it doesn't surprise me, coming from you, I bet everyone was already on their way. Shoto. No, this is easier, you want it. Izuku. They're deceiving everyone, they're the real villains here. Shoto. You sound like a total villain. Then all the students and heroes arrive, surrounding Izuku against the ice wall behind him. Izuku. Well, if this is how it's going to be. Activates his power to 50. Izuku. So be it. Izuku charged at them all, fighting with abandon. Although his quirk was blocked by Izawa, this didn't stop him and he continued fighting hand to hand. However, this didn't prevent him from taking damage. From behind him, Momo came to cut him with a katana she had created, but he reacted quickly and kicked her to the side. He grabbed the katana and drew his own blade, then took cover behind the ice. Izuku. Come on, you useless idiots, can't you handle me, you damned brats. Akugu. Shut up, you damn nerd. Akugu launched an explosion, but Izuku dodged it, causing the blast to destroy the ice wall. He then made sure of one thing. He threw his katana at Izawa's leg, preventing him from avoiding another quirk block. Izuku took advantage of the destroyed wall and escaped. Izuku escaped again, fleeing UA, but that didn't stop him from feeling weak. Looking at his body, he saw it was badly damaged and an ice stake was piercing him. He decided to stop in an alley to rest. He took out the USB drive and suddenly an idea came to him. Where to hide it? With his knife, he slashed his pants and made a deep cut. Then he inserted the USB drive into the cut on his leg. Afterward, he tore off part of the sleeve of his suit and tied it around his leg. Izuku. I hope this works. Now, where can I go? I'm sure I'll be all over the news, talking about my supposed betrayal. I know where I'm going to hide. Izuku reactivated his quirk and began running across the rooftops, but he was somewhat limited by his injuries, causing him to tire easily. However, by not stopping, he caused more blood to flow from his wounds, leading to further blood loss. Finally, he reached. Izuku. It's been so long and you still bring back fond memories. Takes out his phone one last time. Izuku started dialing Esdeath's number. It began to ring, 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 ring. We're sorry, but the number you have called is not available at this time. Please leave a message. Izuku. Sighs. Hello Esdeath, I'm sorry for bothering you when you're so busy. I was just calling to apologize this time. I'm sorry for what I said to you then, sorry for not believing you. I finally found out, but I think it was too late. Now I don't know if I'll make it out alive. I was just calling to say goodbye and to let you know I still love you. Gunshot sound Izuku falls to the ground, but he doesn't cut off the message, so he hides it. He sees that he has a bullet wound that goes through his stomach. When he turns around, he sees several agents, heroes, and the president with a revolver in hand, smoke coming out of her mouth. Izuku. How did you know about this place? I was supposed to be the only one who knew about it. Shy. For 2 reasons. Your trail of blood you left behind. Well, we've had you under surveillance since you started dating General Esdeath. We know the level of power that woman has. Letting her have a relationship with what was supposed to be our weapon. Izuku. What do you mean, his weapon? Shy. Do you really think they gave you that quirk just for your courage or sense of justice? Hahaha, of course we didn't need a quirkless vessel, but we ran out, so we saw you and told Almight to give it to you, since you'd be easy to manipulate, and that's exactly what happened. You fell right into our trap. Izuku. Then I. Shy. You really thought you were someone special, that you could make a difference, that you'd come up with that stupid cliché that the weak always rise above it? Please, this is the real world, kid. It's time you woke up. You were never part of this. You're just insignificant in our eyes. Once you're done with AFO, you'll be killed right there, and we'll just say he died sacrificing himself for the greater good. Shy. And people would have believed it, they're easy to manipulate and you're proof of that, but since you're no longer useful to us snaps fingers you know what to do. Izuku. Angry you are nothing but disgusting monsters. What is your purpose in doing this? Money, power. But of one thing I am certain. I am coming from hell itself to kill all of you and show the people the true nature of heroes. I will be your executioner, your judge, your jury, your karma. I will be the hatred and vengeance of all those poor innocent souls you killed without any remorse. Do you hear me, you bastards? Almight approaches them and gets down to Izuku's level. Almight. I hope you'll forgive me, young Midoriya. I truly didn't mean for this to happen. Izuku. Now take your words, take your damn power with you, I'd rather die like a human than die like a damn weapon. Almight cut off a piece of his hair, put it in a bag, and stored it away. Shy. Last words, hero. Izuku. Go to hell itself, but. He couldn't finish his sentence because a bullet pierced his chest. Shy. Alright, job done, let's go. Nezu. You're going to leave the body here. Shy. There are animals looking for food, it would be a sin to take food away from a poor animal, let's go. They all left, leaving Izuku's body there. Elsewhere. You have a new message from Izuku, do you want me to read it to you? Esdeath. No, send it to the mailbox, TKS. What does this kid want now? I can't even have some peace and quiet on my vacation. Now we see Esdeath coming out of the bathroom. She was in Japan on vacation, at the request of her squad. She couldn't refuse since they had bought her a ticket for the trip, so she accepted, but not before scolding them. However, since this morning she hasn't stopped receiving calls from Izuku, which annoyed her and caused her to hang up without even reading the messages. Esdeath. I'd better go out and distract myself a bit. Esdeath, without thinking, went to get dressed to go out, grabbed her phone, took her hotel keys, and left. Now we can see her in the city. She was in a restaurant eating something, and she could see that the police patrols were somewhat agitated. Esdeath. I wonder what's going on, why they're so upset. Then the TV and restaurant programming is changed to a news broadcast. Reporter. Breaking news. Today at 10:50 a.m., the principal of the renowned UA High School and the president of the Hero Association discovered a traitor within the school's facilities. This traitor is Izuku Midoriya, also known as the UA traitor. He was caught stealing a USB drive containing sensitive hero information to give to the League of Villains. But the League of Villains. Shigaraki. Hey, what the hell, it wasn't us this time. Returning. Reporter. We have also been provided with a video of him with a USB drive and a voice recording made in the director's office in which he explains how he would reveal all the information. Here they are. In the video, we can see Izuku holding the envelope and then taking it to his room. Now they play the audio recording, but it's cut short. In the recording. But all that will end once I make public all the information on this USB drive. Reporter. For now, this is all we have. The traitor has just been executed by the heroes, with the president's permission. This is all we know so far. Please stay tuned for further information. Thus the news program ended up abandoning the original programming. Esdeath couldn't believe it. Had she heard wrong? Izuku had just betrayed everything he'd fought so hard for, even sacrificed so much to become a hero. No, something was wrong. Izuku would never do that. But then she remembered they'd said he'd been killed. That brought tears to her eyes. She didn't know where to find his body, but then she remembered something. Flashback. Izuku. I want you to know this. If something happens to me, you won't be there to help me. I want you to go to the place where we first met. End of flashback. Esdeath left the money on the table and left the restaurant, heading into the woods. She took out her phone and started dialing a number. Hello Miss Esdeath, how are you doing in your? Esdeath. Aiko, this is urgent. I want you to trace my call, follow my location. I'm going to stop in a forest and you're going to come for me. Also, bring the rehabilitation capsule along with medical instruments right now. Esdeath ended the call and began using her quirk, making it easier for her to reach the forest. She started heading towards the location, and the deeper she went, the more traces of blood she saw. Finally, she arrived and saw Izuku's body lying there. Esdeath izuku. She approached the car and carefully placed him in her arms. She took his blood pressure and could feel that he was still alive, but he was weak. Esdeath. Don't worry, Izuku, I'm here now. Please stay with me, listen to my voice. Time skips. Now we can see Izuku in a capsule filled with water while he had a tube in his mouth. We could see that his wounds were stitched up. We could see that they were on a plane. There was Esdeath watching him along with her squad, which consisted of women and one man. This is going to be the typical protagonist. He's going to be like Issei, you know, the one who thinks he's a hero, but isn't. He thinks he's macho because he has a harem, the typical protagonist who is assigned to a group only of women, you know what I mean. She was staring intently at the capsule, but a member of her team approached her. Lady Esdeath, we're almost at the base, and this is what we found on the body of the one called Izuku. His phone, which apparently was still recording when he was attacked in the forest until it turned off, but the message was sent to his phone, and we also found a USB drive inside his leg. I think he did that as a desperate measure to avoid being found. Esdeath. Thank you very much. When we arrive, we'll see what's in the messages and on the USB drive. For now, go and rest. Elsewhere. Where am I? What is this place? Why is it all dark? Am I already dead? The one saying all that was Izuku, who was floating in a completely dark place. You're not dead yet, it's not your time to die yet, not until I decide if it's your time or not. Izuku? Who said that? Where am I? We're inside your head, turn around, kid. Izuku did as instructed, and when he turned around he could see eyes staring at him from the darkness. Chapter 1 It's time to act. Note. All the characters I'm going to use will be of legal age, even if their appearance doesn't look believable, they are all of legal age here. Narrator. Now we can see Esdeath's face. She was staring intently at the capsule where Izuku was. Since they arrived, she hasn't taken her eyes off it or moved. She has remained fixed. My lady, everything is ready so we can see what's on the USB drive and in the phone messages. Esdeath. Thank you so much for the heads up, Aiko. The two left, walking through a few hallways until they reached a door. Inside the room, they saw several women and a man waiting for them. Esdeath. I'm here. They're all ready to see what's on the USB. I also apologize, Sayori, for blowing up the ship during your break. That goes for everyone else too. Sayori. No, it's not a problem, boss. You know very well how much I love piloting my ship. Well, whatever happened to our guest, he certainly suffered serious injuries, and I thought Hayako was the only one here who got hurt. Hayako Kanako, I already told you I didn't do it on purpose. Kanako. I know, but sometimes I feel like you do it on purpose, like you hurt yourself just to see me, Hayako. Hayako just blushed and turned to look at another one, making Kanako giggle. Hey, Kanako, don't try to flirt with Hayako, we're here, don't forget that. Kanako. Oh Tiger, I was just playing, you know how I am with Hayako. Tiger. I imagine you were playing too when you were groping him. Tiger. Anyway, Leon, you know what upset the boss. Leon. To be honest, I don't know either, but the boss isn't one to get so upset, something must have happened. Whatever it is, I just hope it was important. I was just starting to enjoy my vacation, and now I have to go back to them. Leon. Calm down, Aoi. I don't know how a dwarf can be so angry. Aoi. Here in flames, dwarf, you exhibitionist bore. Just as the two were about to start fighting, a whip cracked, startling them both. Very well, you two, calm down. Thanks for calming them down, Rin. I didn't want my head to hurt so early. Rin. You're welcome, I'm not in the mood to listen to arguments either. Rin. By the way, now, how are your improvements going? Now. So far everything is going well, thanks for the improvements. Urmika. Hey Kanako, why aren't you wearing your outfits, and why are you wearing that school uniform? Anoka. When they called us, I was trying on my old suit, but since I didn't have time, I just put on my prosthetic legs, my mask, and my weapons. This is what she looks like without a mask. Hanako. Hey Kay, how were you enjoying your vacation? Kay. Well, quite boring to be honest, I was just waiting for it to end so I could be back on duty. Esdeath's squad consisted of 11 women, including herself, and 1 man in her group. Esdeath clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention to her. Esdeath. It's good that you're all here, including Hayako. Aiko, go with your sister Aoi. Now, from here, I'll give all the information. Aiko did as Esdeath asked and went to sit where her almost twin sister was sitting. Esdeath. Everyone else, please sit down and pay attention to everything because I'm not going to repeat myself, is that clear? All? Yes. Everyone went to sit down and a screen lit up, showing the 4 folders on the USB drive. They placed the first folder, and after a few hours everyone saw the horrors contained within. The Hero Association was doing all of this behind everyone's backs. Who else knew about it, and how did that boy obtain this information? These were the questions the others asked themselves, except for Esdeath, who simply kept her head down. Hanako. I can't believe it, they really did all that. Leon. Those bastards, they're nothing but wretches. Rin. Now that I see it this way, it's better to be a soldier than a hero. Hayako. This isn't going to stay like this, everyone needs to know this, those bastards can't get away with this. Aiko. Please let's calm down, there's still more to come. Apparently, the boy sent some messages to our boss and we might have more information. Everyone was surprised by that. That guy had Esdeath's number. If that was the case, then he was more than just friends with their general, which made Hayako a little jealous, since he didn't even have the number of one of his comrades, but this guy had the number of his general. Esdeath. Your questions will be answered. At the end of all this, Aiko will post the messages. Aiko did as asked, posting all the messages. Everyone realized that what Esdeath had with that boy was more than just an acquaintance. Some even dared to say they were more than friends because of the way he spoke to her. Until they all got to the last message, where they all realized that the boy was in a relationship with Esdeath, but that was a long time ago. Throughout all of this, Esdeath remained silent. It was a silence that could literally freeze you. The more she listened to the last message, the more she clenched her fists in helplessness. She could have helped him, but her pride was stronger. Just as Izuku was about to finish confessing, a gunshot rang out, accompanied by a scream, startling everyone. Then they heard a woman's voice. Now. Wait, that's not the voice of Tiger. It's the voice of the president of the heroes, always attacking with her sword, you damned coward. They heard how he was insulted and told that he was just another tool, that he was weak, a defective weapon, someone replaceable, that he would never be a hero or a symbol of hope. This won't stay like this, you hear me? I plan to return. I will be your executioner, your judge, your jury, your verdict. I will be reborn from the vengeance of all those who tortured and unjustly killed me. Last words, hero. I hope you go to the same inn. Then another gunshot is heard, followed by silence. The video ends there. Leon. So that's why the boy was so hurt, they tried to silence him. Hanako. Yes, but there's something I don't understand. How did he survive? His injuries should have killed him, but he was still fighting to live. Esdeath. Izuku isn't someone easy to kill. He always manages to survive. That was one of the reasons I fell in love with him. Hayako. Wait, how come you were a couple and why didn't you ever tell us? Esdeath. Because it was a secret relationship and one day we met when I was still a teenager and he was a child. We met in a forest, the same one where I found him lying down. He and I truly loved each other. K. If they loved each other so much, why did they separate? Esdeath. We had a difference in ideology. He believed in heroes and I didn't. I knew the heroes were hiding something, just like this government. This confirmed it for me. Now not only will the Japanese government be a problem for us, but the heroes will be too. Hayako. And why don't we just publish what's on the USB drive and the messages, case closed. Esdeath. No, that wouldn't be enough. I want revenge for what they did to Izuku. I intend to destroy them inside and out. Aoi. But what will happen with the government? They've got their eye on us. What are we going to do? Esdeath. It's easy. I plan to destroy them at the same time as the Hero Society. Both powers will fall. Hanoka. I like the sound of that, I'm in, boss. Leon. Well, I always wanted revenge on the heroes. What do you say, Tiger? Tiger. Wherever you go, sister, I'll be there, count me in. K. Well, you're going to need your professional sniper, so put me on the list too. Aiko. Boss, I'm coming with you too. Aoi. My sister and I trust you completely, General. Tell us what to do and we'll be ready. Hanako. I'm in too, they're going to need a highly skilled nurse like me. Sayori. Count on me too, Lightning and I will be at your service, my lady. Rin. Destroying 2 powers at the same time sounds fun, I'm in. Now. I've seen how shady heroes can be too. It's time to make a difference. I'm in. Hayako. Hey, can anyone hear us? We all know we're going to be dealing with some incredibly powerful people. If we already had trouble keeping the government from suspecting us, now it's going to be even harder with the heroes on our tail. And all because the general's ex-boyfriend got put in a coma for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. The whole place fell into a deep silence, everyone started sweating from fear, while Esdeath just stood firm staring at him. Esdeath approached him, the difference in height was noticeable. Esdeath. So Hayako, could you repeat the last part for me? I didn't hear you properly. Hayako was about to say it again, but she felt like an icy blade was pressed against her neck. Esdeath. Listen carefully, Hayako, because I'm not going to repeat myself. Izuku is and always will be someone very special in my heart. From the moment I saw him, I saw an angel descended from heaven. Actually, I didn't choose Izuku as my partner. He chose me. If we broke up, it was because Izuku was blinded by his dreams, and I don't blame him. I was blinded by my own dreams too. Esdeath. Izuku is like a temple to me, and temples are to be respected. Besides, he was only doing the right thing. And those bastards dared to touch what's mine, and no one lives to tell the tale. So I don't just intend to expose them to the world, I'm going to destroy them completely. I'm going to make them kill each other. Esdeath. True heroes like Izuku don't exist anymore. The Hero Association made sure to kill them all, so no hero will be safe from us. Esdeath. So tell me one thing, Hayako, are you on our side or against us? All the girls stood behind Esdeath, staring intently at them. Hayako. Okay, I'm on your side, I'm just worried you might get hurt. Esdeath. Take care of yourself. Everyone here knows how to take care of themselves, and they know that nothing lasts forever. Esdeath removed the dagger from her neck and left the room. Hayako. You know the mess we'll get ourselves into if we do this. Leon. Of course, yes. Hayako. Then why did they accept without hesitation? We don't even know the guy. Hanoka. No, we don't know him, but we owe Esdeath a great debt for everything she's done for us throughout the ages. Wherever she goes, we'll go too. Aoi. We owe her so much for everything she did for us to keep us from ending up in shady places. Esdeath is the only person who makes a difference to us, and we'll be there to help her. K. I notice you're getting scared, Hayako. At first, you wanted to reveal everything to be the hero, but now that we want to destroy the heroes and the government even more, I see your fear levels increasing. Leon. Tell me one thing, Hayako, what was your reason for joining this group? Was it for Esdeath's ideals, just to be surrounded by women, or to find your parents' killer? Hayako. Nervous no, I joined because I think Esdeath's ideals are right. Come on, girls, you know me. I'm not that kind of man. Sure, I had my slip-ups, but they were just accidents or mere coincidences of life. Tiger. Girls, it's best we leave it here, we have to help Esdeath with her plan. Hanoka. The kitten is right, we're wasting our time for nothing, let's go. All the girls left the room, leaving only Hayako. Hayako. Damn, that was close, but damn it, how can I not think about them, they dress so attractively, but now that this guy came here, it's going to be difficult. Hayako. But it doesn't matter, the girls are going to be in my harem one way or another. I've been studying them, spying on them, stalking them all this time. But the one who's going to be the hardest to get into my harem is going to be Esdeath. But it doesn't matter, I'm going to prove to her that I'm a better candidate to be her partner. Besides, the tests they did on her said she's quirkless. Hayako. I've already won this, I just have to make Esdeath forget about him and only think about me. Returning to Esdeath and the others. Esdeath. This is the plan. If we want to destroy the heroes from within, I'll have to join them. More specifically, I'm going to become one of the teachers at UA. Aoi. Boss, are you sure about that, since you have a great dislike for them? Esdeath. I know that already, but if you want to achieve something, you have to make sacrifices. The president of the heroes knew that Izuku was on a mission with me. She's probably already told the other heroes. Sayori. And what will it be so they don't suspect you? Esdeath. Easy, I'll convince them that my squad and I will provide them with protection in case of a villain attack, and to get them to accept I'll just tell them how hurt I was that Izuku was a TR. Hanako. Boss, you're not going to finish the sentence. Esdeath. I'm sorry, but the fallacy is so blatant that my whole body refuses to say it, but getting to the point, we're going to tell you that we came to provide you with protection and security in case the information has been leaked. Aiko. But what if the president asks about that? It would only raise more suspicions. Esdeath. Easy, I'll simply tell them that I want to give the heroes a chance, let's see if they can change my opinion of them. Tiger. Okay, and what will our positions be? Esdeath. Hey Akko, since you're the nurse, I need you to take care of Izuku and let me know if he's woken up yet or how his recovery is going. Hey Akko. Don't worry, he'll be in good hands. Esdeath. Sayori, you will be my transport. Leon, Tiger, you will be my right-hand man. The three of them. Understood, boss. Esdeath. As for the others, I want them to be my informants. I want all the information on the heroes and students at UA. When I say all the information, I mean all of it. Understood. The others? Yes, my general. Esdeath. That's all for now. The plan will be executed tomorrow morning. The others can go rest. One more thing, now, Hinako, I want you three to stay here. I want to tell you something. The others went to get ready, leaving only the four of them. Takes up some general. Esdeath. I want the three of you to keep an eye on Hayako. Now. Can you tell me, because it's strange since you treat us like family? Esdeath. Given what Hayako said in the room, an alert signal was triggered in me, and I don't tend to ignore these warnings my body gives me. I want you to keep a close eye on Hayako at all times and report anything suspicious to me. Hanoka. Don't worry, boss. We'll be keeping an eye on Hayako at all times. If you have suspicions about him, then we'll have suspicions about him too. You will be notified of any suspicious movements Hayako makes, don't worry about that. Now. We won't let you down, boss. Count on us. We won't let you down. Esdeath. Of course they won't. I trained them myself to be the best at everything. But behind the door they were overheard by Rumika, who took out her phone, saw a picture of Hayako, and marked it with an X. Time skips. It was 12:30 in the afternoon, everything seemed normal, but now we could see a black object flying through the sky. This craft was flying below the clouds. Sayori. We're almost there, how are they back there? Esdeath. We're fine, Leon, Tiger, I want you to be ready. Tiger. Don't worry about us, boss, we'll be fine. We'd better make sure the plan goes perfectly. Sayori. Very well, we've arrived. Please fasten your seatbelts. The ship began to descend towards the entrance of the UA. Some students who were coming and going moved aside to avoid being crushed. The ship extended its legs, touching the ground, then the rear hatch opened, lowering all four legs, leaving the male students mesmerized. Sayori. Oh, how embarrassing that so many people are staring at me. Leon, how do you manage not to get so nervous? Leon. Well, let's just say if you have a shitty childhood, a lot of things stop worrying you. Tiger. That's why you always wear that outfit, because you don't care if people look at you lewdly, but that wouldn't give a bad impression of you. Leon. I don't care, besides, I doubt these kids or the men at headquarters can do anything, and if they do, my sword will be the last thing they see. Esdeath. Memories can wait, it's better to go in and finish this once and for all. Sayori, are you sure about leaving your ship here? Sayori. Don't worry, boss, I doubt anyone can move her. So the four of them entered the building. The stares were even more intense, but they didn't care. Tiger and Leon, because none of them were worthy of being with them. Sayori, she hadn't found the right man for her and knew she wouldn't find him at this school. As for Esdeath, well, she only had one man in her heart, and that was Izuku. Then they arrive at the director's office. Esdeath. Okay, girls, we've arrived at the office of the rat who runs the whole school full of incompetence. Sayori. Hey boss, how do you know where the principal's office is at this school? Esdeath. Well, when I was with Izuku, let's just say I monitored him to see what he was doing and where he was going. Tiger. Don't you think that was a bit of an exaggeration? Leon. Coming from the boss, it's the most normal thing for her. Esdeath. Don't blame me. Izuku was someone who met beauty standards. Of course there were women who wanted to take him from me, and besides, I was only protecting what was mine. Esdeath tried to open the door, but saw that it was locked, so she decided to freeze the door. Esdeath. Sayori, do me the honors. Sayori. Of course, boss, I just hope I'm not too rusty. Sayori approached the door, extended her fist, and with just a little force the door was destroyed into several pieces. Sayori. I still have my touch. So the four of them entered, seeing that everyone was there. The teachers, the top 10, the principal, and the president. They were all in attack positions. Esdeath. It seems everyone's here, that's good, it saves us the trouble of explaining. Shay. What the heck, I didn't expect to see you here, Esdeath. Esdeath. What can I say, I work like a god, but anyway, what I came here to say was that I heard my ex was well, you know what I mean. Endeavor. I didn't know you were hanging out with that traitor. Maybe you're with him too. Esdeath. Everyone here knows me, right? You should know that my team and I don't like betrayals, and that they must be paid for with a traitor's death. Esdeath. We want to offer you protection in case the information has already been given to the villains. Shay. That's strange coming from you. What are you plotting, Esdeath? You've never liked heroes. Esdeath. That's easy. I want to see if they're not as bad as I think. Besides, just think of the image we would project. The great General Esdeath and her great team joining forces to destroy the villains. That would raise the popularity of UA and the heroes, seeing that they made General Esdeath, a woman who has never changed her ideals or her way of thinking, change her mind about the heroes. Nezu. She's right about that, we should accept. Shay. Okay, but where's the challenge for your squad? Esdeath. They stayed behind to guard the base. I plan to bring them all back when they accept my proposal. Shay. From what I heard, there's a man in your group whose name you mentioned. Esdeath. Her name is Hayako, why do you ask that? Shay. Not for nothing I think we found our new weapon. Let's see how long it takes that boy to give in to us. Shay. Okay, we accept your proposal that you be the guardians of UA. Please bring your entire squad tomorrow so we can give them everything they need to know. Esdeath. I'm glad to hear it. I feel like we're going to achieve a lot together. For now, we have to go. Let's go tell my squad this news. Let's go, girls. Sayori. Sorry for breaking the door, it wasn't opening properly. Have a good afternoon. And so the four of them left the room. Tiger. Wow, that was easy. Leon. I thought it would be harder to convince them. Esdeath. When you've been in this job so long, you can manipulate people with what they desire most. Now we have to break the news to the others. So the four of them left the UA and saw a small group looking at their ship. Sayori. Hey, stay away from my baby. I don't want your dirty germs on him. The small group turned to look at them and some blushed at how beautiful they were. Ida. Excuse us, but this thing isn't allowed here. Besides, this isn't a place to land. Sayori. Thing you just called my baby a thing. Who do you think you are? Sayori, I grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him up. Sayori. You call my baby a thing again? I promise I'll make you suffer. Ida. Nervous okay, I won't do it again, but please don't make me. Sayori, just making him fall onto his back, but then a scream was heard. When they turned around, they saw Mineta with a scratch on his face from Tiger, who looked angry, and Leon was standing with her sword drawn. Tiger. You come near my sister again with those intentions, and I'll cut you to pieces, you hear me, you damn pervert. Leon. It wasn't necessary, I could have taken care of it myself. Tiger. I already told you no, even if you can, I'll always be there for my sister, in any problem. Esdeath. Enough already. These are the heroes of today, and they're a complete disappointment. Akugu. Who do you think you are, you damn? Akugu couldn't finish because he received such a hard slap that it knocked him to the ground. Esdeath. Show me some respect, you filthy vermin. I am General Esdeath, and I have just as much power as the headmaster of this stupid academy. One word from me can ruin your future. Esdeath. Girls, let's go. We'll notify the director about this tomorrow. I don't have the time or patience to deal with trivial things. The four of them boarded the ship and left, but now Esdeath could be seen with a smile. Esdeath. Your days are numbered, heroes. The end of the heroes and this entire corrupt regime is coming. Now we can see Izuku floating in the same black void. Izuku. What are you doing in my mind? Who are you? One question at a time, child, but the only thing you need to know about me is that I am part of the creation of everything you know. Alright, this story will be divided into 2 arcs. This first arc I'm going to call The Fall of an Old Regime. This arc will have 10 chapters or more. In this arc, you won't see much of Izuku. It will only delve deeper into Esdeath and her team and how the heroes and the government crumbled. The second arc will be called The Rebirth. This arc will focus on Izuku and how he will create a new regime based on his new beliefs and ideals. Chapter 2, Next Step of the Plan, Sowing the Seed. Narrator. We can see Sayori's ship landing at the base. The rear hatch is opened and the four of them get out. Esdeath. Okay, the first step of the plan is done. Call the others to tell them the news. I'll do something. Leon. Understood, boss. Tiger, Sayori, you're coming with me. The 3 of them went to look for the others while Esdeath went another way, thinking about some things as she walked. Esdeath. I hope Izuku is alright. It was a miracle he's still alive, but something has been bothering me since he arrived. Something has kept me on my guard, but this instinct is protective. I always had this feeling when Izuku was in danger or someone wanted to attack him. Esdeath. But why is this triggering at my base? I don't think any of my girls would betray me. I know their loyalty to me, but when I get close to them, the feeling subsides, so it's not them. The only suspect is Hayako. I just hope Hinoka, K and now have found something suspicious. Esdeath. These suspicions started when I talked about my relationship with Izuku. I could see Hayako getting jealous, but that's because I already told her I only see him as a classmate and besides, my heart beats and will only ever beat for one person. Esdeath stopped thinking when she saw that she had arrived at the infirmary. She entered a few numbers and the door opened. There she could see Kanako, who was doing something on the computer, and next to her was Izuku inside the capsule. Kanako, hearing the door open, turned around and saw Esdeath entering. Kanako. Esdeath, it's so good to see you. Tell me, how did things go at that school? Esdeath. It went wonderfully. Sees the capsule and how is he? Any sign that he's waking up? Kanako. Not yet, even though his wounds have healed and his whole body is back to normal, he still hasn't woken up. Also, I've noticed a strange peculiarity in his body. Esdeath. What do you mean by that? Kanako. What I mean is a strange black substance that has appeared in his bones, but the weird thing is that it's not damaging anything, it's just there. I thought it was part of a quirk, but I quickly dismissed that idea since he's quirkless. Esdeath. What else have I found out? Kanako. For now, that's all. Whenever I try to take a sample, the matter dies the instant it leaves the body and spreads even more, so I'm investigating with what I know for the time being. Esdeath. Thank you for the news. Approaches the capsule. Kanako. You know, you weren't the only one who came to see him. Esdeath. Oh no, who came before me? Kanako. Well, Hayako came, I noticed he seemed a bit serious, he asked me some things about the boy. Esdeath. About what kind of questions? Kanako. I wonder if he really was quirkless, or if he had a family, personal questions, I even wonder if I knew if they were really a couple. Esdeath. And what did you say to him? Kanako. I told her that those questions cannot be answered, as all that information is confidential. Esdeath. I'll talk to him about that later. Esdeath returns her gaze and places her hand on the glass. Kanako. You know, Esdeath, you remind me of when I was young. I loved someone too, he was also quirkless, but despite his condition, fear never took hold of him. But there were 2 times when it did, like when he confessed his feelings to me. The poor thing was a bundle of nerves. Kanako. And the second time was when a terrorist group attacked the base. He was afraid not of dying, but that something would happen to me, so he decided to sacrifice himself so I could escape. That's when you came into the picture. Esdeath. I still blame myself for not arriving sooner. You would be with your husband helping you, maybe even having your 3rd child. Kanako. I never blamed you for that, you have no reason to blame yourself. Besides, he died loving me. And I'm not about to date anyone anymore. I'm 35, I'm kind of old, and the ones who want to go out with me are just young pubescent kids who only want action. Hayako is a perfect example of that. You know, I want someone mature who wants something serious, but also fun, without resorting to so much stupidity. Esdeath. Come on, don't say that. You're still beautiful. I know that's all young people think about these days, but not all of them, like Izuku, for example. The first time we met, he found me naked in a lake. Instead of doing something perverted, he covered his eyes and blushed deeply, and he kept apologizing. I thought that was kind of cute. Kanako. Wow, I'd love to find someone like that someday. Esdeath. What do you think of this? When all this is over, I'll let you be Izuku's concubine. Kanako was surprised to hear that. Kanako. Esdeath, what are you saying? He's your partner, I can't do that. Besides, I don't know him and he doesn't know me. I don't want him to. Esdeath. Don't worry, I know what I'm talking about. Besides, every time we did it, Izuku always left me exhausted, but he wanted us to continue. You know, I could really use some help from a good friend like you. Kanako. But what if she doesn't want to? I mean, I'm an old woman in everyone's eyes. Esdeath. Don't worry about that. Izuku is attracted to women older than him, so he'd gladly accept you as his partner too. Kanako. Well, if you put it that way, then I gladly accept that offer, but have you told the others or just me? Esdeath. For now, I've only told you. I'm thinking about telling the others. Kanako. Don't you think the 2 of us would be more than enough? Esdeath. Don't get cocky, Kanako. I thought Izuku would be inexperienced, but boy, was I surprised. He has incredible skill with his hands. In just 5 minutes he'd have me climaxing with trembling legs. He knows exactly where to strike a woman, and he always had energy. No matter how much he climaxed, his energy would return. There were even times when I fainted from the intensity of his thrusts. Kanako, who was truly surprised that this boy would leave his boss in such a state, someone with great stamina and strength, if he could do this to her boss, what awaited her when he did it to her? Hayako could only blush. Kanako. Well, if you put it that way, I think we'll need a little more help, because when I did it with my girlfriend, I'd come after just a few seconds. Esdeath. We'll talk about that with the others, but once all this is over, or when Izuku wakes up, which I hope will be soon, I have a lot to talk to him about. Esdeath. Now come with me, the others are waiting for us. We need to talk about our next step, about the plan. So the two of them left and the door was closed behind them. Now we can see the rest of the girls in the living room. They were talking quietly. Kei was talking to Hayako, trying to get her to reveal why she went to the medical room while they were being discreetly watched by Nao and Hinoka. But then Esdeath arrives along with Kanako, everyone stops talking, gets up from their seats, stands up straight and gives a military salute. Esdeath. It's good that you're all here because each of you will have a vital role now. As you know, the first part is already done. Now comes the next step. Esdeath. Which will involve planting ideas of hatred towards their companions. We are going to plant false ideas in everyone about what their companions think of them. This part of the plan is called the seed of hatred. Rin. But how are we going to make sure that stays that way? They're going to find out sooner or later. Esdeath. Easy, just control them with a pretty face and tell them what they want to hear, and you've got them. Esdeath. But for it to work perfectly, we'll have to split up. Hinoka, Kei, Aiko, Aoi, Nao, Hayako, you, being the youngest in the group, will be in charge of looking after the students outside of class hours, meaning you'll be living with them. Esdeath. From what little time we had there, I could see that some students are easy to control, so it won't be too difficult for you. Hinoka, Kei, and Hayako, you will be with class 1A, while Aiko, Aoi, and Nao will be with class 1B. Meanwhile, Leon, Tiger, Rin, Rumika, and Sayori will be in charge of the facilities. Sayori will be responsible for keeping watch in the skies at certain times. Hayako. Boss, what about Kanako? You haven't told her what her part of the plan will be. Kanako. Don't worry about me, Hayako. I'll take care of myself here at the base, looking after Izuku. Hayako did not like that answer at all. Hayako. Don't you think you're worrying too much about him? I mean, he's fine now, why are we worrying? General, I know he was someone special to you, but don't you think you're taking this a bit too far? Maybe you never forgot him, but what if he did forget you and was already seeing someone else? Hayako. Isn't it better to forget him and find someone better, someone who truly values her for who she is? There's a saying that goes, if you love someone, let them go. Besides. Esdeath. Hayako, shut your bucking mouth already. Esdeath. What do you know about him or me? You know nothing. You always speak without knowing or act without knowing. It was because of your impertinence that you caused Hinoka and Kei to end up seriously injured and with prosthetics. Hinoka and Kei simply looked away, while Rumika glared at Hayako with hatred, but she did so discreetly. Esdeath. Besides, Izuku never looked for anyone else after me or showed interest in anyone. He always put his dreams above everyone else, to the point that he forgot he was human too. Esdeath. Besides, I loved and will continue to love Izuku until the end of time. That thing you just said is complete nonsense. If you love someone, don't let them go. Hold on to that person, show them how much you love them. So Hayako, you'd better shut up right now and let me finish the plan. Hayako simply remained silent, lowering her head in shame. Aiko. Boss, I also made a discovery, it turns out that's not the only USB drive, apparently there are 2 more, maybe with more information or with the same content. Esdeath. So the other 2 must be the UA director, but I'd venture to say the other one is Almight just because he's the #1 hero, but that's not out of the question either. Esdeath. But we'll also need help. We know all the government's dirty secrets, we know how to attack them, but with the heroes, it's a completely different case. We need someone who has been on the side of the heroes, who has seen the worst, their true colors, and who is also willing to help us. Aoi. There's a former heroine who's locked up in Tartarus, so they plan to put her to sleep forever, for security reasons. Now. Because a former heroine would be there. Aoi. She's accused of treason, but everyone here knows it's a complete lie. She was known as Lady Nagant, and she was accused of killing one of the leaders of the Hero Association. Tiger. Boss, maybe she can help us. Esdeath. Aoi, do you know when they plan to execute her? Aoi. They plan to do it next week in a place far from here. I think we should intercept them at the bridge leading out of the city. Esdeath. Okay, we'll do it, but Sayori, you'll have to use a different ship so they don't suspect anything, while the rest of us will use a different type of suit. Make sure you cover your tears and don't take them off for anything. Understood? Everyone. HAI. Esdeath. That's all for today, go and get your things ready for tomorrow. Time skips. We can see how Esdeath's entire team boarded the plane with their suitcases, but the only one who didn't board was Kanako. She was only there to say goodbye. Esdeath approaches her to say goodbye. Kanako. I wish you luck so the plan goes as expected. I'll also keep you updated if I find any more information about that dark matter inside Izuku. Esdeath. Thank you very much, Kanako. If there are any problems, you know what to do. The two finished saying their goodbyes, Esdeath boarded the ship and the hatch closed, the ship began to take off and headed towards UA. Esdeath. Very well, remember the plan very well, but if a student tries to get too clever with you, you have my permission to attack him in self-defense. Sayori. Boss, one question. Esdeath. What is your doubt, Sayori? Sayori. When we go on the extraction mission, what are we going to tell them about disappearing out of nowhere without warning? That will raise suspicions, especially when the director finds out that the police trucks where they had the traitor were attacked. That will only generate more suspicion. Esdeath. We're going to tell them our base was under attack and that a member of our group was there, so we went to rescue her. We're also going to use a different ship and our faces will be covered. Besides, everyone who's seen you on TV knows you're not one to switch ships. Sayori. That's right, I wouldn't trade Lightning for anything in the world, he's a special part of my life. After a few minutes the ship finally arrived, extended its legs and landed, the hatch was opened and all the girls got out. They saw that at the entrance of the UA, all the teachers and students of the UA were waiting for them there as a method of welcoming them. Esdeath. Very well, girls, you remember your part of the plan very well. Showing a sinister smile heroes, you have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy destroying you. You should never have touched my being of light. It's time to make you pay for your actions. Haha. Chapter 3 Choosing the Puppets. Narrator. We can see how Esdeath and her squad were in front of the gates of UA, outside all the teachers and students watching them, whispers could be heard from the students about how beautiful the girls were. Nezu. It's a pleasure to have you and your squad here at our facilities, General Esdeath. Esdeath. The pleasure is mutual. Some of you may know of us, but we'll introduce ourselves anyway. I am General Esdeath, leader of the Golden Guard, and this is my team. Leon. My name is Leon, I am second in command of this squadron. Tiger. Hi, I'm Tiger, I'm in charge of being the berserker. Sayori. Hi, I'm Sayori. I'm the one who pilots the ship you see behind you. You could say I'm the best. Rin. My name is Rin, I'm in charge of robotic upgrades, but I'm also an expert with a weapon in combat. Rumika. I am Rumika, in charge of tactical missions. Aiko. I'm Aiko, I'm in charge of computers, but I'm also excellent on the battlefield. Aoi. I'm Aoi, I'm Aiko's older sister. I'm also good with computers, but I prefer to be involved in the action rather than just watching from afar. Hinoka. I'm Hinoka, I specialize in firearms and bladed weapons. If you're wondering why I'm wearing this schoolgirl uniform, it's because I like wearing it. Now. Hi, I'm Now, I also base my work on hand-to-hand combat. Kei. I'm Kei, I'm the team's expert sniper. Hayako. Hello, I'm Hayako, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Nezu. It's a pleasure to meet you all, but I was told there were 13 of you, but I only see 12. Where's the last one? Esdeath. The last one missing is Kanako, she's our nurse, but she had to stay at the base because she had some important things to do. Nezu. And can we know what that was important? Esdeath. That's classified information. Nezu. Esdeath, don't you think it's better not to keep secrets now that we're going to work? Esdeath. Nezu, even though we're working together, don't think I'm going to tell you everything about us. Remember, we agreed to this for public benefit, so don't get too comfortable with us. Esdeath. One more thing, educate your students, because yesterday we received a very unpleasant welcome. Izawa, please let it not have been my class, please let it not be my class, please let it not be my class. Nezu. Can we find out who they were so we can punish them? Esdeath. He was an ash-haired boy, I don't remember his name, he wasn't anyone important. Akigugu. Do you think you're talking to him here, you damn fool? You're standing before the future number 1. Izawa, God give me patience because if you give me strength I'll strangle this kid to death. Esdeath. I suppose you still don't know who I am, do you, and the degree of power I have to screw up your career, do you? Akigugu. Dare to do it and you'll find out what I'm going to do to you and your. Akigugu couldn't finish because he was hit by Hayako, thus starting a fight, but the two were separated by their respective classmates. Izawa. Akigugu, control yourself once and for all. The woman in front of you could kill you and we won't be there to help you. Esdeath. Not only are you disrespecting me for the second time, but also my team. Who does this kid think he is? And you, Hayako, don't be so reckless. We shouldn't lower ourselves to their level. Hayako. Sorry, Esdeath. General, to you I am General Esdeath. Rumika. What heroes will come out of here? Wow, humanity should be very grateful to have such great heroes in the future. Nezu. Please, I sincerely apologize. I promise this will never happen again. Esdeath. What assures me that this won't happen again? Not only do they have a disrespectful brat, but also a perverted one who tried to take advantage of one of my squad members yesterday. Esdeath. And you still want me to leave part of my squad hanging around those kinds of people? Why don't we just turn around and I leave with my team? Nezu. I know we have some students who cast doubt on our reputation, but that's not necessary. We'll keep a close eye on them to ensure they don't do anything improper with their squad. We promise. Esdeath. TSK fine, you only have this one chance, but if your students screw up again, I'm ending this whole charade and leaving with my team. Is that clear? Nezu. Of course it's clear, we won't disappoint her. Hinoka. Whispering poor us, we're going to have to put up with them all the time. Now. Whispering tell me, have you chosen your puppet yet? The girls and I are already choosing them. Hinoka. Whispering let's just say I have someone who's going to be the lucky one to be my puppet. Now. Whispering I imagine he's the boy with temper problems. Hinoka. Whispering that's right, he's easier to manipulate. Just say the word quickly in one sentence and you'll have him on his knees. Now. Whispering okay, I'll tell the others that you already have your puppet. Esdeath. Are you going to show us your facilities or are you going to leave us stranded here? Nezu. Of course, please come with me. Nezu. Azawa, please take your class to the classroom and talk to them. That goes for everyone else too. All the teachers took their students to their respective classrooms while Nezu showed Esdeath and her group around the UA facilities. Nezu. Very well, as you can see, here we care about the well-being of our students. We not only allow people with quirks to enter, but also quirkless people, so that when they graduate from here they have a great future. Esdeath. Wow, that's quite noble of you to give a chance to people who weren't born with a quirk. And tell me, what do you know about the recent case of the traitor? It was because of all that we formed this alliance. Nezu. So far, nothing is known. The information about the theft is still unknown. I'm sorry your ex turned out to be a traitor. Esdeath. With a vein throbbing on her forehead it's such a shame, I truly loved him and I still love him whether he's a villain or not, you damn sour rat, I hope you die soon. Rin. I have a question, how is the training of your students to become hero candidates classified here? Nezu. How so? Rin. That is, hand-to-hand combat training, tactical mission simulations, weapons handling control, and also seeing how mentally stable they are in making difficult decisions. Nezu. Excuse us, but we don't have any of that. This school is based on training and complete control of the quirk, and we also teach them what a hero should and shouldn't do. Uraraka. So how do they expect to face the world if they aren't even taught about the disadvantages of being a hero? At least teach them not to be so dependent on their quirks. There will come a time when they might fail them. Leon. Besides, there are times when they will have to make difficult decisions. What happens if they have to make a decision of that magnitude and they are not mentally prepared? Nezu. Ladies, I understand your frustration, but we don't. We like to push our students. We want them to feel safe here, like a second home. Tiger. That's the problem. If they keep being held by the hand, they'll never learn. They'll think the life of a hero is all sunshine and rainbows, and it's not. Sometimes they even have to take lives. Nezu. Miss Tiger, a hero has no right to take lives, that's what you're here for, right? Esdeath. Nezu, as well as you and I know, that's a big lie. All heroes' hands are stained with innocent blood, and you know it well. So don't say that a hero can't take a life, because it's a lie. Nezu. What do you plan to do about it, Esdeath? Esdeath. My team and I aren't going to do anything, but I want you to tell me something. Is it true that there's more than one USB drive that reveals the truth about the heroes? Nezu. How do you know that? That information is classified. Esdeath. You know, Nezu, you're not the only one with methods for accessing all the information. I know there's more than one USB drive. I imagine you have one, and the teachers of class 3A and 3B also have one, but one of them lost theirs, the missing USB drive. I'd even venture to say that Almight has one too. Nezu. That's correct, but what else do you know about this case? Esdeath. For now, that's all I know, but it's a shame that Izuku decided to betray what he fought so hard for. Tell me what else you know about him. Nezu. Well, it seems his body disappeared from where we left it, but when we returned, we saw it wasn't there. We thought an animal had eaten him, but there wasn't a trace of his body. However, we saw some footprints that didn't match his. We have to conclude that someone came for him. Esdeath. It was definitely the League of Villains who came for him. Seeing that he could still be of use to them, they decided to take him. Nezu. Well now, your team will be divided like this. Esdeath. I can't let you speak there. My team and I have already decided how we're going to divide up. Aiko and Aoi will be with the students from class 3B, while Hinoka, Nao, Kei and Hayako will be with the students from class 3A. Nezu. Doesn't believe they are in an odd number. Esdeath. Don't doubt my decision. If I do it, it's for a reason. They'll be with their students all the time. Since they're the youngest in the group, they'll get along well with their students. But if their students get too clever with my girls, those responsible will be killed. Nezu. The message is clear, the teachers will keep their students under control, but what will you do? Esdeath. Well, Sayori will be in charge of monitoring the area from the air with her plane, while Leon, Tiger, Rumika, and I will be in charge of watching from the ground. Leon and Tiger will keep watch from the outside, checking for intruders, since they, being part animal, have enhanced senses and will be able to detect an intruder easily. Esdeath. While Rumika and I will take care of the facilities from the inside. Nezu. Well, it seems you all had this plan before you got here. Leon. We like to be a little cautious. You never know what awaits you out there. Nezu. Alright then, come with me so I can take you to classes 3A and 3B. Both classes are in a competition training session. Rumika. We can clearly see how these young feet stand out. Tiger. Phew, this is going to be so boring. If I wanted to see pre-adults fighting like 5-year-olds, I should have just stayed home watching Discovery Kids. They were all guided by Nezu. Upon arriving, they saw a combat arena. On each side were the students of both classes with their respective teachers. Before they began, Nezu called everyone's attention. Nezu. Good afternoon, dear students and teachers. As you know, General Esdeath will be with us until things calm down. For now, they will be here to help us. Nezu. General Esdeath and her team asked me to bring you here to see what the Almost Heroes are like. Remember that Izuku's former classmates are already nearing the end of their UA studies. I plan to spill the beans on their graduation day. Nezu, Esdeath, and their team went to sit in the stands nearby. Izawa. Alright students, give it your all, show him what kind of heroes you are. Lad. The same goes for you, give it your all. Thus, the training began by demonstrating that classes 3A and 3B had good control over their quirks, but in combat, it became clear that they were not well trained in that area, causing Esdeath and her team to become bored. In the stands. Hanoka. God, when is this going to end? I'm getting bored. Aoi. Her attacks are too predictable, and they are also somewhat slow and repetitive. It's easy to learn her attack pattern. Tiger. Besides the fact that some aren't experts in hand-to-hand combat, like those with quirks that aren't for combat, they'll die easily if they don't learn a martial art. Or, those who do practice a martial art clearly still have a long way to go. Their punches and kicks are easy to spot. Leon. This is supposed to be the best academy, the one that produced great heroes, so I don't know what's more pathetic. The heroes who are going to graduate or who already have, or the villains who haven't been able to defeat them. Sayori. You could say that both sides are rather pathetic. Nezu, only beads of sweat appeared from embarrassment upon realizing that future heroes are still weak in some areas. The training matches had ended in a draw between Kirishima and Tessatetsu, and now all the students were waiting to see what the girls would say. Enki. Ha, I'm sure I impressed them with my moves. Mineta. What are you talking about? They were surely captivated by my presence. Jiru. You two shut up already, it's incredible that you're still thinking about that at this point. Nezu. So, what did you think of the performance of these promising heroes? Nezu, upon seeing them, could see that they were asleep. Even Esdeath had fallen asleep while drool dripped from her mouth. Everyone broke out in a sweat because of it, but the only one who didn't fall asleep was Hayako, so he decided to wake them up. Esdeath. Hey Hayako, why are you waking me up? I was in the best part of my dream. Hayako. I'm sorry, General, but the students' training had ended and well, they asked for your opinion, but since you were asleep, that's why I woke you up. Esdeath. Well, what is it you want to know? Nezu. Their opinions on how they found the training. Aiko. Boring. Aoi lamentable. No. Disappointing. K. They're not worth it. Hanoka. They're not interesting at all. Hayako. Well, maybe they can improve a little more. Rin. You guys aren't going to last long out there. Rumika. They're perfect to be cannon fodder. Tiger. Very predictable. Leon. Their bodies are very weak and can't withstand anything. Esdeath. You heard my team. You don't excel at anything. You rely too much on your quirks. You can't even fight without them. That makes you even more useless. All the students were somewhat upset by those comments, while the teachers were somewhat angry about how their students were treated. Akugu. Hey, who do you think you are? Don't compare me to these useless idiots. I'm better than all of them, including you. Esdeath. If you think you're so great, why don't you come and fight one of us? Akugu. Ha. Of course I'd beat all of you without any effort. Esdeath. Well, direct, what do you say? You have the last word. Nezu. What do you think, Azawa? He's your student after all. Azawa. I say that it's okay. Esdeath. Okay, Sayori, how about you fight a little? Sayori. Nervously, are you sure, boss? I don't know if I still have the touch in combat, not after the last time. I think my bones are a bit rusty for fighting. Esdeath. What are you talking about? Come on, show us what you're made of. Sayori. Well, if you say so, then I'll do it. Esdeath. It's decided, Sayori will fight against her student. Sayori stepped down from the stands and into the fighting arena, but it was clear she was somewhat nervous. Hayako. General, are you sure? I've never seen Sayori fight. Don't you think she made the wrong choice? Esdeath. Hayako, what have I told you about never judging a book by its cover? Besides, you haven't been on this team that long. We've all seen Sayori's fighting prowess. Hayako. If that's the case, then why does he only pilot the ship and not go into battle? Uraraka. You know, Hayako, it's better to leave some doors closed than open, and this is one of them. So, the best thing for you is not to ask any more questions. Just watch the fight that's about to begin. Sayori. Oh, I'm so nervous, everyone's watching me. Bakugo. Ha, this is going to be very easy, it's even an insult that they're making me fight against her. Aizawa. Very well, on the count of 3 you will begin, 1 2 3, go. Bakugo launched his explosions towards Sayori, while she simply remained in her battle stance. Bakugo. Die, you damn extra. The sound of a bullet being fired from a gun could be heard throughout the area. The students, teachers, and Hayako were shocked by what they saw. Bakugo was on the edge of the arena, groaning in pain, his shirt torn, and a punch mark on his stomach. The blow had been so strong that he was even smoking. Sayori. Oh wow, I still have the touch, hahaha. Bakugo slowly began to get up, but he was still in pain from the blow Sayori had given him. Sayori. Hey, I advise you not to get up so fast. That blow was too hard for you. Bakugo. Shut up, that didn't hurt me at all. I'm the great Bakugo, nothing hurts me. Sayori. Well, if you put it that way, then I don't have to hold back so much. Sayori appeared in front of Bakugo, who was unable to react. He received a powerful spinning kick to the face from Sayori. The kick was so powerful that it knocked out some of his teeth, leaving his nose bleeding and ending up knocked out on the ground, making Sayori the winner. Sayori. I guess after all these years the old me is still there, haha. Hayako. Surprised. Wow, I didn't know Sayori had such great strength. Tiger. Puff, and you didn't even see anything, he was just holding back from killing the spoiled brat, it's clear that kid was never raised properly. Nezu. Well, that was quite surprising. Let's call it a day then. Please, someone take Bakugo to the infirmary, and the bodyguards, go with your assigned group. But none of the girls moved. Leon. Excuse me, but the only orders we follow are those of our boss, no one else. Esdeath. Alright, girls, go to your assigned parts, and I wish you luck with your mission tasks. All. Yes, General. So everyone left while Aizawa took Bakugo to the infirmary. The girls assigned to supervise the 3A students escorted them to their classroom, and the same thing happened with Class 3B. Esdeath. If Nezu will allow us, the rest of my girls and I will perform our assigned parts. Time skips. We can see how the sun was already setting and Bakugo was waking up in the infirmary. He rubbed his jaw and could see that he still had the mark of the fist on his stomach, but it wasn't as deep as the first time. Then he recalled his short battle with Sayori. Bakugo. TSK, this isn't going to end like this. I swear I'm going to get revenge on that damn bitch. She'll regret messing with me. Wow, that's a big sandwich for someone your age, it looks like you were never punished. Bakugo, turning towards the door, could see that it was Hinoka, who was leaning against the wall. Bakugo. Who the hell are you? Hinoka. I'm Hinoka, in charge of looking after your classmates and you. I didn't know you had such a bad memory. Bakugo. I don't need anyone to take care of me, I'm strong so I don't need your help. Hinoka. Well, in the fight you had with one of my sisters, something else was seen. Bakugo. Just tell me what you want. Hinoka. I don't need anything from you, but you need something from me. Bakugo. So what? Hinoka. Power, don't you want power to trample on anyone who rises up against you? Bakugo. I don't need your help, or anyone else's. I can become strong on my own. Hinoka. Oh, please, not even you believe that. But since you don't seem to want to know how to get that power in just a few weeks, I'm leaving. Bakugo. Wait, if I accept your help, how powerful will I become? Hinoka. Well, you'll be so powerful that when you graduate in a few weeks, you'll be considered the youngest #1 hero. Riches, money, fame, and women will come pouring in. Bakugo. Okay, I accept, but you better not lie to me, or I'll make you pay. Hinoka, who had her back to Bakugo, could be seen with a sinister smile, while her eyes glowed reddish. Hinoka. I'll just tell you one thing, there's no going back now. I hope you don't regret it in the future, haha. Elsewhere, specifically in the dormitories, the students could be seen with their bodyguards. Now was chatting with Denki. The two seemed very happy, while a jealous Chiro watched them from afar. Kei was talking to Iida, well hey Akko, well, that guy was just chatting quietly with the others. Iida. Do you think I should do that? Kei. Of course, if you want others to respect you, you have to be firm with them, because maybe in their eyes, they'll see you as a clown. Iida. I don't think they think that about me, we've been friends since we came here. Kei. Exactly, you think so, but they might think differently, because believing I have these prosthetics, sometimes people hide several faces with a single fake smile. Kei. It's time you woke up, Iida, and discovered the truth about what your friends think of you. Iida just stood there thinking about what Kei had said. Now. So you could say you're like the class clown. Denki. What, I'm not just the funny one in the class. Now. Yes, but maybe they see you with their monkey that makes them laugh. Tell me, have they ever taken you seriously or considered you for serious things? Denki. No, but maybe it's because. Now. There you are, to them you're just their jester, someone they can discard or kick because they know you won't do anything because you'll think it's all just a game. Now. So why don't you think about whether they're really your friends or just using you for fun? Besides, do you really think that girl Jiro will pay any attention to you? Denki. How do you know she likes him? Now. It's very noticeable. Tell me, since when have you liked her? Denki. Since we've been in 1A, I've tried everything but nothing has worked, but I feel like I'm close. Now. You know that's a lie. Since you arrived here, she hasn't given you a chance. Maybe you're not her type. Maybe she doesn't take you seriously because of your clownish nature. She probably sees you as just a clown. Now. She probably likes tough guys, like the explosion guy or the one who hardens his body. Denki. You're talking about Bakugo and Kirishima, I don't think they do that to me. Now. You think so, but maybe they think differently. It's time you started to realize that, Denki. It's time you stopped being their ignorant and stupid buffoon. Denki started to wonder if his friends really thought that about him. Now you can see how the three girls had big smiles, but you could see that they weren't pretty at all. Meanwhile, in class 3B, Aiko and Aoi could be seen happily chatting with the boys in that class, while the other girls watched them with jealous and angry expressions. The puppets have already been chosen by their puppeteers, and with that, the seed of hatred is being sown in their brains and thoughts. Chapter 4 showing their true faces. Narrator. Now we can see how all the girls were gathered in a room, talking about how things went, but they still couldn't talk about the mission because Hayako was missing. Tiger. Hey, how much longer is Hayako going to take? Don't you see this is important? Rin. It doesn't seem to be that important to him, General. What do you say we get started right away? I don't think Hayako will arrive now. But then Hayako opens the door. Uraraka. You finally arrived. Can you tell me what you were doing that took you so long? Hayako. Sorry for being late, I was busy in the bathroom, but I'm here now so let's begin. Esdeath. This won't happen again, what have you girls gotten? Hinoka. These kids have no brains, they're easy to convince and manipulate. Mine already took the bait. By the way, Sayori, be careful, it seems that kid is going to do something to you the moment you let your guard down. Sayori. Thanks for the heads up, Hinoka, but I doubt he'll do anything to me. Esdeath. Well, the others achieved their goal. Kei. The class president also took the bait. Now. The class clown is already stirring things up, we just need the others. Hayako. Well, from what the girls in that class told me, they're all in love with the boys in their class. Kei. This is going to be fun. Aiko. The same thing happened with our class. We just had to put on a smiling face, look adorable, and use a somewhat sweet voice, and they're already charmed by us. Aoi. Yes, you should have seen the girls' faces. It was a delight to see them drowning in their jealousy and anger. Hinoka. What have you found, female chiefs, in the facilities? Esdeath. Several interesting things. There are areas that are off limits to certain people. We're planning for Uraraka to investigate those sections. We also made a map of the entire school, including emergency exits and places to enter discreetly. And another thing. The second USB drive is with the homeroom teacher of class 3B, while Almight has the third and carries it with him all the time. Nezu has the fourth and final USB drive at all times. Aiko. Aoi and I can get it and replace it with a fake one so he doesn't realize it's disappeared. Hinoka. Yes, but how do they plan to take it away from him if he has it all the time? Aiko. There is one time he unplugs from the USB, that is when his student's lunch break he puts it under his desk and locks it away. Hinoka. Okay, but how are you going to get him out of there? Aoi. Easy, we'll make his students fight and tell them, he'll come out to stop them, and then we'll act. Hinoka. Feigning sadness, you all are truly evil, using poor students who have nothing to do with your wicked plans, stopping the pretense so wicked that I want to use that same strategy too, hahaha. Now. But unfortunately we can't. Remember that in that class they have 2 teachers, the guy who has problems with drugs will probably be there. Esdeath. What's your plan, Hanoka, to find that USB drive? K. From what we've seen, Almight always leaves his things in his office, so the USB drive is probably there too. We can get it out in 2 ways. First, maybe the disturbance Aiko and Aoi are going to cause will make him reach his office and see what's going on. Second, when he goes to teach his class, we'll take advantage of the opportunity to go in there. Now. But in order for us to achieve our goal, we need Aiko to hack the cameras in the classrooms and hallways where we'll be. Aiko. You don't need to worry, I've already taken care of that. The cameras in those areas are frozen, showing the same image. Aoi. So she's going to be trapped in a loop showing the same image over and over again. Esdeath. I think your plans are very good. The rest of us will buy you time, delaying the teachers to ensure the security of your plans. Esdeath. If there's nothing more to discuss, everyone return to your posts and get ready, because today I feel like it's going to be a somewhat productive day. Then they all left the room and went to their assigned places. The morning passed like this. The girls doing their monitoring routine around the UA, while the others kept watch to make sure nothing happened to the students. Lunch had arrived and all the students went to the cafeteria to eat. This kicked off the girls' plan. They simply looked at each other and nodded. Aiko and Aoi went to the cafeteria and saw the boys from class 3B chatting quietly. The 2 of them just looked at each other, smiled and nodded, then approached them. Aiko. Hi guys, tell me how you've been today. Wace. Aiko. Aoi, it's good to see you here, I thought you ate somewhere else. Aoi. And missing the chance to talk to our favorite boys. No way. Aiko. Oh, and by the way, Tetsu, here, I bought your favorite ice cream since you said someone else ate the other one. Tetsu. Ah, thank you very much, Aiko. You didn't have to bother about that. Aoi. Hey, not to be nosy or anything, but I swear, wasn't he eating a cake that looked exactly like yours? I can even promise it had your name written on it. Tetsu. It was you again, Giroda. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't eat my food. Giroda. Hey, it's not my fault you left them there without your name. Tetsu. Of course I put my name on them, but it seems you only have those decorative glasses, you damned blind man. Giroda. Look who's talking, the pirate version of the Metapod. Tetsu. Call me that again and you'll see, you mangy dog. Giroda. Enough of all the insults, that's the one I won't forgive. Prepare to fight. Tetsu. Oh yeah, you're going to do something to me, I doubt you'll do anything to me, you dog. Before he finished speaking, the fight started, causing a great commotion. Aiko and Aoi wasted no time and immediately went to tell Vlad what his students were doing in the cafeteria. While Vlad is doing some work on his computer, the door is opened. Aiko. Mr. Vlad, 2 of your students just started a fight in the cafeteria, come quickly. Vlad. What and why did they start folding? Aoi. Because of food, they started fighting over food. Vlad. Those brats, I'm coming over there. When you leave, lock the door. Vlad got up from his seat, left the classroom, and went to the cafeteria to stop the disturbance his students had started. Once he was far enough away, Aiko and Aoi entered the classroom. Aiko took out a small drone with a camera and started flying it. She sent it outside and could see that no one was coming. Aiko. No one's coming for the moment, but you'd better do this quickly. Aoi. Don't rush me, this requires time and skill. She takes out some instruments, headphones, and her phone. Aiko. But what are you doing? Looking at her in disbelief. Aoi. SHHH, I already told you that this is a process that requires calm and skill, don't rush the teacher. Aoi put on her headphones and started looking for something on her phone. She found condom, pressed play, and then began to work her magic. Aiko was in charge of making sure no one came. Meanwhile, with the others. They saw Almight leaving his office and heading towards the cafeteria, so they didn't miss the opportunity and went into his office. Upon entering, they went to their desks. Now was in charge of opening the desk drawers, while Kei kept watch to make sure no one came near. Hayako and Hanoka rummaged around to see if they could find anything useful. Obviously, everyone was wearing gloves so their fingerprints wouldn't be left behind. Hanoka and Hayako continued searching the shelves, but Hanoka spotted one of Almight and Izuku on the beach the day he finished cleaning everything. Hanoka. Apparently Almight was involved with him. Wow, he looks pretty hot in this picture. I can't blame Esdeath for hanging out with him. I would too. Now managed to open the drawer, saw the USB drive, took it and replaced it with a fake one, but then noticed a letter with Izuku's name on it. Now. Hey, does anyone know the name of the boss's boyfriend? Hinoka. You're talking about the hot broccoli, I think his name is Izuku. Hayako. Hey, what's with the hot broccoli? You only saw it once. Hinoka. Well, it has the concept of a broccoli and it's kind of hot in this picture. Hayako. Phew, please, I can be hotter. Hinoka. Hayako, your musculature is average for a generic and I'm high school student, don't come at me with nonsense. Hey. Why are you asking for her name, now? Now? Well, here's a letter addressed to him. Hinoka. Take it. Maybe it contains something useful. Hayako. How are they going to know that someone was here? Hinoka. They'll think about it, but when he sees the fake USB drive there, he'll think I left it somewhere else. Hinoka. So, now, take the real USB drive and the letter, it's time to leave. Now put the dresser back as it was. Hinoka left the photo on the shelf, and everyone left. But the other two. Aiko. Hinoka just sent me a message saying they already have it, we're the only ones missing. Aoi, who was locking the dresser again, got up and put all her things away. Aoi. Well, what are we waiting for? We already have what we came for. Showing the real USB, the fake one is already here. Aiko returned her drone to her and put it away. The two of them left, but not before locking the classroom door, thus completing their mission without being seen by anyone. Upon returning to the cafeteria, they saw Vlad scolding Tetsu and Girauta. Aiko. Shouldn't we do something? Aoi. Yes, we should, but I don't want to. Let's go see how the others fared on their mission. Aiko. Okay, let's get out of here. So the two of them left, heading towards Sayori's ship, since that's where they meet to talk about things that no one should hear about. Esdeath. So, girls, how did your mini-missions go? Hinoka. Too easy to be true, we managed to get the USB drives without anyone seeing us, and we also found something else interesting. Esdeath. So it is. Now. This is the letter that was in Almight's dresser. It has her boyfriend's name on it. Here you go. Esdeath grabbed the letter and put it in her pockets. Esdeath. I plan to read it from here, Aiko. Aoi, how did it go for you? Aoi. We did pretty well, these kids are easy to manipulate. By the way, where's Rumika? I don't see her around here. At that moment, the ship's rear hatch opened and Rumika entered. Rumika. Sorry for the delay, there were some very interesting things in those restricted areas. Tiger. What did you find, Rumika? Rumika. Information on how UA was created, who its sponsors and benefactors are, both old and current information on all the heroes who came from here, including the top 10, information on its students, and finally, records of all the experiments that were done, which were signed and approved by several powerful and prestigious government agents, not forgetting that the director himself approved and participated in these experiments. Esdeath. That's more than excellent, it's fantastic. Today everyone has done a great job, be proud of that. Esdeath. For now, everyone return to your posts. I'll go see what this letter contains. So they all left the ship. Esdeath took out the letter and opened it. From it, she took out a leaf, but a key fell to the ground. Esdeath picked it up and examined it. She was determined to read the letter. In the letter. Izuku, if you're reading this, it's because I'm dead, but not because I deserve to feel sad. Throughout my life as a hero, I did things unbecoming of a hero. I distanced myself from everything and everyone, all because of my own stupid ambition. And I don't want you to repeat the same mistakes as this old man. That's why I'm telling you now that everything you represent is a false morality created by the Hero Commission. They only want you as a weapon. That's why you shouldn't trust any hero or your former classmates from UA, because they're possibly connected to the Hero Commission. That's why I'm asking you to remain hidden and pull your strings in the shadows. To make it easier for you, I'm giving you this address. It's a secret base that I built myself for you. No one knows about it and it's somewhat remote. That key you have there can open the base, but to access everything inside, you have to say, plus ultra. That's all. I'm sorry you have to know this now, but back then I didn't have the courage to tell you. I guess after all this time the scaredy cat old Almight is still there. Take good care of yourself my boy, goodbye. End of letter. Esdeath. Well, I guess I misjudged Almight. You're not so rotten after all. I wonder what's in that place. But the others? These went to their respective classrooms while the others returned to their places. We see how now approaches Denki. Now. Tell me Denki, have you achieved anything new? Denki. No, not yet, but I feel like I'm getting close to achieving it. Now. Oh Denki, don't keep fooling yourself, Jiru doesn't love you, and how can I prove it? Denki. So you have proof. Now takes out a tape recorder and starts playing it. In the recording. Now. Hey Jiru, what do you think about Kirishima? Jiru. Well, I think he's a great person. I like how he cares about others and I think that attitude makes him seem like a nice person. Now. Wow, I didn't know that, but tell me what you think of Denki now. Jiru. The good guy is a complete idiot in every sense of the word, a disgusting pervert and a pathetic person. Now. Wow, those are strong words for the boy you like. Jiru. What, Denki? I've never liked going out with a class clown. I prefer going out with Bakugo or Kirishima. At least they're worth it. End of recording. Denki? Did she really say that about me? Now. Well, didn't you just hear it? He said it loud and clear. It's a shame you had to find out this way. Now. You know, I heard that Kirishima likes Mina, why don't you do the same to him? But don't tell him I told you. Denki? Thank you so much for your help, that bastard is going to regret it. Denki left, leaving Mao alone. Now. Well, one's already fallen. Now we just need Kei to finish what she's doing. Once those two fall, the others will be infected by the anger. It's like dominoes. One falls and they'll all fall. All that's left is to spread false rumors, but I suppose you've already taken care of that, haven't you, Hinoka? Hinoka emerged from the darkness, and it was clear she was very happy. Hinoka. You know, it was easy to uncover their darkest secrets. Besides, I've already hired some students to spread the rumor. It'll be easy. They just have to wait for my order and they'll start spilling the beans. Now. That's good to hear. How are you doing with Bakugo? It must be difficult dealing with him, right? Hinoka. You have no idea, he never gets tired of yelling, plus I've been giving him some power-ups that keeps him happy. Now. Wait, aren't those the same boosters that almost killed Hayako? Hinoka. That's right, but I'm giving them to him in small portions. I plan to get him hooked to the point where he's dependent on it, and when he takes a whole dose, his body won't be able to handle it since it will be damaged enough from the small portions I've been giving him, so he'll die from a drug overdose. Now. An adult giving drugs to a graduating hero student. Hinoka. Please, we're only 19 and they're 18. The age difference isn't that big, you know. Although I wish Hayako had died that day. Now. You still harbor some hatred for him because of what happened that day. Hinoka. My hatred for him is as strong as ever. Because of him, Kei and I have to use these damn prosthetics. Now. You need to calm down, Hinoka. By the way, have you found anything suspicious about Hayako? Hinoka. No, that damn Bakugo steals all my time whenever he wants me to be with him all the time. Ugh, the miserable bastard is so stressful. Now. I don't know why he fell in love with you, because the way you just told me sounds like someone who's in love. Hinoka. Me with that idiot. Hahaha. I wouldn't ever be with that stupid guy in my life. I'd rather lose my legs again than go out with that devil's spawn or that horny Hayako. Neither of them are worth it. But Kei, we can see her giving Iida a recording. Iida? What is this, Kei? Kei. Well, you wanted to know what your so-called friends really think, right? Well, here it is. But I'm only telling you this. Listen at your own risk. Iida. But why are you giving me this? How do I know this isn't edited? Kei. I'm not asking you to believe me, it's up to you whether you believe me or not, I'm just telling you that you're not going to like what you're about to hear at all. Iida took the recorder and left, heading towards her room. Kei. Okay, he's fallen now, who am I going to go after next? Pulls out a page I know, he'll be my next victim. Sees Shoto Todoroki's picture. From what I understand, he has several family problems, so this one will be easier. In the distance, screams could be heard, things being thrown or being destroyed. Kei. Apparently someone heard something they didn't like, haha. Then he received a message instructing him to assemble the ship, which he did immediately. They were all gathered on the ship and could see that Esdeath was waiting for them. Esdeath. You're probably wondering why I gathered you all together, right? Well, I decided to read the letter Hinoka gave me. What I found was that Almight was telling Izuku the real truth, but he planned to give it to him after he died. Apparently, it says here that he left him a secret hideout that only he knows about. He built it especially for Izuku and left the address, the key, and the code to access everything in there. Leon. So you're planning for us to go there? Esdeath. No, only Sayori and I are going. If we all go together, we'll only raise more suspicion. You'll tell the director that the higher-ups called me for something urgent. Esdeath. Only you two need to know about this, no one else, is that clear? All? Yes. Esdeath. Okay, now go and tell the teachers and principals what I told you. So everyone left the ship except for Esdeath and Sayori. Sayori went to sit in the copilot seat, pressed a few buttons, and the ship began to power up. Next to her, Esdeath sat down. Before the ship began to take off, they fastened their seatbelts. They entered the coordinates of the secret base, and the ship began to rise. Sayori. Alright, now let's go. The ship, in a flash of speed, left there heading towards the newly discovered secret base, which was located on the outskirts of the city. Chapter 5 The Fall is near. Monday. 11:25 p.m. Narrator. We can see how Sayori's ship continued in the skies, heading towards the coordinates of the secret base. Sayori. We're almost there, boss, we'd better get ready. After a few minutes, the ship arrived and landed carefully so as not to attract attention. The rear hatch was opened and Esdeath got out, accompanied by Sayori, who was wearing body armor and carrying a modified AK-47. In front of them, a great mountain blew, causing Sayori to be surprised. Sayori. Chief, I'm sure this was the coordinate that was written on the paper. Esdeath. Don't get ahead of yourself, Sayori, not everything has to be left out in the open. Esdeath began to approach the great mountain and began to run her hands over it until a piece of stone moved, revealing a lock. Esdeath bingo. She takes out the key and inserts it into the lock. As she turns the key, something begins to shake the place, alarming Sayori, while Esdeath remains calm. Part of the mountain begins to open, revealing a door. There is a platform-type elevator that leads down. Esdeath. Are you going to stay there, Sayori, or are you going to come with me? Sayori. Yes, right now, boss. They both climbed onto the platform and it began to descend as the lights started to turn on. They stayed like that for a few seconds until they arrived. The lights finished turning on, revealing a large place. In that place there was a large computer, a large arsenal of firearms and bladed weapons, a black suit of armor resembling a knight's in a display case, a car, and 2 motorcycles that looked unusual from a distance. Sayori. How was Almight able to do all that in just 3 years? Esdeath. Almight, he was number 1, right? He could do whatever he wanted and nobody would say a word to him. Sayori. Is it just me, or does that armor over there inspire a little fear in me? Esdeath. That armor looks familiar, but where have I seen it before? Sayori. Let's go to the big computer in front of us. They approached the computer, pressed a button, and the computer turned on, but to access it further, they had to enter the password. Esdeath took out the paper, read the password, and typed it into the keyboard. When she finished, she pressed enter. The computer confirmed that the correct password had been entered, thus granting her full access to everything. Welcome Mr. Izuku, I've been waiting for you. Sayori. And where did that voice come from? I'm the AI of this base, but you can call me Cortana. I don't see Mr. Izuku with you, and how did you manage to get here? Esdeath. I am General Esdeath, Izuku's former partner. If he's not here, it's because he was attacked by the heroes. Luckily, I found him and he's being cared for at my base. How do I know you're not lying to me? Esdeath. Check it out for yourself. Okay, but to avoid any problems activates turrets, I ask that you refrain from any sudden movements while I investigate what happened. They remained like this for a few minutes until the AI spoke again. I apologize for my recklessness. Deactivates the turrets you know when Mr. Izuku will wake up. Esdeath. That's still unknown. He hasn't given any indication of waking up soon. Sayori. Hey, now that you see we're not the bad guys, why don't you show yourself? I'm sorry, but I'll be reporting to Izuku. Those were the orders I was given, but I'll be happy to help you with anything you need. Esdeath. We're planning to move a few things from my base, and the rest of my team is coming too. Would you mind if I did that? Of course not, this place is very big, this place has several rooms and halls that you can use for your whims. One more thing. The cars, motorcycles, weapons, and armor please don't touch them, as they need to be activated with Mr. Izuku's fingerprint. If anyone else touches them, they will activate a robotic sentinel, which I cannot control. Sayori. Don't worry about that, we're not going to touch anything you said. By the way, where is the infirmary? It's located in a straight hallway. Turning right, you'll see a door with a red cross. The infirmary is quite large, so you can bring all your nursing equipment from your other base. Esdeath. Thank you so much for your cooperation, Cortana. You have no idea how grateful we are. You don't have to thank me. I would do anything to help Mr. Izuku end this tyranny imposed by the government and the Hero Commission. Esdeath. So be it. Rin. We already told you, didn't we? General Esdeath was summoned by the higher-ups out of nowhere, that's why she couldn't tell you personally. Besides, she doesn't have to tell anyone where she's going. Leon. Rin, calm down a bit before you start whipping him. Nezu. I'm still not entirely convinced, but since this conversation isn't going anywhere, you can leave. Tiger. It goes without saying, we were leaving anyway. Nezu. Wait, I want Mr. Hayako to stay. There's something I want to tell him. Rin. What's he talking about? He's with his team in classroom 1A. Nezu. Well, he's been behind the door listening to us for quite some time now. Uraraka decides to open the door and Hayako falls to the ground. Uraraka. TKS, you can't even obey an order like that, Hayako. I don't know why General Esdeath accepted you into this group. Hayako. Hey, when you're going to do that, let me know, okay? Rumika. As if I cared about you, I'm going to continue with my patrol. Leon. The principal of this school wants to talk to you. Be careful what you say, Tiger. Rin, let's get out of here. And so they all left, leaving Hayako and Nezu alone. Nezu. It must be exciting for a young man like you to be surrounded by beautiful women. Hayako. Since you have no idea, I thank God for putting me on this team. Nezu. But from what I see, almost all of them don't treat you the way they treat each other. Hayako. Well, that's how they are with me, but deep down I know they love me. Besides, I think I already have enough to make them mine, even the general. Nezu. Then why haven't you done it? Hayako. Well, it's been a bit difficult lately, but I know I'll manage. Nezu. But aren't you tired of being treated like this? Wouldn't it be better if they treated a good hero properly? Hayako. The truth is, yes, I've tried to make them see me differently, to let them know what my intentions are with her. Hayako. Besides, I deserve a harem, no, I mean, I've done great things and had many achievements, I feel like I deserve it. Hayako. And what better way than to have a harem with the girls in my group? Nezu. You know, we can help you. Hayako. What do you mean we? Nezu turns the tablet over, revealing that he was on a video call with Shay. Shay. Well, I've been investigating you, Hayako, and I can say that you're a very promising young man. Hayako. Are you really saying that? Shay. I'm serious, you're even more promising than the former #1 future hero. Hayako. Ha, you don't have to tell me, of course I'm better than that Quirkless. Shay. Well, I see someone knows who Izuku is. Hayako. When I found out Esdeath had a partner, I investigated. Honestly, I don't know how Esdeath could be interested in that useless guy when she had me. Shay. It's a shame that Esdeath doesn't see the potential we see in you. Aren't you tired of Esdeath and her companions always looking down on you? Hayako. Yeah, I'm so fed up with that. He's always going on about how great that useless guy is, but what about me? I've done more than that Quirkless guy. Shay. Exactly, look, we have the power to make Esdeath and her team finally see how amazing you are and be under your thumb. You don't want that, do you? Hayako. Yes, of course I want that. What do I have to do to get that power? Shay. It's easy, you just have to tell us what we ask you and follow these instructions. Hayako. If I do, I'll have that power and my companions in my harem. Shay. Of course, and maybe even more girls in your harem. Hayako. Well then, I don't see why I should reject that offer. I accept. Shay. I'm glad to hear that. Nezu. Well then, to keep in touch, young Hayako, take this phone. Use it only when we communicate with you. Hayako. Of course. Shay. Okay, that's all for now. You can go now. Be ready for our call. Oh, and one more thing. This conversation should stay between us, okay? Hayako. Don't worry about me, I'll keep an eye on things, and I promise I won't tell anyone about this conversation. So Hayako left the room, leaving Nezu and Shay alone. Nezu. What did you think of that? Shay. Perfect, he was easier to manipulate than I thought. Now that he's taken the bait, we need to make our next move. Nezu. And that's it. Shay. Let him betray his team and tell us what they're really plotting and where their base is located. Nezu. Okay, and how are you going to make the girls fall at Hayako's feet? Shay. You know, I always wondered how strong the minds of that team are. Once I capture them all, I'm going to test them to see how far their minds will break. Nezu. When they told you that you couldn't be any more twisted, you took it as a challenge. Shay. What can I tell you, Nezu? Sometimes my curiosity leads me to do great things, whether good or bad. Nezu. Well, let me just tell you that curiosity killed the cat, so be careful where that curiosity of yours leads you. Shay. Whatever, I'll leave you now, I have more important things to do. Rin. Rumika, do you know why the director wanted to talk to Hayako? Rumika. I don't know, but I feel like something's wrong with him. Rin. What do you mean by that? You're not saying Hayako brought us. Rumika. It's just a guess. Ever since I got here, my survival instinct kicks in whenever he gets close. Look, I don't know what's going on, but I want you to tell the others to be on the lookout for him. Something doesn't quite add up. Rin. Okay, I'll let the others know. Anything else? Rumika. Hayako, you don't need to know the location of the new base. Don't ask why, just tell the others. I feel like they're already suspicious of us. Rin. Rumika, are you sure about all that? I understand you hate Hayako so much, but don't you think that? Rumika. Rin, I know I hate that idiot for what he did to Hinoka Yuke, but my hatred has nothing to do with this. When have I ever lied to you? Rin. Okay, I'll trust you. I just hope you don't make a mistake about this. They both went their separate ways. Rin took out her communicator and began texting the others about what Rumika had just told her. Now the communicator of all of them began to vibrate, they checked it and saw Rin's message, they just looked at each other and nodded. Note that the message did not reach Sayori and Esdeath, since they want to confirm their suspicions before telling her what is happening. Anoka was coming out of the bathroom, she was now washing her hands, but Aoi enters the bathroom. Anoka. Aoi, tell me how you and your sister are doing with the other class. Aoi. Perfectly fine, we've found many secrets of that kind that we can easily spread as rumors. I also heard that you already have a small group that will be in charge of spreading them. Anoka. That's right, do you want to give me more rumors? Aoi. You read my mind. Here, take this. Hands her a notebook. This notebook contains several secrets of Class 3B. Tell your group to spread them around too. Aiko and I are the only ones who know about this. Anoka. Accepts the book. The people will be very grateful for having shared information about the other classes. Aoi. By the way, how did you convince them to do that? Anoka. They're students from other classes and they're fed up with both classes because they're always being bothered for no reason. Let's just say I feel a little sorry for them. They remind me of my school days. Aoi. That's why you always wear that uniform. Anoka. I don't use it to prove to my former self and my old comrades that the girl they bullied so much is now part of a great elite of soldiers who live without the worries of debt. Aoi. Well, everyone sees this job differently, and when do you plan to spread the rumors? Anoka. Now that I have the darkest secrets of both classes, I'm going to give this notebook to my subordinates and I'll tell them to start spreading the rumors as quickly as possible. Aoi. Okay, by the way, did you read the message Rin sent us about how Rumika has her suspicions about Hayako? Anoka. To be honest, I'm not surprised, seeing as Hayako is, even the boss has her suspicions about him. Aoi. Seriously, how do you know about that? Anoka. The boss herself asked now, Kei and me to spy on Hayako, and if she did anything suspicious, to tell her immediately. Aoi. Okay, but why did he only ask you and not the others? Anoka. I don't know, maybe because we're the ones who spend the most time with him. The boss must have her reasons. Aoi. But do you really think he'll betray us? Anoka. I honestly don't know, but if he does, it wouldn't surprise me that much coming from him. Aoi. Huh? Why do you say that? Wouldn't it hurt you a little? Anoka. When Kei and I were badly injured because of Hayako, the coward was going to leave us there at the mercy of the enemy, seeing that his so-called perfect plan didn't work, even though we had told him it wouldn't work, he didn't listen to us and dragged us to certain death. Anoka. Ever since that day, I've harbored a deep hatred for Hayako. Now, because of her, I'm condemned to use these prosthetics. But it hurts me even more for Kei. After that, she was never the same again. She always has that stoic, emotionless face. Anoka. I not only blame and hate Hayako for forcing us to go, but I also hate and blame myself for not protecting Kei. Anoka. She probably hates me, that's why, and I don't blame her, I hate myself too. Aoi, seeing that Hanoka was on the verge of tears, decides to hug her. Aoi. As always, thinking of others. That wasn't your fault. Besides, how do you know if she hates you if you haven't even talked about it? Come on, stop crying over something that can't be true. Hanoka. Wipes away tears. Thank you so much, Aoi. Your words meant a lot to me. Aoi. You're welcome, we're a family, right? We have to support each other. Now, let's go back before she realizes we've disappeared. So the two of them left the bathroom and went to their respective classrooms. Aiko receives a notification from her communicator and is shocked by what she saw. Aiko. Damn it, we're sorry, but Aoi and I have to go, I have to tell my team something important. Lad. And can we know the reason? Aiko. It's classified, so don't ask any more questions. Aoi, who was arriving, was grabbed by the arm by her and taken away from there. Aoi. Hey, what's wrong with you? We can't abandon our position. Aiko. This is urgent. We have to warn the others. Tell them we'll meet in the specific forest where Sayori lands her ship. Also, tell the boss, Sayori. Aoi. If what you say is so urgent that we have to abandon our positions, then I'll warn the others immediately. They were all there, and above them was the large shadow of a ship, indicating that Esdeath and Sayori had already arrived. When the ship landed, the rear hatch opened from there, lowering. Esdeath. We're here now. What was so urgent that we all had to be here? Aiko. Lady Nagant's execution has been brought forward. They plan to kill her live tomorrow. They all became overexcited at that, they didn't see it coming, while Esdeath just clicked her tongue. Esdeath. Those bastards, there's no other way. Lady Nagant is crucial to our plans. Tomorrow at 12:30 p.m, Lady Nagant will be extracted and taken to the new base we went to investigate. So I want everyone ready for tomorrow, understood? DODD at us high. Time skips. Marts. 12:30 p.m. We can see a bunch of armored cars and police cars driving through the streets in perfect synchronization, but the one that was most protected was the one in the middle. Inside that car we can see Lady Nagant along with some well-protected soldiers. But then a great shadow appears above them, revealing a large ship. Agent 35. Hey, when were we notified that we were going to have air support too? Agent 36. No, we were never notified of this. Before they could react, the ship fired 2 missiles, first at the cars, destroying them along with the bridge. As the cars were about to retreat, the ship fired again, destroying the other part of the bridge and preventing their escape. Then the ship's rear hatch opened, revealing Esdeath, but she was wearing a different outfit than the others, just like the girls. Their outfits were different from what they usually wore, but all the outfits were identical to each other. I just imagined that the case also hides the hair. Hayakos. Esdeath activates her helmet before speaking. Esdeath. Very well, soldiers. Let's do this as quickly as possible, leaving no witnesses. Also, protect the target. We need her alive, no matter what. Understood. DOD at us high. Esdeath. Well then, what are we waiting for? Charge. Esdeath was the first to jump, followed by her entire team. During the fall, they activated their suits' jetpacks, drew their high-caliber rifles capable of penetrating armored vehicles and military protection, and without hesitation, began firing indiscriminately at all the soldiers, killing a large number of them. Chapter 6 Extraction. Narrator. Several members of the armed forces were being riddled with bullets by Esdeath and her team. When they hit the ground, they started walking while checking that there were no survivors. Esdeath. Spread out, and if you see anyone alive, don't hesitate to kill them. They all started going in different directions towards the only truck that was still standing, but inside the truck some noises could be heard as it shook. Ayako continued advancing until he heard some groans of pain. He pointed his weapon at the source of the sound and saw that it was a badly wounded soldier. Soldier 49. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die. I have a daughter waiting for me. He pulls out a picture of his daughter. I'm all she has. My wife and my other son died in an accident. I was just following orders. If I completed the mission, they were going to give me a good amount of money and a good future for my daughter. Let me go, I promise I won't tell anyone. SOLDIER 49. I just want to go back to my daughter, that's all I ask. The soldier couldn't finish because a bullet pierced his skull, killing him. This made Hayaka frantic. She turned around, pointing her weapon at the culprit, and saw that it was one of her comrades who was responsible. Hanoka. Hey, why are you taking so long? Don't you see we're running out of time? Hayako. Because you murdered him, he had surrendered. Hanoka. The boss said to kill them all without exception. Hayako. But he had a daughter. What will they say when they find out her only relative is dead? Hanoka. Well, I just hope the girl didn't have an argument with her father. That's going to leave a huge burden on my conscience. Hanoka. Stop crying already, walk. Hayako. You know, it doesn't surprise me because your parents sold you to that brothel. Hanoka stopped abruptly. Now there was only an awkward silence between them. You could feel Hanoka taking the safety off the gun again and putting her finger on the trigger. Bang. 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 Hanoka ended up shooting a soldier who had hidden, who was about to shoot Hayako, but Hayako shot Hanoka instead, but her armor protected her, but lowered her protection level to less than half. Hayako. Hanoka, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were going to do that. I really didn't mean to, but my instincts. Hanoka. Why don't you just shut up and walk already? The two decided to keep quiet and went to where the others were. Aiko planted some mini-bombs to open the doors. Hey. Hanoka, are you alright? I can see that your armor's vitality is very low. Hanoka. Yes, I accidentally let my guard down and she got hurt. Hei took a cable from his wrist and connected it to the wrist of Hanoka's suit, thus sharing some of his vitality. Hanoka. Kei, you don't have to do it, Kei. Of course, you and I are family, and besides, I care about you a lot, Hanoka. Aiko. Alright, everyone back off a bit, this thing is going to explode. They all moved away, and the mini-bombs exploded, destroying the doors of the van. Esdeath. Lady Nagant, better known as Kaina Tatsumi, we know who you are. We've come to get you out of here, because we need your help. You, I, and my team know how corrupt the heroes and the government are. Since you know the most about the Hero Commission's dirty secrets, we've come asking for your help. Kaina emerges from the smoke, pointing a rifle at them. The others were about to point their weapons at her, but Esdeath gave the order to lower their weapons. Kaina. How do I know I can trust you? Esdeath. I'm not asking you to trust us, I'm only asking you to help us. Once all this is over, you'll be free, with a new name, in a new place. You won't have to worry about heroes or the commission anymore because they will cease to exist. Owie. We need to hurry, the air reinforcements are already on their way here. Esdeath. So you say, kinda, you'll help us destroy all this corruption in this country. Kinda. Okay, I'll help you and when all this is over I'll disappear. Esdeath. That sounds good to me. Rin, tell Sayori to decide. Rin sent a message to Sayori and the ship began to descend. When it was low enough, the rear hatch opened. So they all boarded the ship and it began to rise. Kinda. Whistles nice ship you have. Esdeath. And we hardly ever use it, Sayori. I want you to destroy this place, leave nothing behind. Sayori. Understood, boss. Once they were at a considerable altitude, Sayori began launching more missiles, destroying everything that remained, causing what was left of the bridge to crumble and destroy everything. Once that was done, Sayori activated the ship's cloaking capabilities, moving away from there. Esdeath. Now, team, I hope you like the new base, because that's where we're headed. Hayako. That's great, I can't wait to see what it's like. Hinoka, hey Hayako. Hayako. What's wrong, Hinoka? Hayako pudried. Before Hayako could say anything, Hinoka knocked him out with the butt of her weapon, causing him to fall to the ground. Esdeath. Hinoka, can you tell me why you did that? Hinoka. Easy, we have our suspicions about him, and I think Hayako knowing the location of the new base is a bad idea. Hinoka. Since I'm not the only one who thinks this way, Rin and the others think the same, I intend to take full responsibility for any mistakes. Esdeath. I suppose I can agree with you, since I was the one who put the idea in your heads. Fine, I don't intend to get angry with you. Put him in a seat and prevent any further problems. Hina. Can you tell me what's going on? A member of your team was just knocked out by their teammate. Aren't you going to say anything? Esdeath. We suspect betrayal. Any further questions? Hina. When did you start doing all this? Esdeath. When the Hero Commission attacked to kill someone very important to me, he uncovered their dirty secrets. When they saw that he refused a bribe, they decided to silence him. I arrived in time to save him. He's stable but still unconscious. Hina. Wow, I guess there were still some good heroes left. Esdeath. That's how they were, now there are only ashes left of what were once considered heroes. Hina. But how can I help you? I imagine you already have some information by now. Esdeath. That's right, but the reason we're asking for your help is because only you know the heroes perfectly. You know what moves they'll make and what dirty tricks they'll use against us. Hina. Yes, it's true, I know everything about them, but you're the great General Esdeath, aren't you? I heard about you while I was serving on the commission. Esdeath. That's true, but I'm still human. I can't be everywhere at once. We also have the government on our backs, so you'll take care of the Hero Commission while I handle the government. Hina. Okay, that seems fair to me. We were in the forest. We could see the ship slowly descending. When it landed, the hatch was opened and then everyone got out of the ship. Hinoka. Why am I the one who has to carry this idiot? Aiko. You knocked him out, it's your responsibility to take him. Hinoka. I never agreed to this part of the plan. Esdeath. Stop fighting, girls, let's go inside. Hina. Hey, if you know this is a mountain, don't you? Esdeath. Didn't they teach you the definition of the word secret base? Esdeath took out the key again, removed the fake stone, and inserted it. Thus the secret door opened. Esdeath. Now that you were saying this. Hina. Not bad, how long did it take you to make it? Esdeath. Actually, it's not ours. This base was made by Almight. He made it for the person I told you about. Hina. Wow, it looks like Almight wanted him to build that guy his own base. Esdeath. Perhaps, but his lack of courage prevented him from doing the right thing. Let's go in right away. They all climbed onto the platform. Esdeath pressed a button and the platform began to descend. When they all reached the bottom level, they could see how much stuff was there and how spacious it was. Hinoka was so impressed that she dropped Hayako, waking him up, but then they all saw that Kanako was there. Hanako. Girls, it's so good to see you again. Urmika. Kanako, it's nice to see you too, but how did you get here? Hanako. Sayori came for me, and we moved all our things here. The infirmary here is much bigger than ours. Hinoka. And where is Sleeping Beauty? Hanako. Well, he still hasn't woken up, he's already giving Sleeping Beauty a run for her money. Hina. As far as I know, he woke up with true love's kiss, so you know, Esdeath, why don't you go and wake your Sleeping Beauty with a kiss? I also believe that could work, Mr. Esdeath. Hina and the rest of the team were frightened by that voice. Sayori. Relax, girls, this is Cortana. She's the AI of the base. she'll help us with whatever we need. It's a pleasure to meet the rest of your team. As you know, my name is Cortana. I was created to be Mr. Izuku's assistant, but since he's not here, I'll be at your service until Mr. Izuku returns. Hayako. It's not fair, I want my own base too, I'd better take something from here and make it mine, I don't think he'll notice. Kinda. Notices the armor. Hey, I know that armor. My mother used to tell me a story in which it appeared there. Ignore the sword, I have a better one. Rin. So that's why it seemed so familiar. From what I remember of the story, that armor was only worn by those who bore the mark of the creator of darkness. It was said that only those willing to abandon everything for the greater good would be recognized by the armor and the Dark Lord and would be granted great powers to fulfill his commands. Kinda. But whoever wore the armor would be recognized by humanity as enemy number one. This is due to its previous wearers who didn't understand the armor's purpose or were influenced by the sword, becoming corrupt or vile beings. This reputation caused other wearers to be seen as enemies. Sayori. According to what they said, that sword was cursed by a demon that had been imprisoned there. Its corruption was so great that they had to divide it into two swords because, when joined together, it ended up possessing whoever wielded it. Also, the wielder was accompanied by a large army of shadows that, according to what they said, were the souls of those who fought against him. Rin. Besides, the sword was cursed long before, since it was created with a forbidden metal, but extremely strong and resistant to anything. They said it could exist in both worlds, the spiritual and the earthly. It was also used in several sacrifices of virgin women, children, and men. It is said that the souls of those women, children, and men are. But how did that armor end up here? It was just a story, nothing more. K. Wow Rin, how do you know so much about that? Rin. You know, I'm a Belmont for a reason. My ancestors and my family are great collectors of information and artifacts from the past throughout time. Also, an ancestor of my family wore that armor. Esdeath. Cortana, where did you find this armor? This was found in England, more specifically in a cave. It was in perfect condition, so it was put in the museum, but it was stolen a few days later. Hayako. Oh please, girls, don't tell me you believe in fairy tales. It's the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Looks at the motorcycles in the car. Hayako. But look at those beauties. How come he can have all this and I don't? I don't think the guy will mind if I take them as my own. Besides, he doesn't even know about this base. I can take them as mine along with that armor. I advise you not to touch anything please, we don't want the. Hayako. Silence, I'm not going to let Unan Iowa tell me what to do. Hayako got on the black motorcycle, pressed a button to start it, but as soon as he turned it on he received an electric shock, throwing him off the motorcycle. The fingerprint does not match Mr. Izuku's, therefore an intruder has been detected. The Guardian has been awakened. We recommend that you do not resist and accept your fate. Esdeath Cortana. I'm sorry, but it's not me. I suggest you leave now, as I have no control over the Guardian. Neo. Great, thanks for that Hayako. Hayako. Oh please, it's not that big of a deal, it's just a robot for God's sake, besides, how was I supposed to know? The AI didn't do its job and warn me. The hatch behind them began to open, smoke began to come out, and in all that darkness, some eyes could be seen, but they were at a rather low height. Hayako. Haha, come on, it's not a big deal, it's nothing, I can defeat it with just my 5. But suddenly his eyes began to lift, revealing that the Guardian was about 2 meters tall. Hayako. So what if he's twice my size? I've faced guys as big as him before, I still think I can beat him with just the 5. From the darkness emerged the Guardian, revealing himself to be a cyborg, red, with touches of an ancient samurai, along with the appearance of a saber-toothed tiger. On his back he carried a large katana. Hayako. Very well, piece of tin, prepare to be destroyed. Hayako lunged at the cyborg, but suddenly everything slowed down. The cyborg approached Hayako, leaving behind several holographic copies of itself. When the cyborg was in front of Hayako, it kicked him repeatedly and then began punching him all over his body. When it stopped, everything seemed to return to normal, but Hayako was thrown some distance with several blows to his body. Apparently, he couldn't withstand the onslaught and ended up knocked unconscious. Hanoka. But what the heck, I didn't even see him move, how did that happen? This is because Ronin was equipped with a large arsenal of weapons. The one he just used is a technology called Sandevistan, which granted him great speed while time stops. It was tested on humans, but after the 3rd use, they went insane. Ronin. How did you find this place, and why are you letting them stay here, Cortana? This place is reserved only for Mr. Izuku. Mr. Izuku was attacked by the heroes and left in critical condition, but thanks to Esdeath, he was saved. And if I let them stay here, it's because they also share the same goal. To destroy the Hero Commission and the Japanese government. Ronin. So if that's true, why won't you let me see Mr. Izuku? If you do that, then I'll let you continue with what you're doing. Esdeath. Okay, we'll do it. Just follow me and Kanako, we'll take you to the infirmary where he's sleeping. But first, take the one you just hit with us. Ronin. If that lets me see Mr. Izuku, then fine. Ronin grabbed Hayako's leg and began dragging him toward the infirmary. Upon entering, he saw Izuku still asleep in the capsule. Ronin released Hayako's foot and approached the sleeping Izuku. Ronin. How long has it been like this? Esdeath. Several days have passed, and although his wounds have healed and he is no longer in danger of dying, he still hasn't woken up. We don't know when he will wake up. Now do you believe us? Ronin. Alright, I believe you now. I'll help her, but once Mr. Izuku wakes up, I won't follow your orders anymore. The only orders I'll obey are Mr. Izuku's. Esdeath. Don't worry, Cortana already told us the same thing. Anyway, we have plenty of damaging information about all of them. Ronin. If that's the case, why haven't they made it public? Esdeath. I want to destroy them inside and out, make them kill each other. Ronin. Understood, I'll return to my place. If you need me, call me via Corda. Goodbye. So Ronin left the room. Esdeath. Phew, that's good, it was resolved quickly, without anyone getting hurt. Hanako. What do you say about him? Pointing at Hayako. Esdeath. He doesn't count. Well, my girls and I have to go to UA now. I'll leave him to you to heal him. Esdeath finally left the room and Kanako could only let out a heavy sigh. Hanako, what am I going to do with this child? Behind Kanako, a black substance could be seen, apparently extracted from Izuku's body, but the same thing happened. He ended up dying. The viscous black slime began to move, then suddenly turned into smoke and entered the vents, reaching the main hall. When the black smoke saw the armor, it went towards it, passed through the glass protecting it, and entered the armor. Chapter 7 The Tree Growing from the Seed. Narrator. Now we can see the others on the ship, of course I was using Tornado, they were heading towards UA, but they heard some laughter, and when they saw who it was they saw Hinoka, laughing at something on her phone. Aiko. What's so funny, Hinoka? Hinoka. It hasn't even been a minute since I gave my subordinates the go-ahead to spread the rumors, and 2 students from Class B are already starting to fight. See for yourself. Hinoka shows the video to Aiko. She can see in the video Tetsutetsu and Monoma fighting, while some teachers are separating them. Aiko. So they both realize that they're both in love with Kendo. K. And what do you have of Class A? Hinoka. Well, it seems there was also a fight between Iida and Bakugo. It looks like the rumors about them are starting to affect them. Urumika. Is it serious that they're already like this based on just a few rumors? Hinoka. No, I also leaked audio recordings of them talking badly about each other behind their backs. Now. Do you think it was a good idea to leave Hayako at the new base? Don't you think she might do something? Tiger. Don't think she's that stupid. From the little time I was there, that AI kept watching us, always on high alert. And the fact that one of us is staying behind will keep her watching every suspicious move we make. Rin. I managed to hack into UA's camera systems. Apparently, Shay is in a meeting with the principal, the teachers, and the top 10. They're discussing the recent attack. Esdeath. Put it on loud, we want to hear. In the video. Nezu. Can you tell me how you lost such a high-risk agent? You were supposed to have everything under control. What happened? Shay. That's exactly what I want to know. The enemy started attacking out of nowhere, and from what I can see, they had this planned. They knew which weapons to use against the armored trucks in the agent suits. Endeavor. And if so, Esdeath and her team are the only ones capable of destroying a large number of well-armed soldiers, and they are the only ones with great firepower. Almight. Don't you think Endeavor's exaggerating? Besides, we were the only ones who knew about it. Why are we making such a fuss? They were going to kill her anyway, weren't they? Shay. That's the problem, we didn't find his body. I'm sure the attack started as an extraction, but for the enemy to have that weaponry, they must be someone very powerful. Almight. It was possibly the League of Villains. They possibly hired mercenaries to carry out that mission. Maybe they gave them money and weapons to do it. Both they and we know that Lady Nagant is dangerous, not because of her quirk, but because of what she knows about us. Shay. By the way, where are Esdeath and her team? They're supposed to be here. Nezu. She told me that the higher-ups summoned them for a mission, that's why they're not here. Shay. What do you mean, the higher-ups? Why wasn't I notified about this? The higher-ups should have told me. Nezu. That's why they're the high command. They decide whether I share the information or not. In their eyes, we're nothing to reproach them for that kind of thing. Almight. Besides, Esdeath and her team are under the government's command, not yours. The only thing under your command are the heroes. Shay. Thanks, anyway, we have to find Lady Nagant. We can't let her roam free, having incriminating information about us. End the video. Esdeath. We're under the government's rule, but what a stupid thing to do. The government is losing power over us every day, and very soon there won't be any corrupt government giving us orders anymore. Hayako. Ah, my whole body hurts, what happened? Hanako. Until you wake up. Hayako. Kanako, what happened? Why am I here? Where are the others? Hanako. You're here because you went to fight the guardian of this base. In just a few seconds, you were lying on the ground covered in bruises, while the others went to UA. They couldn't stay here any longer. Hanako. For now, you'll stay here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like you to leave, as I'm very busy studying this. Realizes it's gone but where did it go? I remember putting it here. Hanako. Hayako, I need you to come out now, a black substance of dubious origin has disappeared. Hayako. Okay, I'm leaving now. I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for. Hayako left the room, leaving Kanako alone. Now he was walking through the base's corridors until he reached the main hall. Hayako, seeing that there was no one there, took out the phone that Director Nezu had given her. It was still next to the armor behind her. She dialed the number, and the phone was ringing, but behind Hayako, the armor turned its head to look at him. Hayako, sensing someone watching him, turned his head to look, but the armor was faster and returned to its normal position. Seeing that it was no one, he went back to the phone, and the armor looked at him again. Feeling that sensation of being watched again, he turned his head to look, but the armor returned to its previous position. Hayako, already suspicious, went back to his phone, and the armor looked at him again, but he quickly turned away, and the armor returned to its position, but it was too late. Hayako had seen him. Hayako. Yeah, I don't know how you got in there, but I'm going to get you out myself, whoever you are. Hayako, using the 10 on his fist, struck the crystal, shattering it and sending the armor flying into several pieces. This caused the armors to clang, and Ronan's door opened, allowing him to emerge. Ronan. What's going on? Holy shit, what did you do to the sacred armor, you damned kid? Hayako. Oh please don't tell me that a cyborg like you believes in that children's story. Then Kanako arrives, carrying a gun, followed by Kaina, with her quirk activated. Kanako. Oh no Hayako, I only leave you alone for a few seconds, and you're already causing havoc in other people's places. Hayako. There was someone in the armor, he was spying on me with his eyes, I saw him. Ronan. Brat, there's nobody there. That armor is empty, and if someone were in it, they'd die. If you're not worthy of it, it would absorb all your life force, killing you. All that would remain is a desiccated corpse. Ladies, I ask you to please control your classmate. He can't go around destroying whatever he wants here. Please educate him. Kaina. He's not my partner, I'm only here temporarily until all this is over. Hanako. I'm sorry for the trouble my classmate has caused. I'm very ashamed of her behavior. Ronan. You'd better take him somewhere before I regret letting them stay here. Cortana, help me rebuild the armor. Hanako. Hayako, come with me before you destroy something else too, Kaina. It's better to leave them alone. And so the three of them left. Ronan. How much longer do I have to endure this? They just came here and took over the place, Mr. Izuku's. Look what they did to the armor. I'm upset too, Ronan, but we owe you a huge favor for saving Mr. Izuku. Ronan. Well then, let's give them all the information about the heroes and run them over. That way we won't owe them anything anymore. I understand your disappointment, but we can't do it because the leader of your group was in a relationship with Mr. Izuku. Ronan. I didn't know that part of the story, but what happened? Because their inspirations didn't align, it led to their separation. Furthermore, Esdeath still harbors romantic feelings for Mr. Izuku. Ronan. Maybe yes, maybe no, but that won't change my opinion about them being here. Besides, as we know, Mr. Izuku still loves her. I managed to get the last messages from Mr. Izuku's phone. The feelings for each other are mutual, you don't need to worry. Ronan. And what about the other members, especially the boy? As well as you and I know, he was calling the director of that hero school. Why would he be calling the enemy instead of his boss? That raises a lot of red flags for me. That also raised my suspicions, so I intercepted the call, preventing the director or anyone else from calling her. Ronan. Tell me, who else knows about the location of this base? For now, it's the girls in the group. When they arrived here, they were bringing the guy who had been knocked out. When he woke up, he was already back at the base. Ronan. Good, let's keep it that way. That brat shouldn't know the location of this base. I barely know him and he's already making me suspicious. Understood, as long as he's here we have to keep an eye on him. Ronan. Alright, the armor is rebuilt. Now put it in a new display case. I'll patrol the area and make sure there isn't a tracking chip. Now we can see the ship land on the UA grounds and the girls emerge from there. Esdeath. Act normally. If they ask about Hayako, tell them she was injured and stayed in the infirmary. They all entered UA, and upon entering they could see how some were acting hostile towards each other. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a scalpel. They arrived at the office, without warning or knocking, they entered. Esdeath. Wow, there's a lot of tension both in here and out. I could tell your students are a bit upset. Can you tell me what happened? Nezu. The student situation is the least of our concerns. What matters here is finding those responsible for today's attack. Esdeath. Excuse us, but my team and I have been rather busy. Could you give us a brief summary of what happened here? Shay. What happened is that the former heroine Lady Nagant was rescued while being transported in armored convoys. Esdeath. But why were they moving her if Tartarus is supposed to be where the worst of the worst go? Where did they plan to move her to? Tartarus is supposed to have great security, impossible to enter or leave without permission. Shay. That's classified information, but where the hell were you? You were supposed to be here. Esdeath. High Command summoned us. The details are classified. The information is only to be shared with higher ranking agents. Shay. What do you mean, higher rank? Aren't I higher rank? Esdeath. Of course not, I have even more power than you and the director. I don't need to notify you of anything. Rather, you should be proud that people like us are taking you into account. So, Shay, know your place in this power hierarchy. If that's all, my colleagues and I will go on our patrol shift. Just as she was about to leave, Esdeath said one last thing. Esdeath. Oh, and one more thing, Principal Nezu. I recommend you keep a close eye on your students because a rabid dog off its leash will only end up in the slaughterhouse. Now then, have a good afternoon. Goodbye. Shay, all I can do is bang on the table in indignation. Shay. TKS, how dare that damn woman say that to me? This meeting is over for now, but we need to be even more alert. Now we see Hinoka K and now heading towards classroom 3A. Hinoka. You know, I didn't know the whole school was going to hate each other. I just thought the two hero classes would hate each other as much as they did, but this is way better than I expected. K. You could say our part of the plan is done, right? Now we just have to pretend and keep fueling their hatred for each other. Now. You could say so, graduation is just around the corner, tell me, haven't they revealed their biggest secrets yet? Hinoka. No, not yet. Now. Perfect, keep it that way. We'll reveal them on their graduation day so they never forget their farewell day. K. Now that the seed has taken root, the tree is beginning to grow out of the seed. Hinoka. Haha, but changing the subject, do any of you have any plans for what to do once all this crap is over? Now. I honestly don't know. I think I'll continue serving in the military or maybe start a new life as a normal person. Hinoka. I'm going to look for my parents. I plan to make them pay for getting rid of me. K. I think I would retire and start a life as an illustrator. Hinoka. I don't know, maybe I'll go live with Rumika while I think about what to do with the rest of my life. I wonder what the other people's future wishes are. When they arrived at the classroom, they could hear noises behind the door. Upon entering, they saw the students in the class fighting amongst themselves. Seeing all that mess, the three of them could only manage a small smile. Seeing all that commotion, without a doubt, the tree was beginning to grow as planned for them. Chapter 8. The enemy moves his cards. Narrator. Now we can see Shay in her office, looking thoughtful and annoyed by her conversation with Esdeath. Shay. I know they had something to do with it and I already know who's going to give me that information. Pulls out a phone. I just hope that Brad answers. The call was on for quite a while, until it was answered. Shay. Finally you answer. What were you doing that prevented you from answering immediately? Heiken. Sorry, yes, I had to leave the new base. Apparently, something was interfering with the signal N. Shine. Wait, what do you mean, a new base? How did you get it without me knowing? Heiken. Apparently, Almight left this base for Midoriya, he left it for him to operate from here. Shine. Give me the location of that base right now. Ayako, I can't tell you because, before I knew it, the girls knocked me out. When I woke up, we had already arrived. Maybe you can trace my call in. Shine. Okay, I'll locate your call, but their old base is still Theron. Heiken. That's right, it's still working. We're just going to be here temporarily. Once all this is over, we'll go back to the old base in. Shine. One last thing, you were responsible for the recent attack on the extraction of the former heroine Lady Nagant. Heiken. Well, Ian. Shine. Hey Akko, you know our deal, we promised total trust and that you'd tell us everything your colleagues were doing, or don't you want your colleagues, and especially Esdeath, to praise you? Imagine finally making love with all of them, not only will you have the most beautiful women in this country, but you'll be number one, you'll be the face of this country. Shay, so tell me the truth, you're the ones responsible for all this. Heiken. Yes, we were the ones who caused it, we had planned it a few days before. Currently, Lady Nagant is teaming up with us. Shine. Can you tell me why you did all that in the first place? Heiken. Revenge, Esdeath is doing all this for revenge, she wants to destroy you and the government for what you did to Izuku. It's so annoying, she just keeps talking about that damn useless guy like he's a big deal. What about me? I'm way better than him in every way and… Shine. So all this is because of a tantrum because we killed her boyfriend, I should have known, she wouldn't make those kinds of deals with heroes anymore. Heiken. That's not all, the one you killed is still alive. When all that happened, Esdeath was on vacation until she heard the news that day. She was able to save him by a miracle and… Shine, you're not kidding me about that, I shot him myself, that's impossible, where are they keeping him and how is his recovery going on? Heiken. He's here with us at the new base. He's in an incubation chamber. Even though his wounds are healed and he's out of danger, he hasn't woken up yet. We don't know when he'll wake up and… Shay. That's good, Izuku Midoriya is still a dangerous target because of what he knows, we mustn't allow him to wake up again under any circumstances. Heiken. Okay, but what should we do? He could wake up at any moment. Shay, listen carefully Hayako, this will be your first mission for us. If you do it well, we'll give you something that gave Izuku that power and… Heiken. Ask me for anything, I assure you I will do it completely and there won't be any mistakes, I guarantee it. Shine. I like that attitude of yours. Well, what I want you to do is kill Izuku Midoriya. Why not take advantage of the opportunity when he's defenseless in that incubator? It'll be easier for you to kill him then. I imagine you can do that in… Heiken. Yes, I can do it, Izuku Midoriya. It won't be a problem anymore. It'll be very easy to kill him. Don't worry about that. But how many days do you give me to do that? Shay, I'm giving you 3 days to complete the mission, I imagine you can do it, right in. Hayako. That's more than enough for me, Izuku Midoriya will be dead in those 3 days, don't worry about it. And so the two of them ended the call. Shay. That's enough time for you to trace the call. In front of her were some workers with devices they used to track calls. Agent X. Give us a few minutes and we'll have the location as soon as possible. Shay. I hope so, we can't let something we've achieved go to hell because of a child's tantrum. Agent X. By the way, what's going to happen now that you know that General Esdeath and her team did all that? Shay. For now, I'll pretend I don't know, but when I get enough evidence or something to counter it, I'll launch my attack without them expecting it. They'll have nowhere to run since both bases will be destroyed. Agent X. What will happen when I have Esdeath and her team trapped? Shay. Since I have a deal with that brat, I'm going to brainwash them and give them to you. We need a weapon that can defeat all for one. When we thought he couldn't get any stronger, that bastard managed it. I don't know how he did it, but he discovered techniques and abilities that were thought to be lost over time. Shay. This is definitely one screw up after another, and how are they doing with tracking down that new base? Agent. We're almost there, boss. Just as they were about to succeed, their devices began to malfunction, causing them to explode in the process, thus preventing them from knowing the location of the base. Shay. And now what the hell happened? You guys were supposed to have it almost here, what happened? Agent X. When we were almost there, something happened, like a virus affected our computers. I think if we try it again, the same thing will happen. Shay. Damn, what do I do now? I know. I want 2 bomber planes to go and destroy Esdeath's old base. We'll have her trapped here with no chance of escape. Agent X. Understood, you heard the boss, go and get the fighters ready for the attack. Time skips. Now we can see how in the skies, 2 ships rise through the clouds while carrying 2 missiles on each side. Pilot X. Delta 1 here, we're approaching the target. Permission to fire. Shay. Permission granted, destroy that place. The pilots, having received the go-ahead, launched the missiles at the base. The 4 missiles, possessing immense explosive power, impacted the base, leaving only rubble and rendering it useless. Sayori, who was resting on her ship, received alerts from the first base. Upon seeing what was happening, she saw that the base had been completely destroyed. This alerted her, and she called the others. Sayori. Code Red. Base number 1 has just been destroyed. I repeat, it has just been destroyed. This is not a drill. Please everyone come to the ship as fast as you can. Only a few seconds passed before everyone was there, very alarmed by what had just happened, while Hayako looked somewhat nervous. Esdeath. So our old base was destroyed by 2 bombed planes. Sayori. That's right, everything happened so fast, I don't really know what happened. Leon. But how did they know we weren't there? Nobody except us knew we had moved base. Tiger. Don't you think Shay is already aware of us and this was like a message that she already knows about our plan? Uraraka. Impossible, he probably has suspicions. Besides, to carry out an attack like that you need proof and authorization from a high command to do that kind of attack. Rin. So if it wasn't her, then who else could it have been? She's the only suspect in all of this. Esdeath. They want to corner us, whether it's Shay or not. They're trying to leave us with no way out when they find the new base and trap us with them, but someone gave them this kind of information. Esdeath. There's a traitor among us, or someone has been listening to us without us realizing it all this time. Esdeath. I just hope it's the second time around. It would be a shame if there was a traitor among us after so long living hand to mouth. Ayako could only get more nervous. If Esdeath and the others found out that he was the traitor, he wasn't going to have a happy ending. You can see Kanako doing some things on her computer. Behind her, Izuku is inside the incubation chamber, but the strange thing is that Izuku's fingers are moving until they close into a fist while he frowns, still asleep, indicating that waking up is getting closer every day. Chapter 9 The Awakening is near. Narrator. In the infirmary, we saw a somewhat agitated Kanako searching on her computer and browsing through some papers and books on her desk. Behind her, the door opened, revealing Hayako. Hayako. Hello Kanako, how are you today? Kanako. I'm a bit busy, Hayako. If you only came to talk, I'd appreciate it if you left. Hayako. Heh, why is something happening? Kanako. It's Izuku's body, and strange things have been happening to him from one day to the next, like that points to the incubator. Ayako was surprised to see that black digits were appearing all over Izuku's body, while black substances were oozing from his body and sticking to the incubator. It seemed that the thing wanted to get out of there, but she also noticed that 2 black horns were growing on his forehead. Ayako. Wow, that is strange, since when did all that appear? Kanako. When I arrived it was already like this. Judging by how advanced it is, I'd say it appeared around the middle of the night. I tried to warn Esdeath about this, but she's not answering her phone. I've tried to find an explanation, but nothing. Hayako. How about you take a break? Maybe with a clear mind you can work better. Hanako. Hayako, if you're not going to help, I recommend you leave. I'm very busy right now. Hanako pushed Hayako towards the exit, closing the door behind her. Hayako. Shit, I have to do this fast, but he's supposed to be quirkless, how the hell can he do that? Make it. Hayako was startled and saw Kaina wearing training clothes and looking somewhat sweaty. Hayako blushed at how she looked in those clothes. Kaina. Hey, I'm talking to you, make it. Hayako. Ah, I was talking about what's happening to the body, what was its name again? Kaina. Izuku Midoriya, I know what you're talking about, I was surprised too when I saw him like that, and I was even more surprised when your boss showed him to me for the first time. I knew his name sounded familiar, but when I saw him, I remembered everything. Hayako. Wait, you two knew each other? Kaina. Yes, I met him when I was in high school. He was an elementary school kid. I saw he was being bullied, so I went to help him. He was a very sweet kid and I grew fond of him. Every time I left school, I would go to the park to play with him. But once I went to the Heroes Commission headquarters, I never heard from him again. Kaina. Seeing that great child inside an incubation chamber because of the heroes he admired so much breaks my heart. Seeing him like this. Hayako. Oh wow, I didn't know that. Hey, where are you from and why are you so sweaty? Kaina. I discovered this place had a large training room, so to kill time I trained a bit. Anyway, I'll leave you now, try not to make a scene. Kaina was leaving there towards her room, Hayako was just staring at her butt. Hayako. Yes, she'll be in my harem too, once I kill that guy, but I need Kanako to leave the infirmary, but how will I do that? She's so determined about it. Aoi. I can't believe the boss did that. Aiko. Well, she told us that without sacrifice there is no victory. Hanoka. It's a good thing Hayako isn't here to see this, she'd die of envy. What were the girls talking about? Well, see for yourselves. Esdeath. And that's how you extract civilians without attracting attention. Any questions, my dear students? Esdeath. Some of you have a question regarding the topic I spoke about today. Most of the male students were blushing at what they saw. The more reserved ones hid their blushes, some didn't care. So brazen was he that one started masturbating in class, but nobody noticed. Just then, the bell rang. Esdeath. I'll study. Kaminari, you can stay. I need to talk to you seriously. Mineta. You lucky bastard, you get to go with such a beauty all by yourself. Esdeath took out a recorder while they weren't looking, pressed a button, placed it on her desk, and half closed it. She unbuttoned a few buttons of her shirt, revealing some skin. Enki. Tell me, sensei, what do you need from me? Denki, upon seeing Esdeath, began to blush even more since he was seeing more of her skin than he should have. Esdeath. Oh come on Denki, we're alone. I'll call you by your name and you call me by mine, okay? Denki. Okay sen, I mean, Esdeath, but what is it that's taking up my time? Esdeath. Oh Denki, no one's ever told you how adorable you look or how that black streak in your hair makes you look rebellious. Denki blushed at the compliments Esdeath was throwing at him. Denki. No, nobody has said that kind of thing to me. Esdeath. Then I'm the first to tell you that, how lucky I am. You know, Denki, these last few days you've seemed attractive to me. I feel like you're not getting the treatment you deserve, let me give it to you. Esdeath got up, made Denki lie down on the desk and climbed on top of him. She began to unbutton his shirt while Denki squeezed her buttocks tightly. She was getting closer to his lips and when they were just centimeters away from kissing, she stopped. Esdeath. But before I kiss you, I need you to clear up some doubts that are tormenting me. If you tell me only the truth, I'll give you more than just a kiss. Denki. Okay, just tell me what that is and I'll tell you. Esdeath. I want you to tell me what really happened in the case of the traitor Izuku Midoriya and remember, no lies. Denki. Okay, when the heroes and the president of the heroes told us the whole truth that the USB contained all the bad things about the heroes, we didn't talk because they promised us great riches and fame once we became official heroes. Denki. Besides, Izuku wasn't missing much, he was just a nuisance, always breaking bones. I'm glad he's dead, he was always stealing the girls, but now that he's gone, look at me, I'm about to hook up with a beauty like you, Esdeath. Esdeath. Thank you for your honesty, but it's time for you to go to sleep, you disgusting trash. Before Denki could react, Esdeath grabbed his neck and with a little force something popped and Denki fell knocked out on the desk. She immediately got off him, buttoned her shirt again, took the recorder off the desk and paused it. Esdeath. Forgive me for what I just did, Izuku. This body is still yours. I'm doing all this for you and no one else. I hope you can forgive me for this great wrong I've done to you. Esdeath left the classroom and her team was there waiting for her. Uraraka. She got what she was hoping for, boss. Esdeath. That's right, shows the recorder, now let's get out of here, I urgently need to take a bath. They all left the UA facilities and went towards the ship where Sayori was waiting for them. Once they arrived at the base, Kanako began to desperately shake Esdeath. Kanako. Can you tell me why you haven't answered my calls? You have no idea how worried I was, for God's sake. Tiger. Kanako, stop shaking her if you want her to answer you. Kanako stops shaking her. Esdeath's hair is disheveled and her eyes are swirling, but she quickly recovers. Ayako Kanako, ca tilde made un. Ayako couldn't finish because she blushed intensely at how Esdeath was dressed. Esdeath. Kanako, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? I wasn't answering your calls because I was busy. Kanako. It's Izuku's body, you have to see this quickly. Kanako took Esdeath by the hand and led her to the infirmary. The others, out of curiosity, followed them to see what had upset her so much. Upon arrival, they could all see Izuku's body, but what was new was that the incubation bed had adhesive tape in some torn areas, suggesting that the thing wanted to get out. Esdeath. Kanako, what happened to Izuku's body? Kanako. I don't know, it was already like this when I arrived. I've tried everything, but nothing works. I tried to investigate what this was with Cortana's help, but so far we haven't found anything. And this black thing is suddenly becoming violent. It seems to want to get out of that capsule. I've been restraining it with sleeping pills, but I don't know how long they'll stop being effective against that black mass. Esdeath watched as the black mass hit the glass, but it didn't seem to be hitting with much force, suggesting that the sleeping potion was taking effect. Esdeath decided to approach the incubator. Kanako. Esdeath, I don't think that's a good idea. We don't know how dangerous that is or what it could cause. Esdeath. Relax girls, I know what I'm doing. Esdeath was in front of the incubator. The black mass was doing everything possible to get out, but when it saw Esdeath it stopped. Esdeath placed her hand on the glass. Seeing this, the black mass transformed into a hand and placed it where Esdeath had hers. Esdeath. Izuku, if you're listening, I want you to know that everything is alright. We're going to make those who hurt you pay. I hope you wake up soon. There's so much I want to tell you, but I couldn't. For some strange reason, the black mass had calmed down, ceasing to strike the glass, and entered Izuku's body, but still leaving behind the black digits and horns of the same color as the digits. Kanako. Phew, it's good that he calmed down, I was running out of tape to plug the leaks. Kinda. You were able to calm your green prince. Esdeath. Kinda, it's good to see you. Kinda. Me too, but tell me, do you have the recording? Esdeath. That's right, I already have the confession of a UA student who's in the hero's course. Here it says what really happened that day. Kinda. That's perfect, we need to put it together with the rest of the information we have about the heroes. Hayako. By the way, where do you put all the information we're collecting? Esdeath. Rin and Rumika are in charge of that. They're the only ones who know where the rest of the information is stored. Here, girls. Hands them the recording, put it where the rest of the information is. Rin. It will be, let's go Rumika. The two left the room to leave the recording. Okay. Now what are we going to do, boss, for our next final move, since as far as I understand, the graduation of both classes of heroes is going to be tomorrow. Esdeath. Don't worry about that, Kay, I already had that planned. I'll tell you in the living room. Come on. So they all left the room, leaving Hayako alone in the room. He approached the incubation chamber. Hayako. Look, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you do, I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Hayako. I hope you enjoy these last moments of your life, because I plan to finish you off. The Hero Commission made me a lucrative offer I couldn't refuse if I got rid of you and undo what Esdeath was doing. Not only will they give me power and fame, but they'll also give me a harem made up of the girls from my team, and the first one I'm going to sleep with is going to be Esdeath. I'll show her what it's like to be with a real man. She'll end up so pleased with me that in their eyes you'll be nothing but a joke. Hayako. I intend to keep everything that's yours since I deserve it, unlike a Quirkless like you. I don't know how Esdeath would be so sure about someone as pathetic as you. Hayako. I can already imagine Esdeath screaming my name while I'm bucking her, and you'll be dead, hahaha. Chapter 9 The Awakening is near. Narrator. Once Hayako finished saying all that, she left the room, but once she left, Izuku's body began to react negatively, causing the mask to reappear. As the camera focused on Izuku, his hair turned white, but suddenly Izuku opened both eyes, revealing that they had turned a scarlet red like blood, indicating that the awakening has begun. Chapter 10 The Great Awakening is here. Narrator. The big day had finally arrived, the day when both classes of heroes would finally become official heroes. Now, at UA, preparations were underway for the graduation ceremony that evening, where the students and their parents would be present. But what was happening with the students? Well, instead of strengthening their friendships, they only became more antagonistic. They couldn't even look at each other without starting a fight. While Bakugo had grown strong thanks to the doses Hinoka gave him, this made him dependent on the dose, causing him some physical problems, but he didn't care. But what was our team doing? Well, they were in the room of the secret base talking about a special topic. Esdeath. Alright girls, as you know today is going to be the big day for the UA students, how are you doing with the information Rin, Rumika? Rumika. All the information we've collected has been transferred to this USB drive. Pulls out the USB drive, all the information, including a student's recent confession, is here. Just plug it into your computer and with one click, all the information will be available online. Hayako. Seriously, all the information is on that little USB drive. Rin. That's right, what did you expect? Besides, it wasn't that easy to do, so you'd better shut up. Esdeath. Okay girls, stop fighting. Anyway, getting back to the topic, when we're at graduation, the teachers will come up to say a few words to their students. It'll be pretty obvious that we're going to be among them. When that happens, we're going to reveal all the information, but someone will have to do it from here. Hayako. This is my chance, you know, girls, I can do it. I also have some knowledge in that field, so I can stay here. Esdeath. Are you sure about that, Hayako? Hayako. Of course, Kanako can go. In my place, she never got to go see UA. Kanako. I don't think I can go, I have to be monitoring the. Hayako. Yes, I know, but since Esdeath spoke to her, there hasn't been anything new. Besides, if anything happens, I'll let you know immediately. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Esdeath. What do you say, Hayako? We'll take you up on it. Kanako. Well, he's right about what he says. Besides, it would be good to get out of the infirmary once in a while. Okay, I'll come with you this time. Esdeath. Okay, once we go upstairs to talk, we'll reveal our entire plan. Once everyone knows and the information has been made public, Sayori will call her ship, which will destroy a part of UA. We'll get out through there, board the ship, and escape back here. Esdeath. I've made the plan clear for all of you. All? Yes. Esdeath. Then get ready, girls, because tonight will be an unforgettable graduation for the future heroes. So they all got up and went to their rooms to get ready. Shay. We're not going to wait any longer. We'll act when Esdeath and her team are at the UA graduation. We'll corner them and sedate them with tranquilizer darts, but first we'll make them confess to their high treason against us. How are the armed forces doing? Agent X. Everyone is ready and prepared for your orders. We won't give Esdeath and her team time to react. Shay. That's good, but what about their secret base? Have they found it yet? Agent X. Negative, my lady, every time we get close our computers explode instantly. Shay. TKS, whatever, it doesn't matter. Once we catch them, we'll force them to talk, no matter the cost. Now leave me alone, I need to make a call. So everyone left, leaving her alone. She took out her phone and started dialing a number. Shine. I imagine you're already starting with what I told you, right? Heiken. That's right, Esdeath and the others are going to graduation. They're leaving me alone to publish all the information on a USB drive. I have the whole database to myself. I'm going to take advantage of this to destroy the evidence and kill Izuku. I'll kill two birds with one stone. Don't worry about it, N. Shine. That's good to hear, I'll leave you now, I have things to don. Thus the call ended. Now we can see how Kaina was resting in her room, but then a voice woke her up. Lady Nagant, I need to discuss something with you, it's very urgent. Kaina. Cortana, what's wrong? Can't you see I was sleeping? I apologize for interrupting your sleep, but I have to tell you something. It concerns something that could jeopardize Esdeath's mission. Kaina immediately became alert and got out of bed. Kaina. Very well, tell me everything. If what you say is true, then we must act as soon as possible. Kaina, take what I'm about to tell you calmly. We have to do this in secret. When the girls leave, we have to be alert on the computer. I already told Ronan about this. Kaina. Okay, I listen to you. Now tell me what it is that I was able to expose to Esdeath and her team. Time skips. Night had fallen, Esdeath and her team were ready to leave, but before leaving Esdeath reminded her what she had to do. She was going to give her the signal to publish the information. So they all boarded the ship, which then began to fly towards UA where the event had already begun. The ship had finally reached its destination. Sayori parked it nearby, and they went to the facilities. Upon arriving at the event, they could see that the students weren't talking or dancing as expected. The atmosphere felt heavy and tense among them. Esdeath. Wow, it's quite a party here. Hanako. So this is UA. I imagined it would be much better, given the comments people were making and the heroes who came out of here. Principal Nezu and the teachers enter the stadium. He steps forward to speak. Nezu. Good evening, my dear students and parents. Today is a very special day for you, as it is the day when classes 3A and 3B, along with the other classrooms, graduate and become men. For example, classes 3A and 3B will become professional heroes who will be willing to do anything to make civilians feel safe. Now, as a next step, the teachers from each classroom will say a few words to their respective students. Thus all the teachers took turns addressing their students, making them happy with their teachers' words. Nezu. Now, as a next step, may Miss Esdeath and her team come up here. We want to hear about your experience working with the heroes and see if your opinion of them has changed. Esdeath and her team got up from their seats and went to the stage, all the teachers came down, and Nezu handed the microphone to Esdeath. Just as Esdeath was about to speak, the doors were opened by several police officers, alerting everyone nearby. Nezu. But what is all this? Can someone tell me what's going on? Shay appears among all the officers. Shay. I'm sorry to interrupt your graduation ceremony, Nezu, but I have to tell you that you've made fools of us. Nezu. What do you mean by that? Shay. What I mean is that Esdeath and her team have been deceiving us all this time. Here's the proof. Shay, beautiful, a button where a voice began to sound through the speakers. Esdeath. It's his voice, no, it can't be him, he wouldn't do that, would he? Then the voice began to recount Esdeath's entire plan from beginning to end, without omitting any detail, how they were responsible for the extraction of the former heroic Lady Nagant. Everyone couldn't believe what they were hearing. All this time they had been made fools of. Shay. It's time you stopped acting, Esdeath. Your deceptions end here and now. Hahaha. Shay couldn't finish because laughter began to be heard throughout the place. The events that are going to happen here will happen at the same time. When Hayako saw that the others had left, he put away the USB drive and took out a gun, which he reloaded and removed the safety from. Hayako. Well, it's time to kill a damn cockroach that's been bothering me the whole time it's been here. Hayako went back into the base. When he got to the computer, he left the USB drive there and went to the infirmary. When he arrived, he saw Izuku, but he looked normal. Apparently, his physical changes had been hidden. Hayako pulled out her gun and pointed it at the incubator. A burst of laughter echoed through the entire room. Esdeath. I guess the acting is over, girls. It's time to act. As you heard everything Shay said, it's true. Everyone was impressed by that revelation. Nezu. But why did he do it? What was his mo? Esdeath. You still ask. You damn bastards dared to attack the most important person in my life just because he was doing the right thing, but your damned greed forced you to kill him like the rest of those you tried to expose." The audience was completely confused. "Shay. You're still throwing that little girl tantrum." He was warned not to do anything, but he didn't listen, and that was his fate. When Hayako was about to shoot. "Rise up, my child. Rise up from the shadows, rise up from the misery, become the new guide of this rotten world, show who Izuku Midoriya is, bearer of the Lord of Darkness, creator of creation, rise up." Izuku opened his eyes suddenly, startling Hayako, causing him to fall and drop the weapon. Hayako was about to grab it quickly, but a black stake pierced his hand, making him scream. Looking to where it came from, he saw that black slime had passed through the incubator. The stake flew back towards Izuku's body. Izuku began to hit the glass of the incubator, which was starting to crack. Ayako was about to pick up her weapon again, but something was heard over the loudspeakers. "The information on the USB drive is being published. All the information on the USB drive will be published in just 10 seconds. Ayako. Shit, sees Izuku, I'll deal with you later." Ayako grabbed a gun and left the infirmary to go to the computer to remove the USB drive. When she arrived, she ran towards it, but a bullet pierced her leg, causing her to fall and drop the weapon. Turning around, Hayako saw Lady Nagant standing with Ronin. "Ronin. I knew I shouldn't trust you, you damn sewer rat." "Hayako. But how was it that no one was listening to me? Every call made here goes through me. I've been listening to all your calls, and I've recorded them for this moment. Please surrender, and we won't cause you any more pain." "Esdeath. You are all nothing but hypocritical faces, but that's about to end. Your dirty laundry is about to be exposed, and the people will finally wake up from the lie you've been telling them all this time." "Shay. Just give up, Esdeath. You have no proof against us. It's your word against mine. The game is over." "Esdeath. Oh, you really think so?" Snaps her fingers. Suddenly, everyone's phones started ringing, causing Shay's smile to vanish and putting her on alert about what might be on the phones. "Shay. What are they waiting for, to shoot?" He couldn't finish because a missile ended up exploding part of the UA's roof. The cause was Sayori's ship. The ship turned around and opened the back door. "Esdeath. I'd say it was a pleasure, but I'd be lying, and I think that's enough lies for today. I'll be watching you from the top, heroes." So they all boarded the ship and it left for the secret base. "Shay. I want all units to shoot down that damn plane." Ayako could see that the countdown had come to an end. He was just lying there on the floor. "Ayako. Damn it, I was going to have it all, but they didn't have to meddle where they didn't belong." Out of nowhere, the sound of breaking glass could be heard, along with wet footsteps walking on broken glass. At the entrance to the infirmary, they could see a shadow, and now they could see how the armor in the display case was beginning to tremble for no reason. When the one responsible for the shadow emerged from the light, he saw. "Pain Izuku. Cortana Ronin. My lord." There stood Izuku, soaking wet and wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. He looked somewhat tense, taking in his surroundings. When Hayako saw him, she angrily picked up the gun he had dropped. "Hayako. Die, you miserable wretch." Just as Hayako was about to pull the trigger, the gun suddenly cut out. Startled, Hayako, seeing who it was, noticed the armor that had been inside the display case was now standing beside him, wielding Ronin's sword. "Hina. Wait, how did the armor move if?" "Ronin. Stories exist for a reason. Many believe they were only made to entertain people, but no, they are events that happened a long time ago, but over time they lost their power." "Ronin. Lady Nagant, before us stands the legendary armor created by the Lord of Darkness himself, created to be humanity's guide, to lead them to a better world." Izuku was about to approach, but whispers filled his head, so he just whistled. The armor, only the sword, went to where Izuku was. A portal made of darkness opened behind them, so the two of them stepped through, and the portal closed behind them. "Hina. Where does that portal lead?" "Ronin. To gain access to the full power, the wielder must be reborn as a new being. He was to begin the rite of rebirth." The sound of the ship's hatch opening could be heard, and the cameras showed Hayako escaping in a mini-ship. "Ronin. He's getting away, we have to chase him." "Hina. No, it's not worth it. Besides, he has nowhere to go. It'll be easy to find somewhere. Now we have bigger problems, and one of them is how we're going to tell Esdeath that her sleeping beauty has just awakened and left through a black portal, along with an armor that has a life of its own." Time skips. We can see how Esdeath and her team had arrived at the base. Now they were all gathered, discussing a specific topic. Cortana was showing them the videos and recordings she had of Hayako, of how she betrayed them to Shay, and of her attempted murder of Izuku. They also saw how Izuku broke the incubator and escaped, and how the armor came to life, including when it left through a black portal along with Izuku. Tiger. So Hayako was the one who sold us out to the Heroes Commission. Hinoka. That son of a bitch, when I see the opportunity to kill him, I'm going to take advantage of every second. Esdeath. That doesn't matter anymore, girls. We achieved our goal. The reputation of the heroes and the government is finally falling. But from now on, we have to be more careful with our steps. One wrong move and it's all over. Hanako. But what worries me most is where Izuku has gone. That portal could have taken him anywhere. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, we won't be able to search freely because the heroes will be hot on our heels. Rin. I know where he went. They all paid attention to Rin. Rin. If the legend is true, then he was the place where every wielder of the Lord of Darkness went, even though he was a volcano. Aiko. But why would he go to a volcano? That doesn't make sense. Rin. If you want full access to the powers and abilities of the Lord of Darkness, you must be reborn as a new person. What better way than a volcano to burn away everything that binds you? Once that person has no more ties or sins, they will emerge as a new person. Rin. But it can't be just any volcano, it must be the one where the armor and the sword were forged by the Lord of Darkness himself. Esdeath. Okay, but where is that volcano? Rin. I would tell you, but even I don't know where it is. My family tried to find out, but they could never locate it. Only the wielder of the Lord of Darkness knows, and even he isn't allowed to reveal its location, since that place is considered sacred. Esdeath. Izuku, where could you be? Why are you so determined to keep me away from you, my love? Now we can see Izuku, who is standing on a cliff with a large hole above him. Below him, lava can be seen, indicating that he is in a volcano. Behind him is his armor, but next to the armor, something begins to appear until it takes the form of a knight made of darkness, with a red halo and a head resembling a crown. Everything is ready for your final step, my son. Tell me how you feel right now. Izuku. I feel good. I haven't been enduring this torment inside my head for nothing, so let's get this over with. Izuku began to move towards the edge of the cliff. When he arrived, he could see the lava. He just sighed and threw himself into the lava, while being watched by the armor and the Master of Darkness. Chapter 1 Getting to know the entity. Izuku narrates. Where am I? The last thing I remember is being cornered and shot. So I'm dead, and this is the heaven they talked so much about. What a disappointment. I expected something better. It's because you're not in heaven, kid, we're inside your mind. Izuku. Ah, who said that? We're inside my mind. What are you doing here then? Calm down, kid, look behind you. Izuku turned around and saw two red eyes watching him. I know you, but you don't know me. Let me introduce myself properly. All the darkness that was in Izuku's mind had begun to gather in one place, turning the entire area white until finally all that darkness took shape. My name is Kurai, and I am part of the creation of everything. Izuku. Wait, what do you mean, the creation of everything? If so, what are you doing here in my mind? Kurai. That has a long history. Izuku. Tell it anyway, it's not like I have to do anything right now. Kurai. Okay, here goes. Kurai narrates. Before creation and the Big Bang, there was only an eternal void, and within that void dwelled monsters that you humans consider cosmic terrors. We were merely star mist, only concerned with observing what those monsters did, until one day my two brothers and I had had enough. Each of us took on an appearance we liked best. My older brother took the form of a being of light, appearing behind him whenever a great light shone. He had the ability to create both organic and inorganic things. I believe you began to call him God. Kunai narrates. Well, my brother took the form of a medieval knight but covered his face, whips of light emerged from him as he carried a lance. He had the ability to take life, but since my older brother didn't like taking life, he and I took care of that and of disintegrating everything. You know him as Death. Kurai narrates. Well, I am the one in the middle, I have the ability to create darkness and transform it into whatever I please. I also have other abilities that you will see later, but I was in charge of spreading fear and despair. My brother was the master of life and peace. I am the master of darkness and the fear of people. My younger brother was the one who decided who lived and who died. Each of us had our role once we took these forms. Kurai narrates. Once we finished taking our forms, we presented ourselves to the creatures and began destroying them one by one. But my older brother only imprisoned a few. He locked up a guy with an octopus head in a place only he knows about. It was like a punishment so he could see what we do to his minions. Once we finished with all those monsters, my brother began creating you. He began your world, making all of you beings of love and peace. Kurai narrates. But my curiosity doomed them. I wanted to see what they would do in the face of an unknown threat. Their fear fueled their desire to create weapons for defense. Oh, that was my greatest fear. They began creating more powerful and dangerous weapons, and new, malevolent feelings began to fester within them. All those negative emotions led to great tragedies among humanity. I was filled with regret. How could I face my brother, knowing that he had destroyed his perfect creations out of sheer curiosity? Kurai narrates. But it didn't end there. Creatures began to appear. I thought the humans would unite, but that only made things worse. So, as punishment, I stayed on Earth to atone for my mistake. But to do so, I needed a human to blend in with the entities that appeared on Earth. So, I chose a human who would be willing to do anything to restore order. But I needed a human who had hit rock bottom, who knew true despair and the helplessness of not being able to do anything. Kurai narrates. This is how a long lineage began, where I would choose a bearer who would help me correct my mistakes and whose children would continue their legacy. A family called the Belmonts took charge of this. They were great knowledgeable fighters who wrote down everything new, thus helping their future generations. But unfortunately, that family was eradicated. I thought that was the end of it, but then I saw you. I could feel the Belmont blood in you, not much, but enough to catch my attention, and that's why I'm here inside your mind. End of story. Izuku. Okay, let me see if I understand. You're saying that you're part of the creation of everything along with your other siblings, and that you made a mistake for which you were punished. You wanted to make amends for your mistake and joined the humans, more specifically a family that were scholars, but they were exterminated, and now you're inside my mind because I carry some of that blood. Kurai. In short, yes. Izuku. What a shitty day I've had, to be honest, but let's see what kind of things you'll come up with for that damn family. Kurai. They provided a portion of my power, and they also wore a great armor that I myself made from a metal I created from darkness. Izuku. Wait, you're saying they were toasting with a portion of your power, not that they were at 100%. I mean, they were your vessels after all. Kurai. I prefer bearers that sound less insulting, while the next ones, to have full access to my abilities, have to make a great sacrifice, which is that you have to forget everything that binds you, throw yourself into a volcano and be reborn as a new person. Few have made such a sacrifice. Izuku. Well, I guess to achieve something you have to leave something behind, right? Kurai. That's right, but they have a weapon, but that weapon wasn't created by me. That armor is cursed by a demon, which trapped the souls of people sacrificed to it. This is because of the metal it's made of. That weapon is so powerful it can corrupt its wielders, which is why it was separated in two. But its last wielder ended up joining them together, causing a great calamity in the world, adding another burden to my conscience. Kurai. That made the people of that time see my wielders as villains. Izuku. I don't blame them, you were the cause of their misfortunes, you are everything they fear, you are darkness, you are the first fear that humans have. Kurai. That's right, if you let darkness rule you, it will turn evil, since the weak in mind and heart allow themselves to be ruled because they are very weak. But if you have an unbreakable will, darkness will be on your side and you will be able to do great things. If darkness was perceived as evil, it was because of the weak who couldn't endure it. Kurai. Darkness is neither good nor bad, it is just darkness. It will do what you tell it, but if you let it rule, it will follow the strongest thought, which is almost always negative. Izuku. Tell me how many times your former wielders were consumed by their hatred. Kurai. Almost half became tyrants, but there were other bearers who fought against their anger and put duty first. Kurai. So tell me, Izuku, if I give you this power, what will you do with it? Will you let it control you, or will you control it? Izuku. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to be the guide that people are looking for. I'll guide them to a better place than this, but to do that, I'll have to eliminate those who have the power to make a change, but only want to make things worse for their own purposes. Izuku. There will be no hatred, madness, or satisfaction when I kill them, because to me they are nothing, just cockroaches that deserve to be exterminated to make this world a better place. Izuku. So Kurai, I accept to be your new holder on this long journey. Izuku begins to create a knife of darkness with his hand, and after cutting. Izuku. And to seal this deal, let's do it with a blood pact. Kurai. Well then, so be it, my new bear. Kurai and Izuku shook hands, and chains of darkness appeared on their hands and joined together, indicating that the pact was sealed. Izuku. Okay, now what's the first thing I have to do, since my body is probably lying there all damaged? Kurai. Well, I was planning to use my darkness to put you in a darkness capsule, but it seems a woman arrived. It looked like she knew you, since she said your name and seemed very worried about you. Izuku. Wait, like a woman, like she was. Kurai. Well, she was taller than you, had long blue hair, a nice body, and had a tattoo between her breasts. Izuku. Esdeath, but how did I get there so fast? What's happening to my body right now? Kurai. Well, a ship just arrived and more people got off. Apparently, they knew this Esdeath. Then they put you in a capsule filled with water. It seems that's healing you, so don't worry about your body. It'll be fine. Izuku. Ugh, that's good. What are we going to do while my body recovers? Kurai. I will train you inside your mind, but your body will not change. However, your fighting techniques and abilities will remain stored within your brain. Once you have a good command of your skills and powers, I will send you to various planes where you will have to hone your abilities by fighting different adversaries. Kurai. I'm flying, and I repeat, your body won't change at all. You'll have to take care of strengthening your body yourself once you wake up. Izuku. Okay, but where am I going to train? Kurai. You will train where each holder underwent their training. Kurai snapped his fingers and a portal of darkness appeared. Kurai. Once you cross this portal, your training will begin, so you go in, I'll be there. Izuku. So be it then. Izuku began to cross through the portal, which closed behind him, thus beginning his training with Kurai. Chapter 2 Improvement of the Six Teeth. Narrator. As Izuku emerged from the portal, he was met with a hammer blow from Kurai. The impact was so strong that it sent him flying several meters. Izuku. What the hell is that, do you want to kill me or what? Kurai. Rule number 1 and 2, always be prepared for the unexpected or the inevitable, and number 2 is always be on your guard when entering unfamiliar places, no matter how nice or innocent they look, those are the most dangerous. Izuku. Okay, lesson learned, but at least yell or something when you're about to attack. How come I didn't die from that? Kurai. The enemies you're going to face will try to be as silent as possible to take you down, so you'll have to sharpen your other senses. Here, take this. Throws him a bandage. Izuku. Takes the bandage. Don't tell me I'm going to do what I think is. Kurai. The first part of your body we're going to enter will be your 6 senses. Izuku. No, there are 5, the eyes, the ears, the touch, the taste, and the smell, there are 5, what are the 6, and where are they? Kurai. The 6th sense is located inside your brain. It's a tingling sensation that activates when it detects danger. Many have it, but few perfect it, leaving it incomplete. This causes it to fail and ultimately lead to death because of a lack of training in that area. Once you have perfected all your senses, I will train you both mentally and physically. Kurai. Once you're fully ready, I'll send you to various places to hone the skills and techniques I'll give you as your training progresses. Izuku. Okay, but why would I have to fight if I already have them completely under control? Kurai. Each wielder has undergone this process, combining or creating new techniques or abilities while in those worlds, to leave them to their future generations. All those abilities belong to my former wielders. The enemies I'm talking about have been on this earth for many years. You probably know the techniques and abilities of my wielders. Kurai. Besides, that would show you can't do anything for yourself. Aren't you tired of having powers or abilities that aren't yours? It's time you created something new and claimed it as your own. It's time you started riding the bike without those safety wheels, don't you think? Izuku. Yeah, I think it's time, right. But how am I supposed to get in if all I see is an empty dojo here? Kurai. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Hits the floor with the metal part of his mallet. At that moment the dojo became larger and several obstacles appeared on the floor. Izuku. Kurai, what is this supposed to be? Kurai. Your training room. Here you will train every day. Izuku. Don't you think that's a bit of an exaggeration? I mean, I'm just a beginner. Don't you think it would be better to start with something gentle? Kurai. But what are you talking about? This is the gentlest one. This is beginner's training. There's nothing to fear. If your ancestors could do it, you can too. It's in your blood. Izuku. I only have part of that blood, I don't have it all. Kurai. Well, something is something, right? Don't forget to put on your blindfold. Izuku. Puts on the blindfold. This isn't going to end well. Kurai. But what are you talking about? You can go. Kurai gives Izuku a little push, throwing him to his fate. Ouch, that hurts. My tooth fell out. I can't feel my legs. My prostate please. Kurai, stop this shit. Kurai. Come on Izuku, you're almost there, watch out for that mine in here. Boom. Call the fire department and the police, the fire is raping me. Now we can see Izuku flying towards the finish line, and there Kurai appeared, who threw confetti at him and applauded him. Kurai. Bravo Izuku, you made it to the finish line, not as I had planned, a little bruised, a bit burned, and without clothes, but hey, you made it to the finish line without having to take off the bandage at any point, that's to your credit. Kurai. Okay, let's move on to the next training session. Izuku. What do you mean, next? Wasn't it supposed to be just this one? Kurai. Of course not, Izuku. This part is about detecting everything around you and testing your reflexes. Now, the next one. Kurai snapped his fingers and now the dojo became a fighting ring. Izuku. Well, I have some knowledge about that. The bandage reappears over his eyes. This is a joke. Kurai. Of course not, Izuku. Now I want you ready because I don't intend to show you any mercy. The two assumed a battle stance, and Kurai was the first to begin. Kurai. Right hook. Izuku prepared to dodge the blow, but the blow came from his left, knocking him to the ground. Izuku. Time, hey, what was that? You told me I was going to come from the right, but you gave it to me from the left. Kurai. Rule number 3 in a fight or not, never trust what the enemy tells you. Nothing can be trusted of them. Izuku. Okay, again, this time without stopping. Axe kick. He gets a roundhouse kick. Ah, my ribs. Kurai. Don't believe everything I tell you, Izuku. Think of me as your enemy trying to deceive you. Remember rule number 3. Izuku. Okay, I remember now, let's try again. Left hook. Izuku prepares to move to the right and deliver a hook. He ends up giving him a left hook. Ah, idiot, you said you were going to do the opposite of what you say. Kurai. Rule number 3, don't forget it, Izuku. Izuku continued trying to dodge and counterattack Kurai's blows, but he was unsuccessful, and having his eyes covered by the bandage didn't help much. The last blow was the one that finally knocked him to the ground. Izuku. Ah, shit, not again. Kurai. I think that's enough for today, Izuku. Izuku. No, I don't intend to let this end without punching you first. Izuku got up again, feeling somewhat sorry for the blows he had received. They both resumed their fighting stances. Kurai was the first to advance, about to deliver an uppercut, but something clicked inside Izuku's head and he dodged the blow, stepping back. Kurai moved toward him, and suddenly Izuku's arms and legs were enveloped in darkness, clinging to him and turning them black, while small circles with strange symbols completely surrounded them. Izuku could hear footsteps coming towards him. Kurai was about to hit him with a hammer, but Izuku was faster and lunged towards him, striking him in the ribs, making Kurai groan in pain. Izuku backed away a little, and when he felt he was far enough away, he kicked Kurai in the chin. Without giving him time to react, he ended the fight by giving Kurai an uppercut, knocking him to the ground. When Izuku heard a loud crash, he removed his blindfold and saw Kurai on the ground. Izuku. Ha 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 ha, I finally managed to deduce you. Ha 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 ha, how about that? Notices what he has on his arms and legs, huh? But what is this I have? Kurai. Well, I suppose you awakened the first ability. As you know, your ancestors possessed excellent physical strength, but sometimes that strength wasn't very effective against high-level spirits. So, the first wielder devised a technique. When your arms and legs turn black, they allow you to strike your enemy's soul, causing significant damage and rendering them unable to use their powers. Meanwhile, the circles destroy their body. The larger the circles, the easier it is to destroy their body, to the point that a single blow can completely obliterate them. The impact will be so great that it will turn your enemy's blood to dust. Izuku. Wow, that's incredible. Okay, what's next? Kurai. Good question. Snaps fingers. Now let's see how good you are at dodging things you can't see. Now ball throwers appeared in front of Izuku. Izuku. Then let's stop wasting time. He puts the blindfold back on. Let's get started already. Kurai. That's the spirit, Izuku. It's great that you're finally getting the hang of this. As time passed, Izuku's six senses improved with each training session. Although he still wore a bandage whenever he could, it was no longer an obstacle. His other senses had adapted and evolved remarkably. Even Izuku's eyesight improved significantly thanks to the enhancement spells he cast on them, allowing him to see far beyond what ordinary people could perceive. Kurai. Your progress was exceptional, Izuku. You managed to improve your senses in a short time, which is good. Now that all 6 of your senses are improved, it's time for the next step in your training. Kurai. And that's training your body. With your current body, you're not going to achieve much. If you could stand up to villains before, it's because your world is almost full of weak people. Izuku. So, what are you going to teach me for this next step? Kurai. First, you will undergo training to strengthen your body. Once that is done, we will begin practicing your hand-to-hand combat skills, where I will teach you the martial arts created by the ancient wielders. Izuku. Okay, but where will my training take place? Kurai snaps his fingers again, and suddenly the place turns into a forest. Before Izuku can say anything, he suddenly dodges a bunch of logs that looked very heavy. They had fallen from the sky. Izuku. Hey, what's wrong with you? At least let me know when you're going to do that. Kurai. Sorry, I wanted to see how your reflexes were. Now put those logs on your back and start climbing that mountain. Izuku could see a great mountain. It was so big that it could touch the clouds. Izuku. Well, since he puts the logs on his back, these things are heavy. What tree did you get them from? With difficulty, Izuku began walking towards the mountain with those heavy logs on his back, being watched by Kurai. Kurai. That's the spirit, Izuku. I'm glad you're starting to understand. I see a great future for you, Izuku, I'm sure of it. Chapter 3 Body Training. Narrator. We can see Izuku climbing the mountain with those heavy logs on his back. The poor boy looked sweaty and tired, but that didn't stop him from climbing the entire mountain with those logs on his back. Izuku, come on Izuku, you can do it, you're almost there. Izuku's legs gave out, forcing him to his knees. Izuku looked up and could see the end of the mountain. Izuku. I can, some damn pieces of wood aren't going to beat me. Izuku got up and started running towards the finish line, ignoring any pain or tiredness he felt in his legs. Finally, he reached the finish line where Kurai was waiting for him, and as a congratulatory gesture, he threw confetti at him. Kurai. Bravo Izuku, you made it to the goal. Izuku. Tired, it wasn't as difficult as it seemed. Now, what's the next step? Kurai. It's good that you asked. Look, I'm going to give you a list of the type of exercise you have to do and how many times you have to do it. Izuku. What do you expect, lady? Kurai pulled a sheet of paper from her robes and gave it to Izuku. Upon reading the letter, he was stunned by what it said. What it said on the sheet. 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups. 100 squats. Run 10 kilometers. Izuku. This has to be a joke, right? How do you expect me to do all this? Kurai. Nothing is impossible, Izuku. The limits are in our heads. You have to break those limits. Once you've done that, nothing will be able to stop you. Kurai. So stop wasting time chattering away and start exercising that body that needs it. Thus began Izuku's exhaustive training, a routine that was maintained day after day. Izuku could feel every part of his body screaming at him to stop, but he ignored it. No matter how tired he felt the next day, he would get up again and do his training routine once more. It didn't matter if he was cold, hot, or tired. He didn't care about any of that. He simply focused on his training. This was observed by Kurai. Kurai. Incredible. Throughout all this time, Izuku hasn't stopped training. Regardless of his physical condition or the weather, he hasn't stopped training for a single second. Not only has his body and strength grown stronger, but his stamina has also improved. Kurai, but I've also noticed that his height has changed. He looks a bit taller. His personality has changed too. He always seems serious. He appears very determined to become stronger. Izuku was lifting a large rock with his legs, raising and lowering it without any difficulty. After a few minutes, Izuku gave a powerful lift, sending the rock into the air. Izuku adjusted himself and jumped high, then kicked the rock with an axe-like force, splitting it in two. Izuku landed on the grass as the rock, now split in two, fell behind him. Kurai. Good show Izuku, you have successfully completed your training. Izuku. That's great, now what's next to finish my training? Kurai. Now you just need to train in the fighting techniques and abilities of my former wielders. We'll discover the rest as time goes on. Izuku. Okay, what's the first thing we're going to train this time? Kurai. It's a technique that was invented by the first wielder called the Bakai, and from there several roots and variants of the Bakai were created. We will train each of them later on the skills. Izuku. Okay, but what are those? Kurai. The Bakai depends on several variants, but the first and most basic is Bakai. Izuku. Wait, are you telling me that the first technique of Bakai is the same name as the technique? Kurai. Well, if not, besides, the first wielder didn't bother much with the names, he just gave them the first thing that came to mind. Kurai. It also varies in percentages, for example 20%, 30%, etc. But you have to be careful who you use this technique against, Izuku, because this technique was created solely for assassination. This technique will kill your opponent no matter what, whether it's in the middle of your fight or not, even if your enemy escapes. Kurai. The Bakai will begin to take effect, first giving your enemy a fever, then a nosebleed, followed by hallucinations of their greatest fears, and the final stage is madness. The madness will be so intense that the enemy will not be able to bear it and will commit suicide, thus ending your enemy's life. Kurai. So be careful who you use this technique against, Izuku. It's a forbidden fighting technique for a reason. Izuku. Understood, I'll be responsible and careful about who I use it against. Kurai. That's good, Izuku, because remember this. With great power comes great responsibility. Izuku. With great power comes great responsibility. Okay, I'll keep that in mind too. Kurai. Well, the first pose of the Bakai is this, follow it as I indicate. Kurai showed her each step of how she should do it, thus making her. Kurai. Very well, how about we start with a 10, so your body can get used to it. Izuku. Okay, Bakai 10. Inside his body, it could be seen how his blood began to circulate faster and started to bubble inside him. As limbs like arms and legs turned black and the circles with symbols reappeared, Izuku let out a small sigh, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and reappeared in front of Kurai to deliver a left hook. Time skips. Now we can see how Kurai and Izuku were standing in front of a portal. Kurai. These portals will send you to various worlds. To leave one world or to access another, you will have to kill each boss in that world. It's like leveling up in an open world game. Izuku. How do you know about those types of games? Kurai. Time marches on and I cannot be left behind, so don't waste your time, it's time for your journey to begin, my young Padawan. Kurai. Once you cross the portal, you'll be on your own. I'll only intervene when things get too much for you. Izuku. Well, I'll see you on the other side, Kurai. Izuku crossed through the portal, which closed behind him as Kurai watched. Kurai. May the force be with you, Izuku. May the force be with you. Sorry for the delay, gentlemen, I encountered some problems, but they are being resolved now. Chapter 4, First Level of the Abyss. Narrator. Izuku had crossed the portal. The first thing he saw was a large door, but everything around him seemed dead, skeletons lying everywhere, suggesting that something bad had happened there. Izuku. Whatever happened here wasn't good at all. Izuku was about to continue walking, but suddenly the ground began to shake, followed by a loud howl. From the shadows emerged a tall, slender figure with 6 purple eyes staring intently at him, followed by growls. As the shadow emerged from the darkness, a large dog with 3 heads was seen. Indicating that before Izuku stood Cerberus, the dog that guarded the Great Gate of the Spirits to prevent anyone from leaving or entering, whether mortal or not. Izuku. So you're Cerberus, the great 3-headed dog that guards the Gate of Spirits, no one enters and no one leaves, that's your motto, isn't it? Cerberus. You're neither the first nor the last to come here, human. Izuku. Yeah, I already noticed that. Looking at the skeletons. Izuku. Look, let's not make a long story out of this. I just want to get through that door and I'll kill some of your henchmen there. Think of it as me taking some of the weight off your shoulders. Izuku. You won't have to take care of so many hellish beings that lurk behind that door anymore. Cerberus. I'm sorry, but the answer is still no. You'd better go back where you came from before I regret letting you go. Izuku. Sighs, you know, I wanted to do this the easy way, but since you didn't accept my offer, we'll have to do it the hard way. Cerberus. You stupid human, I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. Now face the consequences of your recklessness. Izuku's blood began to circulate faster and started bubbling from the heat, and his limbs, arms and legs turned black, and circles appeared, but this time the circles looked a little bigger than before, while black fire appeared on his wrists and feet. The 3 heads opened their mouths, and a purple light began to appear. Purple beams shot from the mouths of the 3 heads, heading towards Izuku, but Izuku was faster and dodged all 3. He positioned himself on top of Cerberus, and without hesitation, Izuku began to strike Cerberus's spine repeatedly. Cerberus began to howl in pain, so he started shaking to get it off. Izuku, using his fire, created chains made of fire and tied them around the middle head. Izuku. No matter how big you get, you're still a stray dog no matter how you look at it. You just have to be tamed. Cerberus began to move erratically in all directions, trying to get him off him. Cerberus. You stupid human, I was going to give you a quick and painless death, but now it will be the opposite, because of your great insolence. Cerberus made one last move, throwing Izuku to the ground. Cerberus. Now you'll just be one more of the dead here. Cerberus raised its paw and began to crush Izuku, but Izuku began to exert force with his hands to avoid being crushed. Cerberus. Why are you delaying the inevitable? I don't understand. I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't take it. Now you're about to be crushed to death. Izuku. And who decided that? Who decided that I'm going to die? Nobody decides that, much less a mangy dog like you. The only one who decides that is me, and nobody else, you hear me, you damn bastard. Izuku began to exert more force. Izuku began to stand up while lifting Cerberus's paw. Cerberus. Wait, how is this possible? No human has ever been able to withstand my strength. I simply don't understand it. Izuku. And who said I was human? I never told you. I am the light that will guide the lost. I am a rising god. Izuku delivered a powerful blow to Cerberus's leg. It was so strong that it sent it flying. The middle head reacted quickly. It was about to launch another attack with its laser beam. Izuku. Oh no, don't even think about it. Izuku begins to create a black mace and throws it towards his snout, thus sealing it. The other 2 heads regained consciousness and attacked simultaneously, launching their laser beams, but surprisingly, Izuku stopped them with his hands. However, instead of restraining them, it seemed as if he was absorbing them. Until both heads stopped from exhaustion, while Izuku was surrounded by purple energy, while purple lightning bolts shot out of his body. Izuku. You know, this isn't bad at all coming from a mangy dog like you. Cerberus. You stupid human, you have no idea what you're doing. If I die, those beasts behind that door will come out and destroy everything in their path. Izuku. Don't worry, I lock them all inside with me, and once I get out, no monster or demon will be able to escape because they'll all be dead by my hands. Izuku began to recharge that purple energy in his hands while his eyes glowed purple. Izuku. Goodbye forever, Cerberus, guardian dog of the gates of the abyss. Izuku fired the purple energy in the form of a laser beam at Cerberus, killing him. Once that was done, the doors opened. Izuku. You all better be prepared, you creatures of hell, because I have a dream, not a goal, and that goal includes all of you who died by my hand. So I hope you're all ready when I come for you. Izuku began to descend into the depths of the abyss, and behind him the doors closed, thus beginning this great journey that awaits Izuku. Chapter 5, Second Level of the Abyss. Narrator. We can see how Izuku was now going down some stairs, the only thing illuminating the place were some candles that were attached to the wall. Izuku just kept going down. The only sound in that place was his footsteps as he went down the stairs until he finally reached the second door where there was a drawing of a medieval knight's helmet. Izuku. I feel like I'm going to find something interesting here. The doors opened and Izuku entered without hesitation. Once inside, the doors closed behind him. The place was completely dark. He couldn't see anything until suddenly some candles lit up, but their flame was blue. He could then see a pile of armor pieces scattered about. Izuku. Wow, this is strange but curious at the same time. Suddenly the armors began to tremble, alerting Izuku. A dark mist began to emanate from the armors and they began to arm themselves. But strangely, a blue color was noticeable in their visors and some parts of them. Izuku. Oh wow, I wasn't expecting this, but since I don't expect anything, that doesn't count. Izuku. You may be a crowd, but that doesn't mean I'm lost. I want you to know that I'm not locked in with you. You're locked in with me. Izuku C20 style. Jackfink. Izuku was surrounded by purple electricity, while marks appeared on his body and circles with symbols made their appearance, but this time they looked larger. Izuku. Alright, you living tin cans, let's see how good you really are. The Jackfink style is a technique that relies more on kicking and striking, meaning the arms aren't used much with this technique, unlike Bakai and other techniques. The first 3 suits of armor rushed at him. The middle one swung a sword, but Izuku blocked it, spun around, and kicked it in the head, knocking it off. The first suit of armor was about to impale him with its spear, but Izuku quickly stopped it, applying a little more force and breaking the spear. He jammed the point into its head and kicked it through the helmet. The third suit of armor was heading towards him, but Izuku performed a bicycle kick, knocking its head off. Izuku. Oh come on, that's all they have, piles of tin cans. The 3 suits of armor he had killed began to rise. The 2 whose helmets he had removed put them back on, while the other removed a piece of spear that was stuck in her. Izuku. Oh, something tells me we're going to be here for a while. That's right, Izuku had quite a while, fighting a bunch of armors that kept regenerating. No matter how strong they were, they always came back to life. And the second problem was that Izuku was already running out of energy from so much fighting. He couldn't afford to rest because the second he let his guard down, the living armors would be coming for his head. Izuku, I have to find out what brings them back to life, because if I keep going like this, they're going to end up killing me because of my lack of energy. Izuku began searching with his eyes until he saw 5 pillars. There he saw 5 beings in robes. Izuku. I suppose they're the ones in charge of bringing them back to life. Izuku was about to jump, but a knight charged at him, then another knight climbed on top of him, and the other knights climbed on top of them so that he couldn't escape, forming a ball of steel. All of you. I'm fed up with you. All the knights were blown to bits by an explosion of electricity. The one responsible for this was Izuku, who was now emitting white lightning with blue tones. Izuku. I won't repeat myself, get out of my way or suffer the consequences. The gentleman ignored his warning. Izuku. I warned you. Izuku started running towards them, but it jumped and began to spiral around, thus destroying the knight's barricade. Izuku no longer focused on the knights. Now his target was the sorcerers, who were in the 5 pillars. Izuku. The pillars are somewhat close together. If even one is destroyed, it will fall on top of the other, and so on, consecutively, like dominoes. Izuku. It's time to clear the area. Izuku leaped high, propelled by his lightning, then plummeted down, creating an electric field that kept the knights at bay. Without wasting any more time, Izuku began to charge electricity in his arms. Izuku. It's time for you damn cowards. Electric shot. Izuku raised his arm and a torrent of electricity shot out towards one of the pillars. Izuku used it with low power since he didn't have much energy, so he was trying to conserve it. The first pillar exploded, causing it to fall on top of the other. They all fell like dominoes, killing the sorcerers in the process. Seeing that he was about to face even more obstacles, Izuku turned to look at the knights. Izuku? Well, how about we try again? The knights didn't hesitate for a second and went after Izuku. Izuku picked up a sword that was lying there and began fighting the knights. He destroyed the helmet of one that was already close with his fist, while his lightning took care of the others. Izuku took another knight and threw him towards the walls, destroying him. And since the sorcerers were already dead, they were going to bring us back to life. Using his lightning powers, Izuku grabbed a knight and threw him through the walls, destroying him. Izuku. It's time for all of you to die once and for all. With my final attack, you will all die. Izuku began to charge all his electricity throughout his body. The knights were approaching him, ready to kill him. When Izuku saw that they were close enough, he released all his energy. Izuku. Electric expansion. Large amounts of lightning shot out of Izuku's body, destroying all the knights present. Seeing that none remained standing, Izuku relaxed. Now he was only standing on old metal with no life around him. Izuku. I'm going to rest for a while that door opens. Suddenly Izuku heard heavy metal footsteps and the sound of something being dragged. Suddenly a knight appeared, but this one was different. He was red and wielding a large sword. Before Izuku could process what was happening, he had to dodge a large mace that was coming to crush him. When he looked around, he saw that it was another knight, but this one was also different. He was grey and carried a large mace. Izuku. Oh please, this has to be some kind of sick joke. Igris. This is the first time I've seen a mortal in the abyss. No one has been able to defeat Cerberus, but I see that you were the first human who did. Hank. That must mean you're strong. That's good. I've wanted to fight someone strong for a long time. Izuku. Just one question, who does the throne behind you belong to? Igris. He belongs to our master. One day he went out to explore what lay below the abyss, and to this day we continue to await his return. Hank. But how did you get in here? You killed the sorcerers, our troops, and destroyed our lord's sanctuary. We'll have to kill you. Izuku. Damn, if Kurai hasn't intervened, she probably wants to see how I perform in these kinds of situations. Izuku picked up a sword and shield that were lying around. Izuku. Well then, what are you waiting for? Come at me and I'll make you kneel before me. Hank was the first to advance towards Izuku, preparing his hammer to crush him. Izuku Bakai 10 style. Gunfights. The gunfight style is a skill that allows them to fight with weapons as if they were an extension of their body. It also makes the weapon they are carrying stronger, depending on the percentage being used. This skill is the most used, since the first rule is an Akatamata always has to be well armed, whether in combat or not. Izuku protected himself with his shield, causing his two weapons to clash and creating a loud vibration throughout the area. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Igris trying to tie him up from behind, so he quickly blocked his attack with his sword. Now the three of them were exerting force. Tank with his weapons to crush him, Igris to cut him in half, and Izuku exerting force with his shield and sword to avoid being crushed and cut in half. Tank. I must admit you're quite strong. No one has been able to withstand the force of my deck for so long. I just hope you don't end up disappointing me. Igris. I must say the same, my sword has a great edge, I could cut through anything, but look at you, you're holding it with an ordinary, rusty sword. Tank and Igris began to exert more force. Izuku had to get out of there since he didn't have much energy left and what little he had was running out. Izuku decided to jump back, thus freeing himself from the entanglement. Tank wasted no time and went towards Izuku, about to strike him on the head with his mace, but Izuku dodged it. Izuku climbed onto Tank's sword and plunged it into his right shoulder, causing Tank to drop his mace. In a swift movement, Tank caught him with his good arms and threw him far away from him. Igris appeared in front of Izuku, ready to pierce him with his sword. Izuku reacted quickly and covered himself with his shield, but that didn't stop him from crashing into the wall, cracking it. This caused Izuku to spit out some bloody saliva from his mouth. Igris began to exert more force, which caused the shield to begin to crack. Izuku didn't know what to do. He was between a rock and a hard place, literally. His body suffered great damage from the impact and he could feel his little remaining energy slowly being consumed. Izuku, if Kurai hasn't acted now, then it means he trusts me, and if he trusts me then that's enough for me to keep fighting. Izuku. Hey, has no one ever told you that you should always look at the hands and not the face? Igris. What do you mean by? Izuku fire, black fire blade. Igris was pierced through the chest by a sword made of black fire. Izuku, using his legs, pushed him away, freeing himself from the entanglement. Igris dropped his sword and fell to his knees, clutching his wound. Igris. I guess I got a little too confident, but at least you got to have a good fight before I leave. Igris's head was pierced by the same fiery sword, thus ending his life. Thank. So you managed to take down Igris. In all my years I never expected to see that. Izuku. Now all that's missing is you. Thank. It will be difficult for me since my deck is designed to be played with 2 hands, and I only have one good one. Izuku. Then give it your all, give your last breath fighting. Thank. Haha, you're right, takes his hammer, with this last attack we'll settle everything. They both lunged at each other. A loud crash echoed throughout the room. Izuku fell to the floor, his shield broken and his sword gone. Hank stood there, his mallet lying on the floor, broken in 2. He saw that he had several very deep cuts all over his body. Thank. So this is my end, at least I finally had a great fight, thank you mortal for making me feel alive for a few good moments. Hank had died. Izuku composed himself and saw that the door had now opened, but before leaving he wanted to try something. Izuku. Let's see if it works for you guys. Izuku, shut up. The mist began to appear beneath all the bodies, but the mist dissipated upon touching the bodies. Izuku. Maybe it's because they're still waiting for a king who's already dead. Izuku. I know you're still waiting for your king, but if you join my crusade and come to the deepest abyss, perhaps we'll find him. So, do you accept being my shadows? I will be your monarch who leads you to what you so deeply desire. The black mist began to reappear. When it touched the knights, it didn't disappear this time, but instead enveloped them. Suddenly, all the armor rose up and the blue tones turned red. Standing before the knights were Igris and Tank, as good as new. Tank's mace was like new, and the cuts had vanished, while Igris no longer had the wound on his chest and head. Tank. And we're still waiting, there are many levels to go down. Izuku. You're right. Looks at the open door, let's go. Chapter 6, 3rd level of the abyss. Narrator. We can see how Izuku was now standing in front of a door which had a skull with deer antlers on it. Without asking any questions, Izuku simply opened the door. Upon entering, he saw that he was in a snowy forest. It was night and the fog seemed dense and like it wouldn't end, just like the snow. Izuku. Damn, if I had known these dioramas existed here I would have brought some cold weather clothes. Izuku, according to what Kurai told me, I can mold darkness as I please. Izuku began to be surrounded by darkness, so he made a robe for the cold. Izuku. That's much better, but the other thing is that forest gives me a bad feeling. Izuku. White fire. Fire daggers. Izuku created 2 daggers of white fire and ventured into the forest. He was walking through the woods, but something had been bothering him ever since he entered. He felt a bad vibe, looking around for anything suspicious, until he saw footprints that weren't his own, so he approached to investigate. He saw that the footprints were from a creature that was probably about 3 meters tall. The creature was walking on 2 legs. Izuku was going to follow them until he saw more footprints, all with the same pattern. Izuku. It seems these things come in packs. Whatever it is, I need to be more careful. Izuku began to follow the footprints to see where they led. The fog and darkness weren't much of a problem for him since he could see through the dark. He also enhanced his vision to make sure nothing escaped him. Izuku's alarm signals began to activate, causing him to look around constantly without letting his guard down. He could tell he was being watched, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw shadows passing by. So in a swift movement he climbed some trees, heard some roars and the trees began to move. He could hear the branches and poles breaking. So he began to jump through the trees. He was testing the creatures to see how capable they were of hunting him. Izuku turned around to look. He could see those shadows climbing and jumping through the trees just to reach him. Izuku kept jumping but didn't see that something suddenly attacked him to his right, knocking him out of the tree, falling into the middle of all the vegetation. The only thing illuminating was the light of the moon. Izuku. I'm in a circle surrounded by vegetation, and the moon is my light, I've seen this before. The bushes began to shake violently. Within the darkness, he could see several eyes surrounding them. Suddenly, one of those creatures deigned to reveal itself, illuminated by the moon. Izuku. Oh wow, so you're the famous Wendigos, wow, you guys are really hideous from the front. Izuku. If the legends are true, to kill them you have to remove their hearts, but I want to test how the white fire works. The Wendigo that knocked him down lunged at him to attack, but Izuku dodged it, slashing its ribs with his dagger. The Wendigo saw its wound, but suddenly it burst into white fire and died. White fire fact. It is fire that burns your sins. The greater the sins, the faster the sinner will burn. The reason the sinner is also burned is because the best way to atone for your sins is to be burned with them. This ability has no effect on people who have not sinned. For them, it will only be a normal cut. It also has a counterpart. Izuku. Very well, abominations of God, who's next to be burned with their sins? All the Wendigos rushed at Izuku, who only made his daggers bigger to gain more advantage. 3 Wendigos went after him, but Izuku delivered a double slash in quick succession, and the Wendigos burst into flames within seconds. In the distance, only smoke could be seen rising from the trees, while a slightly larger figure watched from afar. This figure began to descend the mountain, following the path where the smoke was coming from. Now we return to Izuku, who was standing atop the remains of the Wendigos. It seemed easier than he thought. With just one cut, no matter how small or large, they would burn instantly. But from the shadows emerged a remaining Wendigo. It was about to launch an attack, but suddenly it was pierced through the chest, then it was cut in half by another, larger creature. This creature threw away the body and ate the heart of the last Wendigo. Izuku. I guess you have to be the boss of this level, well let's see if you don't end up being another snake oil salesman like your followers. The beast lunged at him, Izuku positioned his daggers in an X shape to shield himself from the attack, he could see the beast being cut but not burned. Izuku. Wow, a beast who has never sinned, that's something new. Izuku kicked him in the stomach, thus moving him away from him. Izuku Bakai style. Sword 40. Izuku's hands transformed into black swords with a reddish hue. The sword style is a technique that turns your hands into swords which can cut through various things. It also exists between the two worlds, so it can kill not only the living, but also the dead. It has a powerful poison that is still unknown. The two lunged again and their claws and swords clashed, each exerting more force to corner the other. Izuku. I have to admit, you've surprised me, but I still have more levels to complete, so let's finish this quickly. The Wendigo moved away from Izuku and in the blink of an eye appeared behind him. He quickly blocked the attack with his sword, taking advantage of the fact that both his hands were blocked and with his other hand, he pierced him. Izuku red fire blood fire. The sword burst into red fire and pierced the Wendigo. Not content with that, it raised the cut until it sliced through its shoulder. The Wendigo's wound began to burn with red fire and the cut ended up exploding. Red fire is a creation made with blood that allows you to burn your enemy with their own blood as well as transfer blood through red fire. Blood fire makes the blood from the cut part come out in the form of fire to do more damage and the heat makes the blood bubble, causing the part where you cut your enemy to explode. Now the Wendigo only gave him one arm, so as it began to run around Izuku, trying to confuse him. Izuku. You think I don't know what you're doing? You're trying to confuse me. I advise you to try another method or you'll end up dying. The Wendigo lunged from behind Izuku, ready to slice off his head. The screen went black. Only a few flashes were seen along with the sound of meat being cut. The screen returned to normal and the Wendigo could be seen kneeling without its other arm. Izuku. I tried to tell you, but you didn't listen to me. Now look where that's led you. Izuku approached the Wendigo and began to raise his sword. Izuku. Don't worry, this isn't the end for you yet. Death is just a step towards transcendence. Izuku plunged his sword into the Wendigo's neck, killing it. Suddenly, a rock behind him began to open, indicating that he could now move forward. Izuku. Let's see how good you are in my ranks. Black smoke rose from the ground and began to envelop the Wendigo. Once that was done, the Wendigo stood up, its body now made of darkness with some red parts. Izuku. Okay, now join the others. I'll call you when I need you. The Wendigo simply nodded and disappeared. Now Izuku was only watching the door open. Izuku. I wonder how many levels I have left to complete them. Izuku simply continued on his journey as the door closed behind him. Chapter 7, 4th level of the Abyss. Narrator. We can see Izuku sitting halfway up the stairs of the next level, eating the heart of a Wendigo after cooking it. He was replenishing his energy for the next level. Igris appears behind him. Izuku. Igris, what are you doing? We haven't entered the next level yet. Igris. Well, I was wondering why he's in the abyss, what motivated him to get here. Izuku. Well, it wouldn't hurt to tell you a little about myself. Izuku. Where I come from, people have powers. At first, it was chaos, discrimination, and riots, but then more people started to develop powers, making it so that 80% of the population had powers we call quirks. But that 10% didn't develop a power, calling them quirkless. That caused the roles to reverse. Izuku. Then bad people started appearing, using their quirks to harm others. To counteract this, heroes were born. For a while, everything was fine until the heroes stopped representing all that was good and became greedy and proud. They have a leader who directs them, but she and her entourage do shady things. They do all of this behind people's backs, keeping them deceived. Anyone who discovers the truth is murdered and made to look like a suicide or a traitor to the country. Izuku. I discovered that truth accidentally. I was applying to be a hero, and when they found out, they tried to bribe me, but I refused. So they branded me a traitor and murdered me. Izuku. But luckily I was able to get out alive thanks to some people. What you see is just my soul, and my physical body is in the earthly world healing its wounds. Izuku. Once that's over and my body is back, I'm going to expose all the dirty secrets of those who pretend to be heroes. Izuku. But for that I need power and to guide people to a new world, far from all the corruption and evil in my world. Igris. Your ideals are similar to those of my king. He believed in justice, in second chances, and he took what his kingdom needed, never more. Igris. He always wanted to resolve conflicts in another way, but when there wasn't one, he did everything possible to make his enemy see reason. He earned our loyalty, and we will follow him until the end of time. Izuku. And what happened that made you end up locked up here? Igris. We fell into an enemy trap and ended up locked inside. Our king, seeing some doors, decided to explore alone, and that was the last time we saw him. Now that you're here, we have hope of finding our king. Izuku. The promise still stands. I think that's enough rest. Go back to your classmates. I'm going to keep going down. There aren't many steps left. Igris rejoined the others, and Izuku continued down the steps until he finally reached the door. He found it strange to see a knight's helmet with a crown. The doors opened, and upon entering, he could see that the entire place was filled with water, but it only covered his feet. Suddenly, a multitude of bonfires ignited, forming a large circle around him. From a distance, it peeked out until it was visible in the light of the bonfires. It's been so long since I've seen a human, let's skip the introductions, you'll soon be just another corpse in the pile. Izuku. Well, if this is how you greet your visitors, it doesn't surprise me, because you're so lonely. Izuku. Tell me how you ended up here. I fell into a trap along with my subordinates. They locked us in here. When I saw there were doors, I decided to see what was inside. I was in for some big surprises. They showed me that without enough power, you're nobody. Now I've become so powerful that I no longer need my subordinates. Izuku. So you're the one your knights keep talking about. They need to see this, surgeon. Behind Izuku appeared all the knights along with the Wendigo. The first thing the knights saw was their former king. Igris. My king, what a joy it is to see you again, where have you been all this time? King. Wow, I'm surprised you made it this far. I thought I'd never see you again. I was so glad. Thank. Sir, why do you say that? We've been waiting for you all this time. King. I understood that if you go in a group you show that you are weak, that's why I didn't go back and stayed here to become someone else, now that I am, I don't need them anymore. Igris. My king, but how can this be, if we were all loyal to you and never doubted you, because. King. Because it would give flies like you more explanations than to die here. Izuku. Hey, it's best if you leave that alone. That guy over there isn't your king anymore. Power has consumed him. The only way to free him is by killing him. Igris. If that's the only way, then so be it. Knights attack. They were all against their former king, Izuku was in the lead, but something fell behind him, the knight stopped because of a gigantic thing that fell in front of them. It was another knight, only this one was bigger. King. My guardian will take care of you. The human is mine. Igris. Izuku, go and free him from that hole he's in. We'll take care of the guardian. Izuku blew fire. Fire punch 50. Izuku leaped towards King, intending to punch him squarely in the face, but his blow was blocked by one of the daggers. The others were about to pierce him, but Izuku was quick and moved away from him. King. You'll need more than that just to defeat me. Izuku. You're right. Using blue fire, Izuku created a hidden blade shaped like a chainsaw, not under his arm but above it. He also created a shield with saw-shaped blades emerging from it. King decided to come down and stood in front of Izuku. Now the two were facing each other, waiting for the other to make their first attack so they could counterattack. King took two of his daggers and was going to stab Izuku, but Izuku was faster and blocked them with his shield. With his hidden blade, he was going to stab him, but the other two blades blocked it. The last two were going to stab him from behind. Upon seeing this, Izuku quickly ducked, performed a 360-degree turn, and used his hidden blade to cut King's legs before moving away from him. King was about to fall to his knees, but he recovered and saw that they were bleeding from both legs. King. Blood, how long ago was the last time someone made me bleed? I guess it's time to get serious. King dropped his daggers and pulled out the hilt of a sword, only this one didn't have the blade. The 6 daggers were placed in a straight line upwards on top of the hilt, the 6 daggers joined together and stuck to the hilt, thus forming a sword which then caught fire. King. Now then, may the best man win. Izuku, using fire blue, created a mask for combat. King, using a booster, launched himself towards Izuku. Izuku blocked his attack with his shield. The shield had a rope attached, so he pulled it and the shield's blades began to spin, as did the retractable blade. Izuku was about to stab King with the saw, but King, seeing this, kicked Izuku away. Izuku threw his shield towards King, but King dodged it. King, yes, you did. Izuku. Who said I was aiming at you? With a single movement, Izuku caused the shield to come towards him at high speed, making the water rise. King, seeing the shield coming this way, was ready to break it in two, but the shield suddenly stopped inches from him. He was surprised, but then he saw a lot of water fall on him, which distracted him. Izuku took advantage of that and slashed his back, causing him to bleed again. King. Ah, miserable human, you'll see. Izuku ducked so King's sword wouldn't slice his head off. Izuku quickly plunged his blade into King's leg, then with a downward cut, he slashed it open. He grabbed King's shield, pulled the rope, started spinning it, and plunged it into King's ribs, leaving a large wound. King, with his strength, pushed Izuku away with his sword, slashing him across the chest. The impact sent Izuku crashing to the ground, causing his hidden blade and shield to vanish. As King braced himself with his sword and ring of fire, he heard a loud crash behind him and turned to see what it was. He was greatly surprised to see that his guardian had been defeated. Now they were celebrating while Tank was on top of his guardian, shaking his mace up and down in a sign of victory. He had fallen for what were once his knights. He understood that he had done everything wrong, but it was too late. Now the needles were full of the blood of both of them. Izuku stood up with some difficulty. Izuku. I have to admit that was a good hit, but you don't have much left, you can barely stand. King. You're right, but I must thank you. Izuku. And why is that? King. You proved me wrong. I let my ambitions rule me, I distanced myself from everything I stood for, I became a vile person, but thanks to you I reconsidered. Seeing how my former knights were able to defeat a guardian who surpassed them in size and power, made me realize that I was the problem, not them. King. It's too late for me now. The only way I can atone for my sins and redeem myself is through death, so let this final attack decide who lives and who dies. Izuku. You know, if we had met in another time we would have gotten along very well. Izuku stood up, clasping his hands together, and a sword made of fire white appeared. He prepared to deliver his final attack, as did King. The other knights were simply watching, wondering who would be the victor in this battle. So they both lunged at each other. The only sounds were the water and the clash of swords. Izuku fell to the ground with a large cut on his face, and his sword disappeared, while King stood but blood was falling back into the water, while the daggers fell into the water along with the hilt. Separately, when they came up it could be seen that King had Izuku's sword in his chest. He saw his arm, he could see it bursting into white flames, but the strange thing was that he felt no pain, he could feel a great warmth, it was as if your mother were giving you a big, loving hug. King. So this is what defeat feels like, it's not so bad after all. King lay down on the floor, assumed a mourning position, and all his former knights surrounded him. King. I know I disappointed you, my brothers. I ask for your forgiveness, but don't cry for me. Now the young man who guided you will be your new leader. Just then, Izuku approaches. King. Guide them to a better future than I can offer them. Now the mantle falls on you, Izuku Midoriya. Before the white fire consumed him, he said a few last words. King. Mom, my beloved, I'm finally going to be with you again. Thus the white fire finally reached him, covering everything until it consumed him. We can see how his ashes spread all over the place. Igris. There was no need to apologize, my lord. We never protected you at any time. Now, take the right to finally rest in peace. Thus the gates opened, but Izuku saw the guardian they had defeated, so using his necromancy, he turned him into one of his soldiers. Now the knights, along with the guardian and the Wendigo, stood before Izuku, all standing at attention and kneeling before him. All. We are now at your service, Lord Midoriya, and we will help guide the people to the promised land. We await your next orders. Izuku. Lord Midoriya, it doesn't sound so bad after all. Sorry for the delay, sometimes I just got too lazy to keep writing. Chapter 8, 5th level of the Abyss. Narrator. We can see how the sorcerers were healing Izuku from his wounds from his previous battle. When they finished, only some scars remained, on his chest and on his face near his eye. Once everything was ready, Izuku stood up. Izuku. Okay, now that everything's ready, let's go. Izuku collapsed to the floor from a great pain that he felt throughout his body. His body began to glow as cracks appeared all over his body. Izuku. What the hell is happening to me, this hurt so much. The others were worried about their now lord. Igris. My lord, what's wrong? What's happening to you? In front of Igris appeared Kurai. Upon seeing Izuku, he approached him, stood at his level, and placed his hand on Izuku's head. This caused his body to stop glowing, and the cracks disappeared along with the pain. Kurai. Don't be afraid, I'm your friend. Izuku is my host, he has no reason to fear me. Tank. What happened a few moments ago? Kurai. This is because Izuku's physical body can't handle so much power. His body isn't suited to withstand this much power. That's why you have to finish this quickly. I don't know how much longer I can keep him under control without those guarding Izuku's body noticing. Izuku. How many levels do I have left to finish? Kurai. You only have 2 left, but the last one is the hardest. I'm sure you can do it. Izuku gets up and sees his knights. Izuku, nah, I win. Kurai. Okay, I'll be watching if things get out of hand. Kurai disappeared into the darkness. Izuku. Alright gentlemen, what are we waiting for? Those last 2 bosses aren't going to kill themselves, let's go. They all went towards the door. Once they were all inside, the door closed. Now they were all on the new level. This seemed strange to Izuku since you usually had to go up some stairs, but not here. The place was totally strange. Galaxies could be seen in the sky, the floor looked like a ballroom, and there were several towers of light. But something fell from the sky, making the whole place tremble. What was in front of Izuku and the others was the boss of this level. This being was about 2 meters tall. His body was made of constellations, you could see the stars, while bright golden roots were all over his body as if it were his skeleton. He had wings, while he carried a sword. Izuku. Everyone be careful, we don't know how powerful this guy is, we have to proceed with caution. The creature, upon seeing them, did not hesitate for a second and went after them. Izuku. Everyone be careful. The creature's attack was blocked by the larger knight's shield. He drew his sword and was about to run it through, but the creature caught his sword and buried it in the ground, causing it to get stuck. Izuku. I want the sorcerers and archers for long-range attacks, while the combatants stay with me and fight. The sorcerers led the archers to remote locations to attack. The archers readied their arrows to fire, while circles appeared on the arrows, created by the sorcerers. Izuku attack. The archers fired their arrows, successfully hitting the creature. As the arrows lodged in the creature's body, they began to explode, causing further damage. The Great Knight, we'll call him Berserk, seeing that the creature was distracted, kicked the beast, and with a little force drew his sword. Izuku. Attack his legs and wings, so he has no chance to escape. Archers and sorcerers, keep attacking. Izuku was about to go after the creature, but his right arm began to hurt. When he looked, he saw that his arm had turned completely black, while golden cracks began to appear. Izuku. Ah, not again please. But suddenly a black and gold sword began to manifest on his right arm. Izuku. Wow, that's something new. Let's see how effective you are. Then an idea came to Izuku's head. Izuku gripped the sword with both hands, and it was surrounded by blue and purple lightning. The sword burst into black flames while still surrounded by blue and purple rays. The fire black is the counterpart of the fire white. While the fire white burns your sins, the fire white burns you with your sins. While one frees you from them, the other condemns you for eternity with them. The more sins you have, the faster you will burn, but if you are not a sinner, it will cut you like a normal sword. The Bakai. Speedrun. This grants you an increase in speed in all aspects, it is also used in combat, but it goes hand in hand with the Bakai. Jackpink, for greater advantage in kicks, the speedrun also hardens your skin and provides protection for the eyes, since it is capable of breaking the sound barrier the faster one goes, and so that its user does not suffer damage, it gives these protections to their body. So that it does not wear out when breaking the sound barrier or the light barrier. Izuku took a great leap until he reached the beast, he plunged his sword into it and began to descend while tearing its skin with his blade. This caused the beast to scream in pain. In a swift movement, it threw Izuku off, tossing him to the ground. The creature was about to crush him, but its foot was stopped by Tank. The creature was trying harder, but Berserk punched it with a left hook. Noticing that it was no longer trying hard, Tank lifted the beast's foot, causing it to lose its balance and fall to the ground. Berserk was about to stab it with his sword, but unexpectedly the creature attacked him with a torrent of golden electrical rays, sending him flying. Igris climbed on top of the beast without it noticing and plunged his sword into its chest. This made the creature scream, so it electrocuted Igris with his sword, then grabbed him with its hands and began to squeeze him. Izuku. Circle cut 20. Several circles appeared all over the creature's arm. These began to spin and shrink within the creature's arm until they disappeared. Suddenly, the creature's arm was severed into several pieces, releasing Igris. The creature began to scream for its lost arm, but suddenly, some of the beast's golden blood dripped onto Izuku, seeping into his mouth. A circle cut consists of several circles or rings that appear on the part of your enemy or other object that you tell them to appear. They are made of burning lava, are orange with touches of red, and begin to rotate to make the cut more effective. The more they rotate, the more they shrink. Their cut is extremely sharp and can cut through anything, since it is burning lava that is cutting you. Izuku. Igris, are you okay? Igris. Yes, my lord, thank you. Are you alright? You were splashed with some of that beast's blood. Izuku. If I'm okay, it hasn't done anything to me yet, but how disgusting, I think part of it got in my mouth. The archers readied their arrows again, aiming for the beast's other arm. Once the sorcerers enchanted their arrows, they fired them, hitting their target. The arrows began to explode on the creature's arm, causing it to drop its sword. Berserk sheathed his sword and quickly grabbed the creature's blade, slashing its stomach. Tank leaped high and struck the beast's head with his mace, stunning it. Igris began climbing the beast's back, cutting off its appendages, and plunged his sword into its neck. The archers fired their arrows again. They pierced the beast's body, but instead of exploding, they released ropes that embedded themselves in the floor and walls, thus preventing its movement. Tank. Lord is all yours, finish him once and for all. Izuku could see the beast struggling to break free, so he grabbed his sword with both hands and got into a battle stance. Izuku's sword began to sprout more fire, and the lightning began to intensify. Izuku closed his eyes and sighed. Izuku had disappeared, but where he stood he left a crater. The creature continued struggling, but suddenly stopped. Several flashes in the form of cuts appeared all over the beast's body. The first thing to fall was its head, then its entire body, falling dead. From behind the creature's mutilated body stood Izuku. He extinguished the lightning along with the fire black and sheathed his sword. His arm returned to normal. The door opened, indicating that they could now enter the bottom of the abyss. Izuku began walking towards the door, followed by his knights. Berserk remained with the creature's sword. Once they crossed the threshold, they were already at the bottom of the abyss, and the first thing they saw was a two-headed dragon. It was levitating, though. There was nothing it could be supporting itself on. Its wings covered it, while its two heads pointed upwards. But out of nowhere the dragon began to awaken, indicating that the fight was about to begin. Izuku. Alright everyone, we have to give it our all, we absolutely have to win this last level. Chapter 9 Last Level of the Abyss. Narrator. The great dragon opened its immense wings and fell to the ground, making the whole place tremble. The dragon began to roar as it stretched. Who dares to interrupt my sleep? The dragon noticed Izuku and the others. This is strange, I sense humanity, but at the same time I don't, tell me human who are you, and how did you manage to get here? Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I've crossed all the gates of the abyss and defeated their bosses. Now, only. Let me introduce myself, my name is Dragon Lord Palasigisax, and your journey has led you here. Izuku. Igris, Tank, and the rest of you, rest from now on, I'll take care of it. Igris. My lord, are you sure you can handle this dragon alone? He doesn't look like someone who can be taken lightly. Izuku. Don't worry Igris, you and the others helped me enough in the previous level, it's time for me to do it alone. Igris. Let your word be law and order, my lord. Gentlemen, you have heard the lord. From here he will take care of it alone. Thus all the shadows had gone, leaving only Izuku with the dragon. Dragonlord. You know, it was stupid to order your knights to leave. Izuku. It's time to do things yourself. Dragonlord. I've seen people fall dead because of me, and all because of their pride. You won't be the exception. Dragonlord opened his wings, then raised his arm where red lightning manifested, forming a spear made of red lightning. Dragonlord. Mureeee. Dragonlord launched his spear towards Izuku. Izuku barely managed to dodge, but he was sent flying because the spear exploded when it hit the ground, releasing a wave of electricity. Izuku. Ah shit, that really hurt. Izuku saw a large shadow above him, and realizing it was Dragonlord's paw about to crush him, he quickly activated his sword and rolled away to avoid being crushed. On his left arm, a closed shield made of red fire appeared. On his sword, two wings made of white fire grew. Both arms turned black, only one, since the other was already black, while circles with symbols appeared on all his arms. He was surrounded by rays of red, blue, and purple, as was his sword, which ignited in black fire. Izuku. Now then, you damn underdeveloped lizard. Dragonlord opened his mouth, where energy began to manifest, until it expelled a torrent of lightning in the direction of Izuku. Izuku protected himself with his shield, but his sword began to absorb the attack. As it absorbed it, the sword began to gain even more power than it already had. Izuku. I think I'll leave you as a last resort. Izuku spread his wings and began to take flight. When he was at a high altitude, several circles with symbols appeared behind him, and out of nowhere, spears shot out towards Dragonlord. Dragonlord used his electricity to stop the spears, but when they came into contact they exploded, so he took flight. Thus began a chase through the air, Dragonlord being pursued by Izuku, while at the same time preventing a spear from becoming embedded in him and exploding. Dragonlord made a move Izuku didn't expect. Dragonlord positioned himself on top of Izuku and struck him with his tail, knocking him to the ground. Izuku managed to cover himself with his wings, but then they disappeared. Dragonlord landed on the ground. He prepared another spear and threw it at Izuku, but before he could fly away, he created a command circle and pinned him to the ground. Then he flew away using Dragonlord's spear. Dragonlord. I already told you once, they've all died for their pride, and you won't be the exception. Izuku. You know, people often die because they don't look where they're walking. Dragonlord saw his foot begin to glow, and out of nowhere the command circle that Izuku had placed on the ground grew larger than him. Above Dragonlord, another command circle of the same size appeared, and out of nowhere the circle below lifted him up. Command circles appeared on either side of him. This is the circle above and below Dragonlord. This circle is used for various things, except for summoning living beings or inanimate objects. These are the small circles that appeared on both sides. Note that this circle can summon various things, such as spears, weapons, etc. Chains emerged from the small circles. At the ends of the chains were harpoons which embedded themselves all over Dragonlord's body. Dragonlord began to roar in pain, the two large circles began to spin, as fire blood began to emerge from there. But suddenly Izuku began to feel the pain throughout his body again, while the cracks reappeared and his body began to glow, but this time it was intense. His physical body also began to experience it, but in a different way. Seeing that the circles were about to disappear, Izuku endured the pain and itching until the attack ended. The circles began to spin, this time with even greater intensity. Suddenly, both circles erupted bursts of red fire, beginning to incinerate Dragonlord, his agonized roars echoing through the air. Izuku wasn't handling it well. The pain was intensifying. Colorful tentacles began to emerge from his back, moving uncontrollably. Izuku felt like his whole body was about to explode until he began to hear a voice very familiar to him. Izuku. That voice is Esdeath's. Izuku began to listen to what Esdeath was saying, which gave him strength and made his pain begin to lessen. Izuku. I can't fall now, not when I've come so far, I have to hold on a little longer. Izuku's body was ceasing to glow, the cracks were disappearing, and the tentacles retreated back into his body. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted, still clutching his sword. The command circles had vanished. Dragonlord fell to the ground, badly injured. Neither of them had much energy left. They could barely stand. Suddenly Dragonlord began to light up, his body surrounded by red rays. Dragonlord. I may die, but I don't intend to go alone. You will come with me, human. Dragonlord began charging energy in his snouts until he fired a large number of beams in the direction of Izuku. Izuku, in a swift movement, blocked the attack with his sword. Izuku began to hear another voice, but this one he didn't recognize. It was a man's voice. Izuku began to listen to everything that voice was saying, his grip on his sword tightened. Izuku closed his eyes, a few seconds passed, he opened his eyes as well as his physical body. Now his eyes were completely different. His right eye had a black sclera, his iris was red with black lines in the shape of a circle at the edges, and his pupil was black. The left eye had a black sclera, a golden iris with black circular lines at the edges, and a black pupil. Red and gold slits appeared in both eyes. From its forehead sprouted two pointed horns of red color with black touches, it also had some cracks of golden color. Dragonlord stopped his attack as he had run out of energy. Izuku. You know, now I have even more reasons to kill you. Let's just say that in the physical world there's an idiot who wants to take what's rightfully mine. Izuku gripped his sword with both hands and out of nowhere began to unleash golden lightning bolts. Izuku. You already gave your final attack, now here's mine. Izuku raised his sword. Izuku final cut 100. All that could be seen was the entire place in pieces. Dragonlord's body could be seen charred and split in half. Izuku was breathing slowly due to exhaustion. His horns began to shrink, his eyes returned to normal, and he deactivated all his abilities. A door opened before him, emitting a brilliant light that grew increasingly intense, making it impossible for him to see. He covered his eyes. Once the light faded, he could see that he was in a dark void, and in front of him stood Kurai, applauding him. Kurai. Congratulations Izuku, you did it. You cleared all the levels of the abyss. That means you're ready for the final step. You know what it is, right? Izuku. That's right, it's time for me to see how my world is doing without me. These holidays were fun, but it's time to get back to work. In front of him, a white door appeared and opened, revealing Hayako pointing a gun at Izuku's physical body, which was still in the incubation chamber. Izuku. What a way to welcome me, but let's see if this guy isn't just a charlatan like I suspect. Chapter 10 The Rebirth of a New Being. Narrator. Once Izuku awoke from the incubation chamber and left it, he opened a portal and left with the armor. Now we see him inside a volcano. Behind him are Kurai and the armor, and below the cliff, his knights were waiting for him. Kurai. Remember this Izuku, your memories won't be erased, they'll just be fragmented and lost, but if you retain some memories, it's because those are the most important to you. Izuku? Entendido. Izuku stood at the edge of the cliff and threw himself into the burning lava, being consumed by it. Now we see Izuku floating in a white void. He was asleep while in front of him was a crystal with all his memories, but the crystal began to break down, shattering into several pieces. There were several memories of him with Esdeath and of UA, many of which were fading away, leaving vague and incomplete recollections. Outside of Izuku's mind, you could see the lava beginning to bubble, and it was also taking on color. Blue, red, purple, black, white, and gold. Those were the colors the lava was taking on. Out of nowhere, a huge torrent of lava shot upwards, causing the volcano to erupt. Once all the lava had flowed out, a figure could be seen floating amidst the remaining lava. It was a black skeleton that could easily measure about 1.80 meters in height. The skeleton began to descend toward solid ground. The knight stepped back and bowed before it. Once the skeleton touched the ground, its flesh, organs, and skin began to regenerate, revealing Izuku. But he was completely different. His musculature had changed. He had the same build he had in the abyss. His hair turned black with some white streaks. He had the same horns he had when he faced Dragonlord, and his eyes were the same as the last time. Both his arms had turned black, surrounded by red and gold cracks. The armor appeared in front of him along with Kurai, but Kurai had changed his clothes since Izuku was naked. Kurai. Congratulations Izuku, you did it. Here, these clothes are made to measure for you. It was a long-sleeved black shirt, along with black pants and black socks. Izuku proceeded to put on his clothes. Once he had them on, it was clear how well they fit him and how they accentuated his body. Izuku. Not bad. Kurai must say I like how this outfit looks on me. Now the armor appeared in front of Izuku, dividing into several parts. Izuku began to put on the armor, and once he did, it adjusted to his body, allowing him more freedom of movement. Izuku. This armor feels great, I thought it was going to be heavy, but it doesn't feel very light. Kurai. One more thing, take. Kurai hands Izuku a shield. The shield had Kurai's symbol drawn on the front. Izuku. Wow, this is fabulous, but my arsenal isn't complete yet, Kurai. I once heard of a cursed sword. This is because the materials used to create it were cursed, and also because a demon was sealed inside it. Does this sword exist? If so, tell me where it's located. Kurai. That's right, that sword does exist. It's hidden in the catacombs of Greece, but this sword is very dangerous. Are you sure you can handle it? Izuku. Then let's not waste any more time. Izuku placed his shield on his sword, deactivating the blades before a portal opened in front of him. Izuku. The others can rest, I'll call them when I need them. All the knights disappeared, leaving only Izuku and Kurai. Without wasting any more time, these two crossed the portal. We can see the entrance to the catacombs, which were said to be closed. Around them we can see people waiting for them to be opened. Suddenly a portal opened behind them, alarming everyone. Izuku and Kurai emerged from the portal. Kurai. Don't be afraid, we haven't come to harm you, we're just some simple people. Izuku. We don't have time for this. Two large hands emerged from Izuku's back, pushing people away from the entrance, then destroying it. Izuku. I advise you to leave, this is going to be hectic for you. So the two proceeded to enter the catacombs. Kurai. It will be easy to find her, it's a tourist spot, she'll be right there in plain sight. Izuku. As if it were that simple, it's thousands of years old, something like that can't be in plain sight. The two of them could see a red light that was getting stronger and stronger. Kurai. See, I told you, sometimes old things attract attention. Izuku. Just shut up and let's go. The two approached the red light and could see the sword, which was inside a glass display case. Without hesitation, Izuku broke the glass and went to get the sword. Kurai. Izuku, think very carefully. That sword has already infected several of my wielders. What assures me that you won't stumble over the same stone? Izuku. Damn Kurai, you know there's something called trust, besides, I'll be there, I assure you. Izuku took the sword and began to writhe in pain until he fell to the ground unconscious. In Izuku's mind. Izuku was waking up, the first thing he saw was that he was in a pool of blood. When he got up he could see that everything was chaos. Well, look who we have here, a new victim. Izuku. So you're the famous demon sealed inside the sword. Well, finally someone knows my story, but it's a shame you only go so far. Before Izuku could do anything, he fell to the floor. He couldn't move his limbs. Here's the thing. I take your body and every trace of you disappears just like that. I can already feel the blood of innocence in me. This time I'll rejoice greatly. The demon was about to leave when he heard laughter. Upon seeing it, he realized that Izuku was responsible. What are you laughing at, human? Is it funny to know that your existence will be erased? Izuku. Not at all, Apocalypse, I just find your words funny. Apocalypse. How do you know my name? I thought it had been erased. Izuku. Let's just say I'm a good historian, but enough about games. Izuku proceeds to stand up and behind Apocalypse a cross appears. Chains appear behind the cross and bind Apocalypse. He tries to free himself, but the chains begin to burn him. Then small crosses appear on his hands and feet, which then pierce his hands and feet, causing Apocalypse to scream in pain. Izuku. Now listen to me very carefully, demon. I am the one in charge here. You will obey me now, and you will carry out every order I give you perfectly, or you will be eliminated until your existence is erased. Is that clear? The demon did not respond, so the chains and crosses ignited, burning the demon. Apocalypse. Alright, from now on I will obey you in everything you tell me, just so. Izuku. Alright, but since I don't trust you much, you're going to stay like this, and this place is going to have some changes. Izuku disappeared from his mind, arriving in the physical world. Izuku. I did it. Now I have a nice sword. Kurai, who was waiting for him with Meizo to crush him, immediately brought him down. Kuria. I'm glad to hear that, Izuku. I never doubted you. Izuku. We'll talk about that later, now I want to try something. Izuku summoned the sword he used to kill Dragonlord, took the other sword, and began to bring them closer together, but something prevented them from joining. Izuku began to exert more force, the whole place began to tremble, and the swords began to flash red and gold lightning. Kurai. Izuku, I don't think that's a good idea. Kurai couldn't finish because a huge explosion occurred all over the place. Outside, people could be seen talking to an officer, telling him that a man in armor and another larger man with a mace appeared in a black vortex, but suddenly they heard a loud explosion, along with a torrent of fire erupting from above the catacombs. Inside the catacombs we can see Izuku and Kurai on the ground, they were beginning to get up, Izuku could see the new form of the sword. Imagine the handle is a little bigger. Izuku took the sword, and once he did, Apocalypse's face appeared on the sword. Below the face, circles appeared which connected with lines. Izuku. You could say I'm now ready for my crusade. Kurai. Now let's get out of here before we attract more attention. The two emerged from the catacombs, and upon exiting they could see a large military force surrounding them. Izuku. Were you saying something? Kurai. From here you can take care of it, if you need me I'll be inside your head. And so Kurai disappeared. Izuku. Look, let's not make a long story short, just let me go and nobody will get hurt. Drop your weapons and put your hands where we can see them. Izuku. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Izuku takes his shield and sword, pulls the shield's thong, and the saw-like blades come out and begin to spin, while the drawings on the sword begin to glow. Izuku. Let's dance. Chapter 11 A Familiar Face. Narrator. Seismic waves were felt throughout the country, disrupting some ecosystems and making headlines across the news, along with two other stories. Some say these seismic waves are connected to the two individuals who entered the catacombs of grace, and because of the large red beam that emanated from them. Furthermore, the two individuals disappeared, but not before leaving the officers injured. There's also the problem of Japan with its heroes and government, given the crimes they committed. The country is now under investigation by the UN, while in Japan, the government and the Hero Association have given heroes and the military permission to hunt down Esdeath and her team for being terrorists and treason, making them the most wanted along with Izuku. Shay. Thank you all so much for coming here to this meeting despite our situation. Along with Shay were the top 10 heroes, the UA teachers, and the principal. Shay. Thank you for taking the time to come to this unexpected meeting despite our current situation. Endeavor. Let's get to the point, what have those above said? Shay. They'll keep the UN busy while we search for Esdeath and her team. Hawks. So far we haven't found anything. Their second base is very well hidden. But what do we know about Izuku? From what I heard, he came back from the dead. Ryuko. How do we know that's true? That's just a rumor. But what about the two guys who appeared in the catacombs of Greece? Are they also responsible for the seismic waves? Shay. One question at a time, that theory is absolutely true. Izuku Midoriya is alive. Izawa. Shay, we're not here to be believing in absurd theories. You yourself killed him with a shot to the chest. Shay. Let's just say I have someone who backs up that theory. Shay snaps her fingers and the door opens, revealing Hayako. The heroes, upon seeing him, went on alert, ready to attack, but Shay stopped them in time. Shay. Don't worry, he's an ally. He betrayed Esdeath and her team, and his mission was to sabotage Esdeath's plan and kill Izuku. Apparently, Esdeath managed to arrive in time and had him in an incubation chamber. Mirko. Well then, what happened? Because the complete opposite occurred. Hayako. I don't know what happened, I already had Izuku in my sights, but out of nowhere he woke up and a black tentacle pierced the incubator along with my arm. When I was about to shoot again, the chip had been impaled, so I went to remove it quickly, but Lady Negan stopped me with a shot to the leg. Hayako. Apparently, the AI at that base had intercepted my calls with Shay. Luckily, I escaped. The only thing I saw was Izuku crossing through a black portal along with an armor that had come to life. Hamui Woods. So the same guy in the armor is Izuku, then who was the other person accompanying him? Besides, wasn't it that they took away his quirk? In the video, you can see how he created hands made of darkness and that big beam that came out. Shay. We don't know that yet, but now that Izuku has a quirk, he's very dangerous. He knows every weakness of the top 10 heroes and his classmates. Midoriya stands out for his great analytical skills. Just by observing his enemy's attack style, he's already learned their attack pattern. Similarly, with his quirk, he doesn't need much. In a few seconds, he'll already have something to counter it. That's why he's considered dangerous, especially with the quirk he has now. Endeavor. So what's the plan? Shay. We'll easily counter it with this. She pulls out a small bag containing a green hair. Shay. This is the one for all that was extracted from Izuku. With this, we will not only defeat a foe but also Izuku. Hayako will be the one to bear this burden. Endeavor. How will we know if he's reliable or if he can actually defeat a foe? Even Almight struggled to stop him and we don't even know Midoriya's current power level. Shay. Please trust me and Hayako. I know she made mistakes, but we're human. It's normal for us. Now, Almight, you don't want to do us the honors. Shay throws the bag with the hair at him, Almight catches it but throws it on the table. Almight. I'm sorry, but I no longer want to be involved. Shay. Be careful what you say, Almight. Almight. At this point in my life, your threats mean nothing to me anymore. Do whatever you want with all this. I don't care anymore. Throws his hero card. I resign from being a hero. Everything is lost for us now. There's nothing left to hide. All our dirty laundry has been aired. Almight. I'm going home to have some quiet time. It's up to you. Almight gets up from his chair and leaves. Shay takes the bag, gets up and stands in front of Hayako. Shay. Hayako, I grant you the honor of wielding the power that has been passed down from generation to generation, but I want you to know that carrying this power comes with a burden. Are you sure you can? Hayako. Don't worry, I promise to bear this power and accept the burden that comes with it. I don't intend to disappoint you again. Shay. You'd better keep your word. Shay gave Hayako the hair and without hesitating for a second, he swallowed it. Shay. Congratulations Hayako, now you're one of us. Now we can see Esdeath and her team at the base. They were reviewing the cameras from the last few moments while searching for a signal from Izuku on the computer. Esdeath. Any sign of Izuku? Aiko. Not at all, boss. There hasn't been any sign of him since the last time. Aoi. The guy knows how to hide so the Eye of God can't find him. How are the others doing? Have they already found something? Urmika. Girls, I just found something, I'll send it to you. Urmika sent them the news that a very old volcano had just erupted. Urmika. The cause of its eruption is unknown. This volcano had been inactive for decades and for it to erupt suddenly without warning is rare. Rin. According to my family's books, that volcano was used in rebirth rites. You entered the lava and came out as a new man, but your memory was lost or erased. Only the most important memories remained. Then the computer started displaying several red dots located in Japan. Aiko fixed her gaze to see what it was. Esdeath. What's happening now? Aiko. The computer went crazy, several heroes and villains are being murdered, they're dropping like flies. Aoi, check if there were cameras at those murders. Aoi. I'm on it. Aoi found videos of some heroes and villains being killed and transmitted them to the larger computer. In the videos, a shadow could be seen killing them, but the perpetrator couldn't be seen because it was happening so fast. Esdeath. Aoi, go back to video number 4 and put it in slow motion. I didn't see anything. Aoi. Played video number 4 again in slow motion. Esdeath. There, stop there, now do resolution and zoom in on the center. Aoi did as Esdeath asked. Izuku could be seen wearing his armor, slicing a hero in half with his sword. Hanoka. Target found, now what do we do, boss? We can't leave, they're looking for us too. Then the red dots appeared, indicating that Izuku had finished. Aiko. The number of heroes and villains is approximately 100. Leon. 100 murders in just a few hours, that's incredible. Hina. Now that speed. Apparently, he doesn't just attack blindly. The heroes and villains he killed were involved in shady cases like violence, drug and arms trafficking, slave trafficking, etc. Hanako. Aiko, what was the last place they stopped at during the murders? Aiko. It was in the southeast near the Ryukyu Heroin Agency. Tiger. What's the plan? Sayori. We can't go searching blindly. What if it's not there anymore? It's too dangerous. Esdeath had one hand on her chin as she stared intently at the screen until an idea came to her. Esdeath. Rin, you say that a person's memories are erased or lost, but the most important ones remain stuck in your mind, don't they? Rin. That's right, do you have something in mind, boss? Esdeath. You could say that, girls get ready, we're going out. Now we can see them all entering the ship. The doors were opened and the ship took off. Sayori activated the camouflage to avoid detection. The place they were heading to was the one Esdeath called them from when they were on vacation. After a few minutes they arrived, landed, and hid the ship. All the girls went downstairs and took up their positions in case anyone came. Esdeath was the only one who went near the lake that was there. Esdeath. It may have been a long time, but this place remains beautiful. Besides, this is where we first met. Don't you remember that, Izuku? From the shadows, I spotted Izuku wearing his armor. It was stained red due to the number of people he had killed. Izuku. I have so many questions, like how do you know my name, why do I remember this place, why is your image stuck in my mind, and why does all of this feel so familiar? I just don't understand. Esdeath. I know you're confused, but come with me, I can help you. Izuku. How do I know I can trust you and that this isn't a trap set by the heroes? Esdeath. Izuku, you and I have the same goals. To bring down the heroes and this government so that people can finally see the truth. Esdeath. Besides, how could I hurt the person I've loved all this time? Take my hand and let's go. Izuku. Alright, I accept, but we have to leave quickly. I don't know if I've lost the heroes. Then a light illuminated them, revealing that it was a police helicopter. Izuku. Shit, they're here already, we have to go. Esdeath. Nagant, K, shoot down those helicopters, Sayori ignites the ship, the rest retreat. Aina and K began to divert all the helicopters while giving the others time to go to the ship. Once the sky was clear, they went towards the ship. So the ship took off and left, activating the time jump and arriving back at the base, but running out of power. Once everyone had entered the base, Cortana spoke. Cortana. It's an honor to finally meet you, Mr. Izuku. Let me introduce myself. I'm Cortana. Ronin appears next to Cortana. Ronin. My lord, we have been waiting for you. We are now at your service, awaiting your further orders. Esdeath. You can take off your helmet now, Izuku. Everyone here is trustworthy. Izuku hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing to remove his helmet, revealing his new appearance. Esdeath. Nice haircut. Izuku. Now that we're all together, it's time for the era of heroes and villains to end here and now. Chapter 12 The New Valkyries. Narrator. We can see Izuku in front of the computer, catching up on what was currently happening. It's incredible how the credibility of heroes plummeted in just a few days. Izuku. It's incredible how easily this all fell apart. Years of history, hard work, people who kept quiet to maintain the silence, all their effort came crashing down with just one click. His neck was encircled by arms that began to hug him and a head rested on his shoulder. Izuku saw out of the corner of his eye that it was Esdeath who was doing that. Izuku. What are you doing? Esdeath. Can't I embrace what's important to me? Izuku. It's not good, it's just that I don't have many memories, I only remember fragments of how we met and when we broke up. By the way, why are you so attached if we broke up? Esdeath. Because I want to get back what we had. This is a good opportunity to start over. I also plan to help you recover your memories. Now that we're a team, we have to help each other, don't you think? Izuku. You're right, what's the rest of the team doing? Esdeath. The others are fine, I sent them to rest. We've had very busy days. You should rest too. Esdeath. We can't think about our next plan if we're tired. Izuku. I'm fine, Esdeath. Esdeath. Izuku, you haven't rested since you arrived here. You should rest. You've killed so many heroes and villains in such a short time. That must have drained a lot of your energy. Izuku. If I rest, will you leave me alone? Esdeath. Only if you sleep with me in the same bed like in the good old days, and I won't take no for an answer. Izuku. Sighs okay, let's go rest then. Izuku got up from the chair and was taken by Esdeath to his room. They arrived at the room, Esdeath sat Izuku down on the bed. Esdeath. You get comfortable handsome, I'm going to change my clothes. Esdeath went into the bathroom, Izuku relaxed and transformed his armor, leaving him only in his clothes, which showed off his body very well. Then Esdeath came out. Esdeath. Tell me, Izuku, what do you think of my new underwear outfit? Izuku. Esdeath, what are you doing? Why are you dressed like that? Esdeath. I promised you I would help you remember your memories. Here's one. When we slept together, we both slept naked. We did it to feel each other's warmth and body, and we also took the opportunity to make love. Esdeath. Besides, I want to revive those old ones, don't you? Esdeath climbed on top of Izuku and began kissing him. They both laid down on the bed. Izuku began to lower his hands until he touched Esdeath's buttocks. He began to squeeze and occasionally pinch them, which elicited muffled moans from Esdeath. Esdeath began to lower one of her hands until she reached his crotch where she felt a large bulge. Esdeath. Ara, it seems someone else is very excited, I bet you must feel very uncomfortable in those clothes, huh? Let me take them off for you. Esdeath took off his shirt and began kissing his chest, moving down almost to his crotch. She then took his pants and began pulling them down until she could finally see Izuku's penis. Esdeath. Wow, it's much bigger than last time. Lemon skipped. We can now see Shay in her office, scratching her hair. A mountain of paperwork lay around her desk. Both she and her employees were overwhelmed. Now, a large number of heroes, villains, and important people involved in shady dealings had been killed in just one day. They didn't even have a chance to defend themselves. All they saw was a black trail. They were all torn to pieces, the cuts showing the flesh rotting, accelerating the decay throughout their bodies. If she was up to her neck in problems before, now she was at her limit. Shay. This is one screw-up after another. I want all the newly graduated heroes from every hero school to be promoted to higher ranks, closer to the top 10. XF. But chief, those heroes are very inexperienced. Even though they've graduated, they still don't know the risks. Shay. It doesn't matter, we're short on heroes, and the few villains who survived are taking advantage of that. XF. Okay boss, we'll promote him. Shay. By the way, how's Hayako's one for all training going? XF. It's going very well, he's made very successful progress, at this rate he'll be able to master it completely. Shay. That's good, but what about Almight? Has he made any move or spoken to anyone? XF. No, boss, so far he lives the life of a civilian. He does his grocery shopping, goes to a park to feed some ducks, meets with Gran Torino, but they're just normal chats, nothing important happening. Shay. Okay, keep watching him. What have you heard about the security cameras? XF. Nothing, it seems someone took them before us, we're still looking for the culprit. Shay. Okay, that's all for now, you can go now. We can see Izuku and Esdeath in bed completely naked, the only thing covering them was the sheet. They were hugging each other. Izuku. Wow, that really felt good. Esdeath. And even though you didn't have all your memories, you still knew how to attack my weak points. Izuku. Well, only the most important ones remain, so that also counts as an important memory. Esdeath. By the way, do you already know what our next plan is going to be? Izuku. That's right, he called it the Fall of the Pillars. I'll tell you more about it when we're all together. Esdeath. I like the sound of that name. Izuku. By the way, Esdeath, what's the name of your team? Esdeath. Actually, we don't have one. We've been given several. We never bothered to choose a name for the squad. Izuku. What do you think of these Valkyries or the new Valkyries? It could be either one. Esdeath. I like the way that name sounds, I feel it suits me better, I like it, I'm going to take that name. Izuku. I'm glad you liked it. Now let's rest too, I feel exhausted. Esdeath. You see, I told you that would leave you exhausted. Izuku. I don't think that exhausted me, but anyway, good night Esdeath. Esdeath. Good night Izuku. Chapter 13. Getting to know the team in depth. Narrator. We can see Esdeath waking up. She heard her bathroom door open and saw it was Izuku. He was completely naked and somewhat wet, indicating that he had taken a bath. Esdeath. What a welcome this is. Any woman would think she'd been making love with one of Zeus's descendants. Izuku. What are you saying, Esdeath? I just had a good teacher. He took care of polishing every part of my body. Esdeath. And he did a good job, just look at you. Before you just turned me on, now you make me feel like the 4th of July, so hot. Izuku. Esdeath, you're going to make me blush if you keep this up. Just then, Kanako opened the bedroom door. When she saw Izuku completely naked, she blushed intensely and covered her face with her tablet. Kanako. Nervous excuse me, I didn't know you were busy. I think I'll come in. Esdeath remembers the conversation she had with her. Esdeath. Not at all, Kanako, you've arrived at the perfect time. Esdeath got out of bed, took Kanako by the hand and pulled her inside, closing the door behind her. Esdeath stood behind Kanako and began fondling her breasts while unbuttoning her dress. This action took Kanako by surprise, causing her to let out a moan, but she quickly covered her mouth. Esdeath. Your breasts are so soft and fluffy, Kanako, they're like a cloud. Izuku, don't you want to come and touch them? Don't worry, I won't get mad. She and I already talked about it. Izuku. Esdeath, what are you doing? And what were you two talking about? I'm confused. Esdeath. Well, let's just say Kanako and I talked a little about you, one thing led to another, and well, we ended up sharing you. Esdeath removes her bra completely, revealing her breasts, which she begins to pinch and squeeze hard enough to make Kanako start moaning. Esdeath. Don't just stand there, Izuku. I know how hard you're trying to keep it from getting hard. Why don't you come and taste Kanako's nipples? Izuku. I don't know if she wants me to do them. Kanako. Don't worry, Esdeath told me how much you like sucking her tits, but now that we're going to be together, do it with me too. Izuku moved closer to her and began sucking on her nipples while squeezing the other one. So the two began having sex while Esdeath was in charge of recording, since she loves recording when Izuku has sex. The two agreed to get to know each other better afterward, and they spent almost the entire morning together, ending with Kanako covered in semen. Esdeath told Izuku that she would take care of Kanako, and that she should go and get to know the others. Once Izuku left, Esdeath pointed the camera at Kanako while she cleaned Kanako's vagina, which was covered in Izuku's semen. Esdeath likes to record when Izuku has sex. She even wants her team to be involved so they can have an orgy, and she can record everything. It's one of her fantasies that she and her team have an orgy with Izuku, but first she has to make sure her team knows Izuku very well. Now we can see Izuku walking through the hallways until he saw a workshop. This interested Izuku since he had some weapons in mind that he wanted to create, so he entered the door and saw that Rin and Neo were there. Rin. So you're Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, my name is Rin. It's a pleasure to meet you Mr. Midoriya. Izuku. The pleasure is all mine, but just call me Izuku. There's no need for so much formality since we're in the same boat now. Izuku. And what are you guys doing? Rin. I'm making some improvements to Nao's blades, but I don't know what kind of improvements we're giving them. Izuku. How about a paralyzing agent and an energy cannon? Rin. That's a good idea, but I need a sketch of the weapons, how the paralyzer would be activated, and where the energy would be launched from. Izuku. Don't worry, I've got that sorted. Makes a book appear here, you'll find this interesting. Rin takes the book and looks at it along with Nao. Rin was surprised by the weapons and how well detailed and drawn they were. Each part explains how it worked. Rin. This is incredible, this will be a great help to me, Rin, I'm going to need your razor blade for a few days. Izuku. I also noticed that your main weapon is the whip. Check out the following. You love the improvements you can make to yours. Rin obeyed when she saw the page he had told her about. Her eyes widened at the sight of the amazing improvements her whip could give her. Izuku. You know, I can help you since I'm also a weapons fanatic. That's why I came here, to see what kinds of tools were available for making my weapons. Rin. I would be more than grateful for your help. First, I'll get the tools. Give me your phone number. I'll give you mine. Izuku. Okay, here you go. So the two exchanged numbers. Now. Thank you so much for your help, Izuku. Izuku. You're welcome, I'm going to continue exploring the place. Now. Let me help you, this place is huge. Izuku. Oh, thank you so much, it was nice meeting you Rin. When you're ready, call me so I can come help you, and you can keep the book, I have another copy. So the two of them left, leaving Rin there, who excitedly began searching for the material she needed. Now Izuku and Nao were walking calmly through the hallways. Izuku. Tell me now, what do you do in your free time? Nao. What I do in my free time I think nothing, mostly I spend it training. Izuku. Is that all you do? Is there anything that entertains you or clears your mind? Nao. Actually, no. I see how strong all my sisters are, so that's why I train. I want to be just as strong as them, that's why I push myself so hard. Izuku just sighed and placed his hand on Nao's head. Izuku. It's fine that you want to be strong like your sisters, I understand that, but if you overexert yourself, your body will reach a point where it can't take any more and will simply break down. That's why you have to take things slowly. You are a strong person capable of doing things. Now. You believe that? Izuku. I believe that, and Esdeath believes that too. She saw and still sees great potential in you when she took you in. She herself knows you're strong. You don't have to prove it to others because your family knows how strong you are. Izuku. Besides, there's always time for everything. Enjoy your youth. You never know when we leave this world. So, now, tell me what you'd like to do. Izuku finished the sentence, giving Nao a smile. That smile brought back an old memory and without realizing it, he began to cry. Now. Dad. Nao unexpectedly began to hug Izuku, which surprised him, but for some strange reason he didn't pull away. Instead of returning the hug, he began to stroke her hair. Izuku. Yeah, everything's fine. After a few seconds they separated. Now. I've always been interested in video games, I even have a console with video games, but I've never had the time to play them. Izuku. Why don't you go and play them? I'll be fine, I have a good sense of direction. Now. Are you sure you don't need help? Even I get lost sometimes. Izuku. Don't worry, go have fun. Now gave him one last hug and went to her room. Izuku continued exploring the entire place until he saw a door that said firing range. He liked this, so he went in. He saw Hinoka and Rumika there and they stopped shooting when they saw him. Hinoka. Ah, but the broccoli is hot. Rumika. Hinoka, control yourself, it's nice to meet you Izuku Midoriya, my name is Rumika. Hinoka. And I am Hinoka. Izuku. It's also a pleasure to meet you both, and what are you doing? Hinoka. Shooting competition. The loser will owe the winner a favor. Izuku. They don't mind if I join the competition too. I want to see if my aim is still intact. Rumika. Fine, but we won't make it easy for you. Go take your weapon. So the three of them had a competition to see whoever made the best shots would be the winner. They also spent their time joking around, with Hinoka joking more towards Izuku, which Rumika kept in check. In the end, it ended in a tie. Rumika. Well, since it's a tie, the three of us will owe each other a favor. Hinoka. Well, I'm going to use mine now. Hey, hot broccoli, I want you to take me somewhere nice to eat. Izuku. Are you asking me out on a date? Hinoka. Look at it however you want, but I see it as a great opportunity to eat delicious food without having to pay. Rumika. Well, if that's the case, I want the same thing as her too. Izuku. Okay, fine, I'll take you both to a nice place to eat. You won't regret it, I promise. Rumika. Well, I have to go. I have other things to do. It was nice spending time with you, Izuku. I hope we can do it again. Rumika left, leaving the two of them alone. Hinoka. Now, hot broccoli, what do you want to do now? Izuku. How about we chat a bit to get to know each other? Hinoka. Okay. Hinoka went to get some drinks and they focused on the floor to chat for a while. Izuku. Tell me how you ended up on Esdeath's team. Hinoka. To help you understand, I'll tell you about myself. I came from a wealthy family. I slept in a cradle of gold throughout my childhood. It was carefree and happy, but as I reached adolescence, my parents started acting strangely towards me. Sometimes they made suggestive remarks or used double entendres. At first, I didn't understand, but as time went on, I began to grasp it. I thought it was an attempt to be fashionable with me. How wrong I was. When I woke up, I saw my parents chatting with a man. The man gave them a large sum of money while my parents signed a paper. That's when I realized they had sold their daughter, but it was too late. I was already in that man's hands, about to be prostituted. Hinoka. But out of nowhere, Esdeath arrived with other agents to dismantle the place. She saw me and said I had great potential, so I joined her forces and became part of her team. After a few missions, I became one of the best, along with the others. Hinoka. But then that damn day came. That idiot Hayako, and I went on a mission. Everything was going great, but I don't know what got into Hayako, but the mission started going downhill fast. An explosion ripped through the place. Kay and I were badly injured. We were saved before, and now I'm condemned to use these stupid prosthetics. Izuku. Wow, you really had it tough. You know, I admire you. Nobody gets out of those situations, but you never gave up. You found a way to get back up, and that's why you have my respect and admiration. Besides, those prosthetics make you look beautiful in my eyes. Hinoka blushed at the words and gave him a light nudge in the arm. Hinoka. You idiot, I'm supposed to be the one who makes you blush, not the other way around. Izuku. Haha. Hinoka. Anyway, I have to go now. It was fun having this chat with you. Izuku. I enjoyed chatting with you too. We should do this often. The two left the room and went their separate ways. As Izuku continued walking, he saw another living room where he could see the rest of the team. The others greeted him and introduced themselves, Izuku doing the same. Intrigued by what they were doing, Leon replied that they were testing some mini robots that were lying around, making them fight while betting on who would win. Izuku liked that, so they were happy to see if he could participate. They gladly accepted, and Izuku spent a pleasant afternoon with the rest of the team, contributing, making jokes, and talking a little about themselves. By dinner time, Izuku offered to cook for everyone as a token of gratitude for what they had done for him. So all the girls gathered in the living room while Izuku finished preparing dinner. Once he placed it on the table, they all delighted in the aroma and flavor of the food, eating with gusto and thanking him for the meal. Once dinner was over, they helped him wash the dishes and everyone went to rest. Now we can see Izuku lying down with Esdeath. Esdeath. Tell me, Izuku, what did you think of my team? Izuku. They're all very nice, I had a great time with them all day. Esdeath. I'm glad you had a good time. Now, how about we move on to something else? Kanako, you can come out now. It's time for the action to begin. Out of nowhere, Kanako comes out of the bathroom in her pajamas, a blush on her face. Kanako. I'm ready for the next round, Izuku-kun. So Kanako got into bed and climbed on top of Izuku. The two began kissing intensely. Esdeath went to set up the camera, then joined in, making it a three-way kiss. Chapter 14 The Nature of a System. Narrator. It's a new day. We can see the whole team in a room. In front of them was a large screen. Sayori. Boss, aren't you supposed to have already announced the plan for what we're going to do now? Esdeath. This time I won't be the one directing the plan. The door is opened by Izuku, who was accompanied by Ronin and Cortana. Izuku. This time I'll be the one to lead the plan. The screen lights up, displaying a plan. Izuku. As you know, there was a huge loss of both heroes and villains, so the Hero Association rushed to promote its rookie heroes to higher ranks without much experience. We're going to take advantage of that. Also, the Hero Association and UA are the source of all heroes, so we'll attack them. UA benefits from various collaborators, most of whom are high-ranking officials in this country, the Hero Association, and some other companies, so we'll freeze their accounts, as well as those of UA, and those who provide them with the money. Izuku. We're also going to hack all their communications with the outside world, so they can't ask for reinforcements from other neighboring countries. We're going to make Japan disappear from the map for a whole day and a whole night. The countries won't be able to communicate with Japan either, and we'll block all escape routes by land, water, and air. Nobody gets in and nobody gets out. Izuku. Once that's done, we'll split into several groups. Group A will be in charge of killing the High Command, Group B will be in charge of destroying the Hero Association, and Group C will be in charge of UA. I've already chosen the groups based on their abilities and skills. Izuku. Group A consists of Esdeath, Tiger, and Ronin. Izuku. Group B consists of Leon, Rumika, Kei, and Rin. Izuku. Group C consists of Hinoka, Aiko, Aoi, and Nao. Izuku. While Kanako, Sayori, and Kaino are going to carry out our aerial attack, they will take care of any enemy flying targets. Izuku. If you have any questions, ask them. Aiko. If we're all going to be busy, who will be in charge of hacking everything? Izuku. Cortana will take care of that. Being a highly developed AI, she has access to all the technological devices in this country, so it won't be a big problem for her. Does anyone have another question? Aoi. Okay, but what's your role in all this? Everyone has their role, but what's yours? Izuku. Good thing you asked. I know the Hero Association, the heroes, and the government want my head, so I'll be the distraction. I'll make all their heroes, soldiers, and weaponry focus only on me. That will give them free rein to advance without any problems. Esdeath. Izuku, are you sure about that? You're strong, but don't you think that's a bit much? You'll be facing not only heroes but an entire armed force, and believe me, they've done shady things in their pursuit of better soldiers and more powerful weapons, not to mention that Heiako is in their ranks. Izuku. All of you have nothing to worry about. I'm not just anyone, and I've already killed gods, dragons, armies. Besides, I am my own army. I'll make sure everyone falls at my feet. Leon. I've met some crazy people, but I still haven't found a word to describe you. Rumika. So, when are we going to attack? Izuku. That's great that you asked. We'll do it in 2 days, so everyone get ready. Izuku. Oh, one more thing, Sayori, you're going to pilot a slightly larger ship than yours. Sayori. Why is that? What's wrong with mine? Izuku. There's nothing wrong with yours, it's great, it's just that you guys are going to carry a weapon that will help you if things get complicated up there. Izuku. Alright, if there are no more questions, you can leave now. We need to be ready in 2 days. That's how the meeting ended. Everyone went to get ready. The 2 days passed quickly. Now we can see the team in front of the plane they were going to use. It appeared to be a very large cargo plane. You could see Ronin pushing the big one into the plane. You couldn't see him because he was covered by a blanket. Kinda. Hey Izuku, can you tell me what that is? Izuku. That, my good friend, is a tool that will help you if you have any problems up there. Izuku. I want you to give it your all now. I don't want you to hold back for even a second. If everything goes according to plan, I promise I'll treat you to a nice dinner. Good luck to all of you. Izuku put on his helmet, gripped his sword and shield, and went through a portal to the center of the city. Tiger. Esdeath, I want to sleep with your boyfriend. They were all surprised by what she said. Tiger, realizing what she had said, became embarrassed and began to apologize, as she thought she had said it in her mind. Tiger. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it out loud. I know he's your boyfriend and I respect that. I didn't say it with that intention. Well, maybe a little, but it was just to myself. Please don't do anything to me. They all expected a scolding, but Esdeath just laughed, missing them all. Esdeath. Once I'm done with this, come to my room so we can talk and see if we can come to an agreement. Ronan. Let's not waste any more time. Here, these are devices that will lead you to your fourth objective. They also function as bombs once you're finished. Just break them in half and start the countdown to explode. They were made by Izuku and Rin. Rin. I must admit that Izuku is very good with his hands. They all give him strange looks. Rin. But not in that sense, I mean how he handles the tools. They all meet with their teams and press the button where they are teleported to their objectives, only they are left a little far away so that they are not discovered when they interrupt the place. Now we can see Izuku appear floating above the entire city, which frightened the civilians. Izuku. Alright, it's time to get everyone's attention. We see Izuku make golden spears appear. Izuku snapped his fingers and his spears were launched at nearby buildings, causing them to explode. This further terrified the civilians, who began to flee, while nearby heroes pursued him, relaying the information to the Hero Association. Upon hearing that this man had returned, they dispatched all their heroes and military forces to Izuku, with Hayako leading the charge. Izuku. Come on, everyone, I'm waiting for you here. A large golden eye with circles appeared in the skies. We can see how all of Japan's devices begin to fail to the point that they explode, while satellites begin to fail, and on the geographical maps of all countries, Japan disappears from their radar. This put the UN on alert. They tried to communicate with them but couldn't for a strange reason. The system's collapse has begun. Seeing that their targets were now unprotected, the girls took the opportunity to attack the facilities. Esdeath. Very well, Ronan announces our arrival. Ronan. It will be a pleasure. Ronan began transforming his hand into a missile launcher and started firing, making the missiles hit their target and destroying a large part of the facility where the High Command was located. Now we can see how Leon and his team were already inside the Hero Association. They had entered by blowing up the main entrance. There were only a few rookie heroes, some soldiers as part of the security, and the staff. They were ready to attack, but someone stood in front of the group, someone familiar to Leon and Tiger. Wow, it's been so long since I've seen you, sister. Tell me how Tiger is. Leon. You no longer have the right to call us sisters, Rumi, not after how you joined forces with the one who made our lives miserable when the three of us were children. Rin. Wait, the heroine Mirko is your sister. Leon. He was until he joined Shay, he changed his plans. You guys take care of the rookie heroes and security and also prevent Shay from escaping. I'll take care of Mirko. The others were going to take other routes, but Mirko was going to stop them with a kick, but Leon caught it and slammed her against a wall. Leon. I've already cleared the way for you, go now while things are like this. The others obeyed and left, leaving Leon and Mirko alone. Mirko was recovering from the blow. Mirko. That's all you've got, bitch. Leon. I still have more than that. Rabbit versus Wolf, who will win in this fight? Now we can see how the roof of UA is destroyed and Hinoka, now, Aiko, and Aoi come out of it. At UA there were the new students from all classes, the teachers, the old classes 3A, 3B, remember that both classes went down to 3 and that these graduated, and the big 3. Hinoka. Wow, it's been quite a while since I've worn this outfit. Aiko. I can say the same, Hinoka. Hinoka. Oh, but look who we have here, it's been so long since I've seen you all. Tell me, how's life treating you as heroes? Izawa. What are you four doing here? How did you get in? Hinoka. Moo, after so long, is this how they receive us? We're like fallen angels from heaven. Now. We literally fell from the sky, if we didn't die it was because of our upgrades and our suits. Nezu. It's better if he surrenders peacefully before we call in reinforcements. Aoi. And how do they plan to do it if communications are down, the other heroes and the military are busy with Izuku? Izawa Midori Apiro CL. Hinoka. He returned from the dead to claim his revenge. Izawa. Someone take the new students to a safe place, the rest of us will handle them. Hitsuki. Hinoka, you'll pay for your betrayal. Surrender. We outnumber you. Hinoka. It's obvious you still don't know who I am. Hinoka drew her knives as her prosthetics activated, now drew her blades which began to glow blue. Aiko gripped her sword as the circle behind her began to crackle with electricity. Aoi released the safety on her weapons. We can see several army planes and several heroes with quirks that allow them to fly heading towards Izuku until a large ship appeared out of nowhere above them and began attacking them. Sayori. For a cargo ship, it certainly has a lot of weaponry at its disposal. There are many weapons I want to use. Hanako. Izuku said not to hold back, so we have to use all the weapons at our disposal, as Kaina says. Kaina. Everything's fine, I'm just curious to know what's under that sheet. Sayori. Izuku said we should use it when we're in trouble up here. I'm going to do the 5 fights in order. They will all take place in the same amount of time as the others, except for Izuku's, which will be a little longer. Now we can see how Esdeath, Ronin, and Tiger were behind a wall of ice. Once they had blown up a large part of the area, they went into action, attacking everyone there. Seeing that more soldiers appeared, Esdeath created another wall of ice. Ronin. The targets are the High Command. All exits, including the emergency exits, are blocked. I'll take care of the foot soldiers. You kill the leaders. Esdeath. I'm sure you can, it looks like their weapons are quite powerful. Ronin. Don't worry, I'm a tough nut to crack. I'll help you get to the elevator. This is where there are more soldiers, which means the High Command is unprotected. I'll make sure no soldiers follow you. Esdeath. Okay, are you ready, Tiger? Tiger. I'm always ready, boss, to give it my all. Ronin destroyed the ice wall and began slicing through the soldiers, while Esdeath and Tiger followed behind him. When they arrived at the building, Ronin protected them while the door closed. Once it was closed, he began to massacre everything in his path. Ronin. Come on, give me a real challenge. Is that all you have, a pile of bones and meat? Suddenly something large falls from the ceiling. Ronin could see that it was another cyborg. Ronin. Well, this is getting more and more fun, let's see how good you are. Now we can see how Esdeath and Tiger were in the elevator, suddenly Esdeath is surrounded by her own ice, thus having a samurai-style armor made of ice. Tiger. Wow, boss, I didn't know you could do that with your quirk. Esdeath. Actually, I discovered this yesterday while training with Izuku. He gave me a few tips on how to improve my quirk and the other ways I can use it. When the doors opened, soldiers who were already waiting for them began firing. Esdeath quickly created an ice shield, Tiger leaned onto its back and jumped towards the guards, slicing them with her sharp claws. Esdeath created a sword and began killing the soldiers who stood in her way. Esdeath. The High Command is at the end of the corridor. Tiger. Let's not waste any time and let's go. Suddenly a loud crash is heard throughout the building. Tiger. What was that? Esdeath. It's definitely the place that's collapsed from all the damage, we can't waste any time. Esdeath and Tiger were running through the corridors until the wall was destroyed by Ronin, who was fighting another robot. Ronin. Forgive me, this guy is tough to kill. Ronin could see the robot's cannon about to fire at Esdeath and Tiger, so he grabbed his cannon and made it fire at the door at the end of the corridor. Ronin. Sorry about that, I'm going somewhere else. Ronin activated the thrusters on his back and began to pierce through the walls, using the other robot as a shield. Esdeath and Tiger went to see the place where the missile exploded. Upon entering, they found the entire place destroyed and several dead soldiers, indicating that they were already being awaited. Esdeath. Tiger, you re-kill the others. The only one who matters here is the one in the middle. We can see how the most important one crawls to grab a weapon, but his hand is pierced by Esdeath's sword. HX. Ah, you damned women, you'll pay dearly for this. You'll see. When I recover, I'll have your heads hung up for all to see. Esdeath. I'm afraid that's no longer possible. You just sent all the soldiers and heroes to the slaughter. The Hero Association and UA were also attacked, and I doubt any heroes can help them, since they're busy with a bigger problem. And if there is one, it's probably a rookie hero. Your reign is over, but don't worry, we'll take care of running this country properly. And so the guy ended up being sliced up by Esdeath. Tiger. They're all dead now, boss. It's time for this place to disappear. Esdeath took the device and broke it in half. Upon leaving the room, they saw Ronin. He took them and they left the place. Once they were far enough away, they could see how the entire place was being absorbed until nothing remained, leaving a large hole. Ronin. Group A has already finished their part of the plan. Tiger. Ugh, I just hope the others are doing as well as we did. We can see Leon and Mirko fighting in the hallway, everything around them being destroyed by their powerful blows. Leon. Time has passed and you still only have one fighting pattern. Mirko. Don't get too cocky, I've been getting stronger all this time to defeat you. Leon. Seriously, you seem slower than before. Are you afraid of me, Mirko? Afraid I'll leave you the same or worse than the last time we met. Mirko. I'm going to make you wipe that smile off your bucking face. Leon. Mirko, it's not too late for you to repent. Let's go back to when we were children. Don't let Nana Shimura's image influence you. Mirko. Shut up, don't bring up the woman who was like a mother to me. Leon. Nana was a liar, two-faced. Tell me how she knew we were being held captive with those children if that was supposed to be a very hidden place. We were kidnapped by Shay, and then she gave the information to Nana and the reporters to boost her fame. Mirko. I said don't drag Nana into this, you damn bore. Mirko was about to deliver a vertical axe kick to Leon, but Leon stopped it in time. However, she hadn't counted on Mirko's other leg, which finished her off with a knee to the face, splitting part of her lip and nose. Leon backed away from her. Leon. For God's sake, Mirko, wake up. All of that is on the internet, all of that has been leaked, even your underground fights and your abuse of power have been exposed. Don't you think it's time for a change? Mirko. Please, I don't intend to join the losing team. If I became a heroine, it was because I was promised greatness, and that's what happened. And I don't intend to throw all that away just because of a guilty conscience. Leon. Then I have no other option but to kill you. Leon, who had never taken his sword out of its sheath, picked it up and drew it. Leon. Before I kill you, let me tell you this. You never managed to beat either of us because you only focused on fighting with your legs. That's what led to your complete defeat. If we want to secure victory, you have to train every part of your body, and when I say every part, I mean every single part without exception. And this time won't be any different. Mirko attacked again with her moonbow, but Leon was faster and stopped her leg, delivering a powerful blow to her knee, then slamming her to the ground. She began dragging her across the floor like a broom, then smashing her against the walls, and finally throwing her into the air. Leon cutting air 5. Leon created a gust of wind with her sword towards Mirko, which resulted in a cut to her stomach from the attack. Mirko ended up falling to the ground badly injured. She tried to get up, but her body wouldn't respond and she couldn't feel her left leg. Mirko. What did you do to me? Answer me, because I can't feel my leg. Leon. Hitting the back of your knee blocked a nerve, don't worry you'll be back to normal within a week. Besides, carrying a sword as big as mine all the time requires incredible strength and agility to use it properly. Leon. Now you see the difference in strength between us. Leon takes his sword and points it at Mirko's neck. Leon. Goodbye forever, Mirko. Mirko accepted her fate and closed her eyes. She could feel the sword descend, but she was still alive. When she opened her eyes, she could see how Leon's sword had severed her hero's credential. Leon. Take this as a second chance, Rumi. Leave while you still can because this place is going to explode. Rumi. What are you doing? You'll regret it if you don't, you hear me? This won't be the last time you hear from me. I'm coming back. I'll make sure I kill them both, you hear me? That's a life oath. Leon. Well then, so be it, we'll be waiting for you. Leon left Mirko there while she went to where the other girls were on the 3rd floor. When she arrived, Leon saw a rookie hero heading towards her, but a whip with shark teeth burst into flames, grabbed him by the neck, and broke it. Rin was responsible for that. Her whip stopped catching fire and shrank to the size of a normal girdle. I can see Rumika and Kay arriving, with a badly wounded Shay, they made her kneel before Leon put her sword to her throat. Shay. I don't care, they can kill me, but tell me, who will accept you as the new rulers of this country? The people will be afraid of you, and countries all over the world will want to see you dead because of the exponential danger you represent. Leon. People will fear us at first, but as time goes on and they see that we are making a change, they will accept us as their new rulers, but if other countries want to invade us, let them, it will be a pleasure to take their territory once we finish them off. Leon raised his sword and cut Shay in half. Leon. Mission complete. It's time to leave and for this place to disappear. Leon took out the device and broke it in half. The 4 of them started running. When Leon saw that Mirko wasn't where she had left her, she could finally relax, knowing that her sister was out of danger. Once they got out and were in a safe place, the whole place was consumed, leaving only a large hole. The others could only relax when they saw that their part of the plan had been successful. Okay. Now we just have to wait for the others to be okay. Urmika. How do you think they're doing? Rin. I imagine they're doing well. Leon. The one I'm most worried about is Izuku, he's facing an entire army all by himself. Urmika. Don't tell me you've already grown fond of him. Leon. You could say she's nicer than Hayako. Besides, Tiger and I are almost at our mating season. I just hope Esdeath is willing to share him for just those few days. Kay. You've already had your mating seasons with Tiger, right? Who were you doing it with back then? Leon. Unfortunately, we both did it with Hayako. Urmika. You've got to be kidding me, seriously, they did it with him. Leon. Well, I didn't have many options, it was that or sleep with any man. Tiger and I might seem like exhibitionists, but we're not bores, we command respect. Besides, Hayako never made it past the first round, his movements were clumsy, we did the work ourselves. His member was average, but our appetite was so great that we weren't satisfied. Those were dark days back then. Rin. This conversation can be considered one of the strangest we've ever had. Okay. You can say that again. We can see how Hinoka, now, Aiko, and Aoi stood in front of the teachers and the old class of UA heroes, ready to fight. Hinoka. Is this Disney or why are there so many princesses? Now. Aoi, Aiko, you two take care of those who were your group and half of the teachers, Hinoka, and I will take care of those who were our group and the other half of the teachers. The group of 4 split in 2 and went into battle. Sato and Saoji were the first to attack, but now paralyzed them with her blades, then made a diagonal cut. Hinoka lunged towards Momo and Mina. Momo, who had created a sword, was about to attack, but Hinoka took it from her. She had to dodge a stream of acid from Mina. In a swift movement, she threw the sword, embedding it in Momo's ribs. Momo was about to get up, but Hinoka met her with her blades, stabbing her in the stomach. Hinoka. That's the problem. You attack to win, we attack to kill, so there are no limits for us. Hinoka drew her Momo knives and simply let the blood loss do its work. Aiko blocked a blow from Tetsu with her sword. Tetsu? How could you? I thought we were friends. Aiko. That was your mistake, you thought. By the way, do you still remember why you shouldn't have any iron or aluminum around during a lightning storm? Tetsu. Why is it a material that attracts lightning? Aiko. That's right. Aiko's roulette wheel began to spin as more lightning bolts started to appear. Aiko. Adios. Tetsu. Aiko's sword crackled with electricity. Tetsu, his quirk activated, was met with a shock. She then slashed at him, sending him flying, but had to dodge a massive hand that was about to crush her. The cause of this was kendo. She had to avoid several blows, so she had an idea. She stopped moving. Kendo took advantage of this and was about to crush her, but the electricity from the roulette wheel paralyzed her. Aiko was about to pierce her with her sword, but Monoma stepped in between them. But it was no use, because Aiko used more force and ended up piercing them both. Aoi was facing off against Setsuna and Tageru. She had realized their plan. She wanted to run out of ammunition to attack. Aoi changed her weapons for a sawed-off shotgun and a knife. Setsuna's arm was about to strike. She was going to use her knife but missed. Tageru appeared behind her. Aoi turned around quickly and shot him in the stomach with her shotgun, knocking him out of the fight. Setsuna was distracted by this, which Aoi took advantage of, throwing her knife at her eye, making her scream in pain. She then reloaded her shotgun and finished her off with a shot. Nao's blade was taped shut by Zero, but suddenly its blade separated and energy began to manifest in the form of a ball, like a bowling ball. This accumulated energy was fired at Zero, hitting him directly and knocking him out. Suddenly, he had to dodge a kick from Iida, who was about to deliver another, but now grabbed his blade, and with the other, she gathered energy again and fired, sending him flying. Hinoka was fighting Aizawa while dodging Bakugo's explosions, but in a moment of carelessness, Aizawa grabbed her with his bandages. Hinoka instantly broke free, grabbed one of Aizawa's bandages, pulled him towards him, and in a swift movement, stabbed him in the ribs. Hinoka saw Bakugo preparing another explosion, so she threw it at Aizawa, causing him to take the full force of the blast. Hinoka. Come on Bakugo, is that all you've got? You seem a little slower than usual. Itsuki. I'll shut you up, you damn bitch. Bakugo starts coughing as he begins to sweat. Hinoka. Your explosions are powerful, but your health looks emaciated. Tell me how many times a day you consume those serums I left for you. Itsuki. I finished them all but I need more so you're going to get them for me, or I'll kill you. Hinoka. Ha 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 ha, what an idiot. You killed yourself. You know, those serums I gave you were a cancelled prototype. They granted a good power boost, but the health of those who consumed the serum deteriorated. Not only that, they became addicted and went crazy. So you could say I was drugging you the whole time and you didn't even know it. Ha 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 ha. Hinoka. You know, I won't kill you right now. I'm going to use you for the victory. You know, it would be a shame if everyone had to share the credit, wouldn't it? If you defeated us all, you'd be well regarded by everyone. You were able to defeat terrorists, but it's a shame that you have to share the credit. Itsuki. No, I'm the only one who should stand out. Bakugo rose into the air with his explosions and began firing at his allies, hitting them directly. Hinoka. You're still easily manipulated, Bakugo. Now. What's happening now? He was fighting and now he's gone crazy and started attacking his allies. Hinoka. The idiot is easily manipulated. I told him that if we were defeated, he had to share the credit, so he got rid of the competition. Aiko. Well, he looks exhausted and like he's going to have a heart attack any minute now. Hinoka. Well, let's just say I was giving him some of that stuff. I left him a few and it seems he swallowed it all in one go. Aoi. It's best if we move away, he's not measuring his explosions. Bakugo was now in a fight with Shoto. It was a close one. Hinoka. When it's over, we have to receive him. Aoi, you stay back and use long-range attacks. Now, you'll be the paralyzing attacker. Aiko, you'll be his distraction. Hinoka, I'll fight with melee combat. They all went to their positions. The battle between Bakugo and Shoto had ended, leaving Bakugo as the winner, but he was badly injured and his health looked deplorable. Bakugo? Where are you damn girls? I'm not finished with you. Bakugo was hit by a burst of bullets in the legs. When Bakugo saw that it was Aoi, he was going to throw an explosion at her, but out of nowhere, Aiko appeared in front of him and gave him a diagonal cut from his face to his chest. Bakugo? You damn bitches, you'll see, I won't leave anything of yours. Hinoka. Well, what are you waiting for? I'm here. Bakugo was about to lunge at her, but was paralyzed by Nao's blades. Hinoka launched herself at Bakugo and began to pummel him all over his body. Hinoka broke free from him and now deactivated her paralyzer. Bakugo was about to turn around to unleash an explosion, but was met by 2 energy blasts that sent him flying and causing him to hit his head. Hinoka. Good job team, it wasn't as difficult as it seemed. Aoi. Girls, watch out. Bakugo had gotten up and fired a powerful explosion. Hinoka managed to pull Nao out of the way, but she took the full force of the attack, sending her flying. Her suit protected her, but the prosthetics on her legs were completely destroyed. Now, Bakugo approached her with another explosion and clasped his hands together. Bakugo? It's time for you to go to hell, you disgusting bitch. Bakugo was about to unleash his most powerful explosion, but out of nowhere, Aiko appeared beside him and cut off both his hands with her sword, making him scream in despair. However, he was pierced by Nao's blades. Then, with one of her divided blades, she gathered some energy and threw it at his face, burning part of it. Bakugo? No. I can't die. They thought I was going to defeat them, that they were going to celebrate me as the greatest hero, that everyone would be at my feet. I can't die like this, and not now. When he continued to protest, Aoi tackled him, knocking him to the ground. Aoi pointed a long double-barreled shotgun at him and, without saying a word, began emptying the weapon into his face, disfiguring it with the first shot. But she didn't care. She wanted nothing left when they had to reconstruct it for his burial, filling it completely with blood. Hinoka. Ah, damn, that really hurt. That's enough, Aoi. You're out of bullets and there's nothing left of her head. Aoi. Alright, let's exploit this place. Hinoka. But first let's get those who are still alive out, someone has to tell the story, right? Aoi. TKS. Well, since we're walking. Once they had rescued the survivors, they took them to a safe place. Then Aiko activated the bomb and flew off to where the others were, and the same thing happened, causing Yue to disappear permanently. Hinoka. God, I'm so tired, I literally can't feel my legs. Now. It's never too late to make a joke about your condition, right? Hinoka. Well, we have to go with the others to the meeting point, but the question is who's going to carry me since I don't have legs. Aiko turned to look at Nao and Aoi, but they had their fingers above their noses. Aiko. Phew, come on, Hinoka, I'm going to carry you the whole way. Hinoka. Yee. Now we find ourselves in the skies where we can see parts of military planes, helicopters and heroes, with flight quirks plummeting to the ground, already dead. This is due to the large enemy ship that appeared above them and, without hesitation, began to kill them all. Sayori. They're climbing onto the roof, Kanako activates the turrets above. Hanako. Understood. Hanako activated them. The heroes on top of the ship were taken down by the turrets, but then the ship was hit by a missile. Luckily, it has a shield protecting it, but that wouldn't always be the case. Sayori. Damn, more enemy ships, and these heroes keep coming, seriously, how many flying heroes does this country have? Aina. I think this would be a good time to use that weapon we have here, don't you think? Sayori. Alright, we have to use it. Kaina, you're going to use it. Price. Understood. Aina went to the weapon and removed the blanket covering it. She was greatly surprised to see what it was. Aina. You and I are going to have a lot of fun. The ship's hatch opened, and the heroes took advantage of it, so they entered. The moment they set foot inside, they were completely destroyed. Then something emerged from the ship and began killing all the enemies. The cause of that was a mecha piloted by Kaina. Kaina. Oh my god, this is so much fun, I've always wanted to pilot a Gundam since I was little. Kaina pulls out some shotguns from the mech and starts shooting at the heroes and the planes. She had to dodge some red feathers coming towards her. Kaina. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Hawks. Aren't you going to give your senpai a good hug? Hawks. Why don't they just surrender? There's been enough carnage already, don't you think? Kaina. Look who's talking. You have no right to speak about morality. Hawks. I wanted to do this the right way, but I see it's no longer possible. Ox takes two of his wings and turns them into swords. Hina. Let's see who ends up winning. Hina puts away her shotguns and takes out a blue hilt. Out of nowhere a yellow sword emerges from the hilt, then she pulls out a chain with several discs that look like tiny spoons. Ox went towards her ready to end this with a single slash, but his attack was blocked by the sword. The sword, being made of energy, was burning the wings, so Hawks backed away. Hina. Don't underestimate me, Hawks. Have you forgotten that I was a huge robot geek in my teens? Hawks. I had forgotten that part of you a long time ago. Hawks went towards her, starting a sword fight. It was an even fight, Hawks because of his great skill with swords and Kina because of her knowledge of Gundams and their energy sword attacks. Upon seeing the heroes heading towards her, Kina launched two missiles which released smaller missiles that flew towards the targets, hitting them on target. Kina. 100% energy SWORD. Kina. I must admit you've become very strong, but it's time to end this. Kina's sword surged with energy and lunged towards Hawks. Hawks, already knowing what was coming, didn't back down. He went all out against Kina. Kina raised her sword against Hawks. Hawks covered himself as best he could with his wings. When he saw that his wings were burning, he simply stopped exerting force. His wings were destroyed and he suffered a severe cut. Hawks. You know, Kina, instead of being annoyed or frustrated, I actually feel happy. Deep down, I wanted someone to stop me, I just didn't want to accept it. Thank you so much, Senpai, for freeing me from my bonds. And so Hawks began to fall with a smile on his face, being seen by Kina. Kina. You can rest now, Hawks. Now be free. Good, it's time to end all this. Release all the missiles you have at the targets that are attacking the ship. Thus, several missiles were launched from the robot, all of them releasing several mini-missiles towards the remaining heroes and planes, thus ending their part of the plan. Sayori. Hahaha, we did it girls, great job. Kina. That's right, I'm just hoping Izuku can give me this robot as a thank you, I'd be more than happy. We can see how the city center where Izuku was destroyed, with several heroes and soldiers dead all over the streets and destroyed buildings. It was complete chaos. Now we can see Izuku fighting against what remained of the top 10, Hayako, and All for One. Apparently, the League of Villains had joined the battle as an opportunity to eliminate the heroes and Izuku. Izuku. Come on, that's all you have against me, you bastards. I'm still unharmed and I've already killed almost all of your reinforcements and we've already killed all of your allies. Hayako. What are you talking about with Hemos? Izuku. Did you really think I was just going to attack like that? I was just a distraction, or did you all fall for the distraction? Endeavor. What do you mean by being the distraction was useful to you? Izuku. The government, the higher-ups, the Hero Association, UA, they were all our main targets, but to leave them unprotected, someone had to draw everyone's attention. Hayako. That's impossible, we would have already received a notification about their attacks. Izuku. Poor fool, they still haven't realized, we hacked all their communications both outside and inside, Japan has disappeared from the map for a whole day and a whole night. At that point, applause was heard from Afo. Afo? I must say you've surprised me, kid. It's clear you thought of every detail without making a mistake. I've never seen so many dead heroes since I made my debut as the #1 villain. You've surpassed me, kid. Afo? But there's only room for one ruler here. Hayako. I won't let that happen. I'll take care of killing them myself. Hayako reactivated One for All, but something happened. Hayako fell to the ground writhing in pain until a multicolored sphere emerged from him. Izuku. It's One for All. Afo. So he had it all the time, how disappointing. The sphere stood in front of Izuku for a few seconds and then shot off in another direction. Hayako. What happened to me? Why don't I feel One for All anymore? Izuku. Apparently he rejected you as his new wielder. Anyway, you were going to die. If someone has that power, they won't live past 40. Izuku. But don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I don't hold hatred for insignificant beings like you. Rather, I'm going to leave you as a nice gift for the girls. They'll be happy to torture you since they aren't very happy about your betrayal. Then Hole appears beneath Hayako and several tentacles grab him. Hayako. No, please, have mercy, have mercy, have mercy. Hayako ended up being absorbed by the hole. Izuku. Endeavor, it's best if you leave. There's nothing left to fight for. Heroes and villains will cease to exist very soon, so you'd better leave with what little family you have left and don't look back. Endeavor was going to protest, but then he saw all around him piles of corpses lying on the ground and a destroyed city. He understood everything, so he turned around and left. Afo? I guess it's just you and me left. They're wrong about that. A voice was heard. Facing them was a man with long red hair and strange attire. Kurai. "Oh no, it can't be him again," she said while placing her hand on her face in irritation. "Izuku. Wait, Kurai Loconaces. Kurai. Of course, his name is Antares. He is a demon. He was one of the strongest demons until I defeated him. From that day on, he faced every one of my wielders, growing stronger with time. Izuku. Damn, that's going to be complicated. Afo. Don't get distracted, kid." Afo was about to attack Izuku, but was met with a smash from Almight. Izuku. "Almight, what are you doing here?" Almight. "Wow, you've really caused a scene, Midoriya Shonen, don't worry, I came to help you. I'll take care of it, Afo." Almight. "I know you hate me and I understand, but let me correct my mistakes by taking me to my grave. Afo." Almight went to fight Afo, Izuku tried to stop him, but was blocked by Antares. Antares. "I am your opponent now," makes his sword appear. Antares. "This time I'll make sure to kill you once and for all." Izuku. "Well, what are you waiting for? Come here." Antares attacked Izuku with her sword, but it was blocked by his shield. She saw that Izuku's sword was about to slice through her stomach, so she jumped and delivered a double kick to Izuku's shield, knocking it to the ground. Now she placed her foot on the shield and began to apply pressure, while pointing her sword at Izuku's head. Antares. Last words to say. Izuku. Always look at the hands, not the face. Antares could see that Izuku no longer had his sword. Out of pure reflex, he turned around and barely managed to block Izuku's sword with his own. Izuku took advantage of this and began charging energy into his shield. By the time Antares realized it, it was too late. Izuku. Rule number 4. Never get distracted from your true objective. Izuku's shield unleashed a massive burst of energy that sent Antares flying. Izuku quickly drew his sword and charged at Antares. Antares quickly recovered, drew his sword, and a deadly sword duel ensued. Antares. "I must say I'm starting to have fun." Izuku. "That's good to hear because I'm having fun too." In the distance, several flashes of light could be seen, along with explosions and collapsing buildings, indicating that the battle between these two was serious. It was clear that the battle was at its peak until suddenly a great burst of power devastated everything nearby. Now we can see Antares reclining on a rock with his own sword, a smile on his face. Antares. "I lost, but at least I left having had a good fight. I must admit you are a strong person." Izuku. "You're strong too, just look at what you did to me. I barely managed to beat you. My armor is almost completely damaged, some parts of my body are injured or broken, and you split my shield in two with your sword. You've earned my respect, Antares. You can leave now like the greats." Antares. "That's all I wanted to hear, live your life Izuku Midoriya." Thus Antares turned to dust. Izuku sat down, exhausted, and watched as All Might, in his thin form, approached him and lay down beside him. All Might. "You put up a great fight, Midoriya Shonen." Izuku. "I can't take the credit away from you, you gave it too." All Might. "I should have ended this cycle of hatred a long time ago. It's time for this legacy of death to leave with me. Afo is already dead, One for All no longer has any reason to exist. I hope you forgive me for all the harm I did to you, Midoriya Shonen." Izuku. "Don't worry All Might, I've already forgiven you. I read your letter, and besides, I'm not someone who holds on to hatred. Tsunori, you're forgiven. You can go in peace now." All Might. "I always knew you were a good person for this world. I just hope people accept you. It was a pleasure being by your side, Izuku Midoriya. Goodbye." Thus, the one who was the number one hero and Izuku's favorite hero ended up dying by his side. Izuku. "Rest in peace Tsunori." Izuku could hear a plane approaching him, and when he saw it, he realized it was Sayori with the others. Izuku. "I knew Kaina would love that mecha, I guess I'll have to give it to her." The ship lands and Esdeath gets out, then they stand face to face. You can see the sun beginning to rise behind her. Izuku. "Has anyone ever told you that your beauty shines brightest at sunrise?" Esdeath. "That's right, and that person is you. Come on, let's go to the base. We have a long day ahead of us and we need to take care of you." Izuku. "Don't worry, the wounds heal on their own, I just need to rest." Esdeath. "That's fine." Izuku took Esdeath's hand and the two boarded the plane, where the others were waiting for them. The ship began to take flight towards the base, while they were followed by Kaina in her new mech. Pap 15 A new regimen, Finn. Narrator. Izuku was waking up. He could see that he no longer had his armor on. He only had a shirt and a sweatshirt. He also saw that his wounds had completely healed, so he got out of bed and went to the living room. Upon arriving, he could see that everyone was there. They all noticed his presence and were happy to see him. Tiger. "There you are, sleepyhead. Tell me, does something hurt?" Izuku. "It seems all my wounds have healed completely, what's happening now?" Uraraka. The signal has returned throughout the city, but the exits and entrances are still blocked. People are going crazy because now they have no heroes, no president, and they can't receive help from other countries either. Izuku? Okay, and where's Esdeath? I don't see her. Izuku was grabbed from behind. He saw that it was Esdeath. Izuku? There you are, what were you doing? Esdeath? Well, now that we're going to run this country, I've been preparing a few speeches and the clothes we're going to wear. We have to make a good impression. Hanako? Yes, that's true, but even if we have control of Japan, we'll still be under scrutiny from other countries and the UN. Izuku? I'll take care of them personally. For now, we need to get ready and make ourselves known. In the areas unaffected by the battles, people stayed in their homes, afraid to go out, watching the news about what was happening. Only a few civilians dared to venture out. Along with the police, firefighters, and ambulances, they went to see if anyone needed help. Upon arriving at the center where it all began, they saw piles of corpses, heroes, villains, and soldiers. Only a few were still alive. Now they didn't know what to do. Their government had been destroyed. Then all the devices are hacked, showing Izuku in elegant attire. Izuku? Good morning to all my viewers. I suppose you already know me, but if not, I'm the former hero Deku, who was falsely accused of treason by the heroes themselves, the Hero Association, and even the government. This was because I discovered a harsh truth about them all. They pretended to be saints, but secretly they were dead people who broke their own oath. So, my team, who will now be known as the New Valkyries, revealed the whole truth, which you all already know. Izuku? Since they were all consumed by their own sins, they had to be eliminated. The Japanese government, the Hero Association, and UA ceased to exist permanently. Izuku? But don't worry, from now on we will be the ones who lead this country to greatness. The camera zooms out to the other girls sitting on their own thrones, while Esdeath was sitting on Izuku's lap. Esdeath? There's no reason to fear us. We simply want what's best for you. I know you're scared, but give us a chance and you'll see how this country can finally prosper. Izuku? But some rules are going to change. From now on, heroes are banned in Japan. From now on, their protectors will be. Izuku snapped his fingers. People outside their homes could see shadows of knights and monsters emerging from the ground or from dark places. These shadows began helping people move rubble, while in hospitals and on the streets, shadows of sorcerers appeared and began healing people. In the sky, a large shadow of a two-headed dragon patrolled the heavens. Izuku? From now on, your protectors will be my shadows, knights, and creatures that I killed and made part of me will be your saviors. I will also make sure that the police receive better training and better resources at their stations. Izuku? That's all for now. Thus the broadcast ended, leaving everything as it was. The citizens didn't know what to say or do. They watched as those shadows were helping them and as a great dragon flew through the skies. Perhaps this will be a new beginning for Japan. Elsewhere, we can see the Japanese flag being lowered and replaced with a new one, which had a white background and Kurai's image in the red circle in the middle. Izuku? Well done girls, how about we go somewhere nice to eat tonight? Esdeath? That sounds good to me, it's been a while since I've been to a good place to eat. Izuku? I know it's quick, but this surprise can't wait. Izuku snaps his fingers, a hole opens from which Hayako emerges, gagged and bound. Izuku? I was planning to kill him, but since you all were a bit angry with him for his betrayal, I left him as a gift for you. Tell me, do you like it? Esdeath? I shouldn't have bothered you doing that, Izuku. Alright girls, get your tools ready. Hayako needs to understand that her actions have consequences. Esdeath? You're joining us, love. Izuku? I'd love to, but I have some things to finish. I'll be ready before nightfall. Esdeath? Alright, we'll try to look presentable for dinner when you come. Esdeath moves closer to him and I promise you that tonight you will have your just reward. Esdeath grabbed Hayako by the head and began dragging him into the darkness, followed by the girls, who had eerie smiles on their faces. Hayako just started crying and stifled screams because of the face mask he had over his mouth, which contained a dildo mask. For those who don't know, the mask has a dildo inside. So by putting it in your mouth I was going to put an image, but I don't want to risk it, since when they censor an image I can't delete it, because when I try to remove it, it closes. Izuku? Ronin, Cortana, I need you to come with me. The portal opened, revealing the three of them. Now, at the UN facilities, we can see how all the countries were discussing what was happening. Now that Japan was without a government, they were there to give the country to them until Japan recovered. But then, a black portal appeared, showing Izuku accompanied by Ronin and Cortana. Izuku? Hello, I suppose you already know who I am, from the video a few days ago. I'm here to tell you that Japan already belongs to the Valkyries and me, so this meeting isn't necessary. UN Chief? Who do you think you are? You're just a terrorist, a genocidal maniac who seized a country by force. Just wait until we put a price on your head and your accomplices' heads." Izuku snapped his fingers and several sharp circles appeared on the necks of everyone present. "Izuku. One more word and your heads will explode. From now on, I will rule Japan. This is not a question or a suggestion. It is a warning I am giving you. And anyone who doesn't like it and wants to go to war with me will be killed and I will take their lands and properties so you can see I mean business." Izuku snapped his fingers and the bodyguards of each president ended up with their heads exploding, scaring everyone present. "Izuku. One more thing, Japan is now withdrawn from the UN, now goodbye." So Izuku went through the portal with Ronin and Cortana. Upon arriving at his base, with his super hearing he could hear screams of agony. He knew the girls were having fun with the gifts he had given them, so he just went to prepare. After a few hours, Izuku was in the living room sitting on the sofa in his elegant clothes. The first to appear was Esdeath, already wearing her dress. "Esdeath. Tell me, Izuku, how do I look?" "Izuku. You look lovely, tell me, are the others ready yet?" "Esdeath. See for yourself." The girls come out in their dresses, looking very beautiful. Izuku. "Wow, girls look beautiful tonight." Leon. "It feels a little uncomfortable, it's been a while since I've worn a dress." Izuku. "Well, what are we waiting for? We're in for a long night." They all left the base and got into a limousine that was waiting for them and off they went to their night of celebration. Time skip. Now we can see Izuku waking up in his bed with a terrible hangover, naked and covered in hickeys, bites and scratches. He's then hugged by Esdeath but also by Hinoka, who's in the same state as the two of them. This scares Izuku. "Izuku. What the heck, Hinoka? What are you doing naked in my room?" The scream woke the others, making her even more frightened by what Esdeath was going to do to her. "Rin. How did we end up here?" "Leon. I don't remember anything." "Tiger. I only remember that we were eating, then we went to the base, and from there my memory goes dark." "Uraraka. Wait, what's a camera doing there?" They all fixed their gaze on the camera and could see that it was still recording. "Sayori. That's not Esdeath's chamber." "Esdeath. So my fantasy has finally come true, now I can die happy." "K. Boss, what fantasy are you referring to?" "Esdeath. I wanted to have an orgy with Izuku and record it all, and it finally happened. Now I can die happy." "Izuku. So you." "Esdeath. No, we lived too long. Leon asked me if I could let her and Tiger have Hex during her heat. I agreed. The others, being very drunk, said they wanted to too, so I agreed. It's all in that camera." "Esdeath. If any of you are even slightly interested in Izuku, say so now. I don't mind sharing him. In fact, that would be a great help to me." "Uraraka. Well, to be honest, I like Izuku and in the short time I've known him, he seems like a great guy." "Esdeath. What do you think of this? Go on dates with Izuku so you can get to know him better and at the end of the day you can decide whether to be with him or not." "Tiger. Well, that sounds like a good idea, I accept." "Leon. I agree, I accept." "Uraraka. I agree with both of them, I accept." "Hinoka. Hot broccoli turns me on, I accept." "Now. I accept too." "K. If he caught me in my current form, then that means he doesn't care about my physical appearance." "I accept." "Hinako. Well, I was already involved in this, but I accept anyway." "Hina. I've known Izuku since he was little, I know him well so I accept." "Sayori. I accept too." "Rin. I agree with the others, I accept too." "Aiko. I like Izuku, I accept." "Aoi. Izuku gives me caresses every time I do something good, so I accept." "Esdeath. Oh girls, I promise you'll never regret your decision." Time skips. 9 months had passed, Japan had prospered rapidly thanks to Izuku and his team, now becoming one of the safest landscapes due to its low crime rate. Now in the house we can see a few photos of Esdeath and her team, including them in wedding dresses. And Esdeath on a beach holding her somewhat large stomach. In one room you can hear the laughter of a woman and a baby. That was Esdeath holding her baby. "Esdeath. For having such a small body, you are a very energetic girl, my little Iris." Then the front door of the house is heard opening. "Esdeath. I suppose your other mommies and daddies have arrived already." Esdeath left the room with Iris in her arms. As she went downstairs, she could see the others entering the house with bags. "Izuku. We're here, dear." Esdeath. "How did it go for everyone?" Izuku. "We did really well. Picks up Iris. How are you, my little girl? Tell me, did you miss your mommy and daddy?" The little girl started playing with Izuku while laughing. Esdeath. "Leave the bags over there, the food is ready, let's go eat before it gets cold." Izuku. "Okay, I'll just close the door." Izuku went to close the door but stared into space, he could already see a green phoenix. The phoenix, noticing it had been seen, took flight and left. Izuku. Thank you so much for reading. Iris. Bye. Bye. Izuku. Ah girls, Iris just said her first words. Izuku closes the door, while shouts of joy from the girls can be heard as the camera zooms out until the phoenix can be seen again in front of him. A universal rift opens, he enters it, and then it closes, leaving the sky as if nothing had happened. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.